All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to some of y'all and peace out to the rest of you. We're now with 10 viewers, so it looks like y'all had the time y'all needed to come in. So that being said, y'all already know who it is and who it ain't. The blackest hearted, blackest minded, blackest man on social media signing black in and shining again, asking you all to hit the share button, which apparently many of you did because the message is more important than the messenger. And in my last upload, I talked about that specific refrain, that sentence, and what that means that even I have to do if I mean what I say when I say the message is more important than the messenger. I got to check myself. I got to be sincere. And that means at times that I might have to think about something for several days and monitor a situation for several days in order to make sure that I'm not only accurate and current when I finally do address it, but also to make sure that I've been fair. Everybody's not going to feel good about everything that any one of us ever says. That's not possible. But I can trust that Allah is not going to blame me for everything I said that was fair and just. And if it was an honest mistake, a truly honest mistake, I can even trust him to forgive me for it, even if he corrects the mistake, to at least not blame me for the honest mistake. So when this started between Kwame Brown and former teammates and colleagues of his, I decided, well, I never kept up with basketball growing up. I just played it sometimes in the neighborhood. But nonetheless, as this develops and unfolds, let me listen and hear out different parties that are involved in this so that I would not unintentionally blame anybody that didn't deserve it. And so that being said, yes, what's going on, Quaj the Abstract? This being said, I listened to see what lessons in conflict resolution we could have learned from this. And in addition to finding that, I found that there's some things we're going to have to learn about colorism. Again, because we haven't figured it out yet. So that being said, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my halal girlfriend is awake because she has to teach a class and I haven't heard her move outside of this office studio yet. So give him about 10 seconds and I'll make sure she's up. Hold on, gentlemen. All right, thanks for waiting, gentlemen. Appreciate that. She is, appreciate that, gentlemen. She is now up and ready to go. So this way she will not get into much trouble. So getting back to this, guys, and thanks again for your patience. In order to be fair about this, I'm gonna take a look, an objective look at what Kwame Brown has actually been through. Because he has been through things that were not fair. And this is from a problem that's related to colorism, but it's not necessarily colorism. And that's just bias in general that we have between ourselves. A lot of these Mandingo stereotypes that apply in one direction of this gender-based colorism. No offense to the actual, and I'm not saying ma'am dingo with an M. I'm saying Mandingo, as in the name of the tribe, the Malinke or the Mandinke, as they're also called. And no offense to them, but some of the stereotypes that we tend to have as African Americans can put undue pressure on many of us. So you take Kwame Brown. He started in the NBA fresh out of high school. He had been through trauma as a kid based on decisions that he did not make. He gets drafted by his hero or one of his heroes. And it turns out this hero really didn't want him in the first place and then resented him when he couldn't trade him for someone else. So in addition to this hard life that Kwame had from childhood before he ever picked up a basketball, when he finally realized his dream, his colleagues turned it into a nightmare. And he's had, according to him, Charles Barkley would threaten to beat him up when he was 18, just starting off. So if you're going to hoop and you're going to develop your skills enough to get drafted by the NBA, you're looking at NBA players as a type of role model or as a hero, especially if you're in your teens when you're doing it. And unfortunately, he has to start off at 18, go straight from mom's crib to the NBA at 18. And while he's able to buy his mother what he wanted to buy her, he still had to deal with being singled out for a lot of negativity. And he never threatened anybody back. He was quiet and he never snapped on anybody all this time. So we're right for looking at him and saying, you go, man, you're doing the right thing, but you finally giving these folks what they deserve because they just kept on dissing. But see, the same people saying this were some of the ones that would have dissed him in the stands and booed in his status when he came running out to the court. Now let's look at the people with whom he's in an argument, to be fair. Charlemagne apparently did plead guilty, according to court records, to the contribution of the delinquency of a minor. And I assume that he did something, but I also understand that once you're accused and you're a black man, you're likely to accept a plea deal to minimize the damage. Because even to defend yourself, It's going to cost you a lot that we're not even allowed to earn in the job market. I've talked about job discrimination against heterosexual black males in America. And on top of that, add to that being Muslim, and then it gets even worse if they know you're Muslim. I've talked about that before. You get an accusation, you may not have what it takes to fight that accusation. And we know public defenders are overworked and underpaid. So for them, they're under pressure to just fix the case, which usually has to be done with a plea deal. So Kwame Brown can bring that up fairly about Charlemagne, as long as Charlemagne actually did something along those lines and didn't just plead out. And I don't really know. I'm not even going to speculate too much. I assume that he did something he shouldn't have been doing. But as for what it was, well, I can't afford to speculate about that. I got real life problems to take care of, just like you all do. And I'm recording this about conflict resolution because of the real life issues you and I have to face. My reason for recording this and talking about this today is not an obsession with celebrities, but it is so that we can learn a practical lesson from them about conflict, not only resolution, but also conflict prevention. So let's start off by looking at what some of them were saying. Charlemagne started by asking the other athletes and other Breakfast Club members to leave Kwame alone. And he pointed to a family history that was public and online. It wasn't private. But see, he didn't know that Kwame didn't know some of these things because Kwame's mother kept these things from him. Kwame didn't know that Charlemagne didn't know. So we start off with a misunderstanding right there. Other people were actually talking about Kwame Brown's career, about basketball, ignoring the fact that he came out of high school, 18, didn't have time to develop in college before going to the NBA. So he was very, very good for a high school player. But the other NBA teammates, of course, were going to be better than him at the time because they were more experienced. And he improved about as well as anybody else would have improved. So for his age and experience, he was no worse than anyone. And yet and still, there were some folks that were saying some things about him, specifically Mr. Arenas and Mr. Jackson. He had every right. I read and heard what they said. But the thing is, when it got to the Breakfast Club, Charlemagne actually did not aggress on him. Just to be fair, he did not aggress on him. Now, I realize that athletes tend to talk trash about the athletic skills of other athletes, and Full of Sports can tell us about that even more. Full of Sports can tell us about how it's just normal. And we've seen it before, because when you're in middle school, high school, college, or if you even go pro, that's just part of the custom. And we black men, we really take that to the next level because we roast each other as a matter of tradition anyway. And that's not just African Americans either. This is in the Caribbean and this is in the continent. I've seen us do this across the board because my friends are black from everywhere. Only black people I've never had a chance to meet, except for more than a few minutes, were the ones from the South Pacific, the Melanesians. I once in Atlanta had a chance to meet a few of them. And I mainly just asked them how many languages were being spoken in Papua New Guinea, because I was a social studies teacher at the time, and it would have helped me to teach my kids. I saw one of the guys with the cap and the flag on his head, and I approached the table. I kept my hands where they could see them. And I just asked, are y'all from PNG based on the cap? Yes, we are. How many languages are spoken? And then they told me, and that was the end of it. And so the Melanesians are the only ones I've not really had a chance to meet. And I'm including the original Australians in that. But everywhere else, black folks from everywhere else. I've got friends amongst black folks from everywhere else, from the continent, from the Middle East, although they're a little more shy of me. So what I'm saying is that I know that we tend to roast each other a lot. We do this a good bit. And this is just across the board. And I don't think it's really even just our race. I know Latin Americans roast each other, but I don't know in what comparison to us. I'm not really sure exactly. I know Eastern Europeans do, but I don't know in what comparison to us. Arabs, black or non-black, they do this a lot to each other. Sit down and watch some Arabs play a card game. Watch how they slap the cards on the table. And when I learned to understand what they were saying, they were talking trash about each other's moms and dads. Now, if that ain't black, I don't know what is. And that's just playing cards. God help you when you watch them play football or what we call soccer. So a lot of the trash talking is not personal. But after what Kwame went through already, it's going to sound personal to someone like him. He went through a lot from childhood. Then, despite financial success, he had to go through some more that other colleagues that had reached the same success did not have to go through because they weren't putting each other through it. And a burn victim will flinch and spring into action at the striking of a match. So Kwame was singled out at a younger age by pro athletes to whom he had looked up when he was younger. And this is what they get for it. Someone said something about basketball skills, recalled some memories, and he snapped. And even in his snapping, he's been quite controlled. He had a valid point when he said that they could dish it out, but they could not take it. He wasn't a worse athlete than anyone else out of high school. He was just less popular. And this is how he was treated for it, as though he was worse than what he truly was. And this is just due to general biases that we tend to have against each other and not looking at the valid reasons that someone may have for not doing something as well. Now, Kwame's going after those who dissed him. I understand that. But he's also going after those that were just there and present for the conversations and that didn't really go in on him. And that shows me something. He's over-identifying enemies. This is something that people do when they're used to being attacked by different people. They start to misidentify some witnesses that didn't jump to their defense as attackers. And eventually, they might even mistake verbal defenses of them as insults. It happened to me in a physical fight. I almost hit some people that were on my side, not because I hated them, but because I just misidentified them. Because you got to make split-second decisions, millisecond decisions in it. And I felt I didn't strike him, fortunately, but I almost did. Because I took out one and 12 of his partners came in to help him out for a similar reason that's relevant to this, because they thought this was going to be an easy fight for them. So this is a man, Mr. Brown, who's learned to quietly find flaws in others, especially flaws in them for which he himself would have been drugged heavily by them. Charlemagne is just one. If Kwame Brown pled guilty to something like what Charlemagne had done, Kwame Brown, in his mind, would have been drugged even more for this. It would have been the end of his career, and he'd now be working some minimum wage job, if he could even find that, and darn near homeless. So he's looking at Charlemagne like, how do you plead guilty to something like this? And you want a breakfast club every day, and this lady got to look at you. That's what's going through Kwame Brown's mind, because he's been pressed down on harder than others. And it's not based on decisions that he made. Now, let's get to who he's in an argument with. Chris Broussard, I was told, didn't go in on Kwame like that. I didn't hear the clip from Chris Broussard, whatever it was that made Kwame Brown go off, but I was told he didn't go in on Kwame like that. Kwame did fire at him. I cannot find exactly what DJ Envy said about him. Granted, I'm neither a fan nor a foe of DJ Envy. And I dislike adultery seriously, and he said he cheated. So I can understand why Kwame would tell a cheating man not to mention him if he mentioned him at all, but there's something else deeper than that. And I'm going to get to that. Next one with whom he's got a grudge that concerns me is Matt Barnes. Now, Matt Barnes asked, what exactly did I say that set you off? And granted, Barnes was there for the conversation on the podcast, but I can't find that podcast. So I myself can't say what Barnes said specifically, but I've read again and again that it was largely Arenas who spoke on Kwame being a bust. And even he said Kwame was traumatized by bad treatment from his hero, Michael Jordan. And when you say someone's traumatized and that's interfering with your performance, that's really not blaming the traumatized person for it. That's just saying that's what messed up their performance. So now let's take a look at the way that he's been handling these grudges differently from the ways that he's been addressing all the other grudges, because I'm getting somewhere with this. When he addresses what Arenas and Jackson and Smith said about him, he's talking about specifically what they said. Then he goes into how they've been living their lives and everything else. Stephen A. Jackson is a Muslim. He knows the rules about backbiting. And granted, the rules may not necessarily apply, the prohibition may not apply to him saying certain things about Kwame Brown. However, just out of general manners, it's better to not go and say things about somebody that's been quiet and doesn't do the same thing to you. Doesn't do the same thing about others. Kwame ain't been talking bad about people. And that's what makes it worse when people start to talk bad about him. But then again, I haven't actually heard people express hatred. Now, when he handles the grudge with DJ Envy or Matt Barnes, what do you hear? I'm going to let y'all go ahead and I'm going to let y'all tell me, when he handles the grudge with DJ Envy or Matt Barnes, what do you hear differently from his grudges with others? I'll wait. Somebody can answer it in the chat. What y'all hear differently? I can tell y'all on your phones because people are not typing that quickly. But what do y'all hear differently in how he handles those two specifically? Well, didn't take long to type that in. Free Will Defender got it. There you go, the fastest typer we got this morning, Free Will Defender. You hear him mention Skin Shade. Skin Shade. Now, he goes after the manhood of Charlemagne and DJ Envy and Matt Barnes. Goes after their manhood too. He questions it. But Skin Shade when it comes to DJ Envy and Matt Barnes. See, when it comes to Charlemagne and he goes after the manhood of Charlemagne, he bases it on to which Charlemagne pled guilty. So that's something that, at least theoretically, to all outside appearances, as far as Mr. Brown himself would be able to tell, let alone any of us, this goes back to something that he would have had control over. But exactly. He calls Matt Becky with the good hair. So there you have it. That's the issue. He handles the grudges differently based on appearance. He keeps taking jabs at the manhood for reasons having nothing to do with choices that they've made. It's just the phenotype itself. And mostly Matt Barnes, because his hair is also somewhat straight. He keeps on making references to Matt Barnes' hair and complexion, more so even in DJ Envy, calling him Becky with the good hair. So he's referring to him as a female. And that's why I didn't trip when Barnes replied and said, you see, when you had my name in your mouth. I didn't trip about that too much. I should have, maybe. Because you shouldn't mention, if you are hetero, you should not even mention your genitals in any part of another dude's body. But in this case, I didn't trip off it too much because he did just call Matt Barnes a lady's name because of his hair texture, referring to him as not only looking different, but being a woman because of it. Then he blamed Barnes for Gloria Govan leaving him, and even credited Derek Fisher for taking Gloria Govan away from him. You talk too much. That's a common stereotype about light-skinned men. We talk too much. Granted, I have to, and Edward Anderson has to. But we've also stereotyped him for being too quiet at times. And that's another topic, I guess, but that's one of the stereotypes. Morris Day was one of the first ones I'd ever heard stereotyped for that. Back in late 80s. Well, Prince was very cool. And see, Morris Day, he liked to joke a lot. So when he went on, he was interviewed, I think, by Donnie Simpson. Some of y'all from the 80s can remember that. If y'all were 80s kids, y'all could remember that on BET. And he did talk a lot, but that was him, wasn't his shade, it was him. He hinted Brown hinted that Gloria Govan left because Matt Barnes was fighting with her over hair care products. And he suggested that Matt Barnes should stick to trying to steal people's wives and girlfriends instead of fighting anyone. But then he expressed a complete lack of physical fear for Barnes based on his looks alone. And he said, I ain't never been threatened by nobody that looks like you. So again, what he's going into is a man's ability to threaten other men based on his appearance. Somebody who's been through the opposite end of that should understand just how stupid and childish that is. And this what Free Will's defender just said is exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to be fair to Mr. Brown. He's been joked about, and I didn't hear about this, to be honest, because I didn't keep up with basketball. But because he's been the butt of jokes, I would think that he would much rather go in on people for the things they've actually done than the things that over which they don't have any control. Now, here's something about something y'all may not know, because I'm not sure about it myself. I mean, I'm sure that y'all did not know what I'm about to tell you, because I myself, I'm not sure. This is a guess I'm hazarding. I suspect that Gloria Govan and I are related. I don't know exactly where her family traces back to, but if they trace back to a particular area, if I knew where they were, I'd be able to tell you if she and I were related or not. If she and I are related, I can tell you that a lot of the women on that side of the family don't really fib a guck. I mean, they don't stick around more than women in other families do. So if I had been in Mr. Brown's shoes, and I've been in Mr. Brown's shoes for other things that had nothing to do with sports, or sports would be tangential, if anything. But if I was in Mr. Brown's shoes, I would have more than likely said, look, Mr. Barnes, you and I were teammates for a while. And at the very least, it's like this. Either Mr. Barnes said something about his game that was correct or said something that was not. But if Matt Barnes were to ask me, what exactly did I say that set you off on me? I would say to him, this is exactly what you said. Because in Mr. Brown's shoes, I would listen closely and I would answer specifically things that were said that were unfair, that were untrue. Or if they were true but still unfair, I would answer them. But I would I would answer those things. So if I hear Charlemagne, the God, or the non-God, if I hear Charlemagne, the non-God, sit up and say, leave that man alone. The men in his family, when they snap, they go all out. I would say, well, Charlemagne, you put some family business out there, but you did say it was public record. And maybe it is. So since it was public record, you weren't really exposing any family secrets per se, but I didn't know about this because I wasn't told. However, that's not blaming him for what someone else does. See, Mr. Brown was never blamed by Charlemagne for what his brothers or his father did. He was simply saying that when the men in that family snap, they snap. That's what Charlemagne was getting at. And he jumped on Charlemagne for actually presenting maybe a tactless defense of him. But Charlemagne was telling people, leave him alone. That's not an attack. And so I would not go on a counterattack against someone that's telling others, don't attack him, leave him alone. I wouldn't do something like that. Most of us, if we're thinking about it, we would not. And the thing is that on one hand, Free Will Defender, you're right. He's been the butt of jokes for 20 years. So when he snaps, he's going to go all out. The other thing, too, is that he's learned to be measured in his responses for 20 years because he's been quiet for 20 years. That's the flip side of it. I've been in that scenario before. You can snap and go all out. But on the other hand, you can decide to measure your response and plan ahead for the next time you become relevant like that. And then you can respond the way you previously planned. And that's why I want to say to Kwame, man, you defend yourself and you tell folks how stupid they are, but you keep it about things they can control. I'm not really speaking to Kwame Brown, gentlemen. You all in the audience, y'all in my audience. Kwame Brown ain't in my audience. He doesn't know I exist. He's sitting on 60 million, I guess. He does not know of my existence. He's busy working and live streaming. I'm done working. I stopped working a few weeks ago. I've been busy, but I finished working a few weeks ago. The school year ended. I ain't sitting on no 60 million. I'm not even sitting on 6,000 and may never sit on that much. So I understand he's not in the audience. What I'm saying is for other black, I'm saying this to non-celebrity black men like us, because we can share this. We can avoid a lot of conflict, let alone resolve. We can avoid a lot of unnecessary conflict if we listen carefully and don't respond to the things that are not attacks, or don't counterattack when you're not attacked. As a matter of fact, the first step in conflict resolution is the avoidance of unnecessary conflict. The prevention is easier than resolution when it comes to conflict. The problem is that when you've been in his situation for too long, if it affects your judgment, then it's going to affect your ability to identify conflict, and you're going to see it where it's not. That's what winds up happening. Yeah, Mr. Anthony, he is familiar with it. And truth be told, I don't support a lot of his political views. I mean, when it comes to red pill and internal accountability, I understand it. Even though I don't support his political views, like I heard he's a Trump supporter, and I don't know. I'm just not getting familiar with Kwame Brown myself. Because I mean, truth be told, 2 weeks ago, I didn't know who he was. But I just don't think that, I mean, he may be familiar with the ideas, probably so. I just have doubts about him being familiar with me. And then again, truth be told, I've been anonymous all my life. So, you know, the day I find out that someone famous knows me, it's going to come as a shock to me. But I can't rely or bank on the possibility of him hearing this and somehow going and resolving the conflicts with the rest of them, especially with Barnes. Especially with Barnes. Because I can see at least why he has an issue with DJ Envy, although it shouldn't be about his shade and calling him DJ Glowstick every time he mentions him. And see, the thing is, too, he said something about Angela Yee. Notice his tone was different. He did offer her correction, but notice his tone has been different when he offers correction to Angela Yee. Do you really love black women? He doesn't go in on Angela Yee's phenotype or genetic mixture. This is gender-based colorism. And this is what I was talking about. And we tend to do this. What he's doing is not very much different from what we non-celebrities do in many of our conflicts. Most of us don't walk around hating anybody because of their phenotype and their shade, but when we get angry, we are quick to bring that up. When you were angry and you're not joking, we're quick to do it. And that's what we got to cut out. See, I'm mentioning this because this happened between two previous celebrities of a different decade. This happened between W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. I'm sorry, Du Bois. He himself pronounced it Du Bois. This happened between Du Bois and Marcus Garvey. They took these shots at each other and they went into phenotype and how they look. I forgot what it was that Du Bois said about Garvey, but he said something, he called him something like a black ape. And Garvey called him something like an unfortunate mulatto. And Du Bois was the son of a Dutch father, actually. So technically, mulatto is just a description. But to call him an unfortunate mulatto, that would be like me calling somebody a tragic mulatto, or the way that I call some of the non-black Arabs tragic desert mulattoes. It's not just a description. When I add tragic in front of it, or add tragic and desert in front of it, now it's a pejorative, and that's exactly how I mean it. Although when I say it, I'm talking about the way they think, not the way they look. And we got to cut that mess out. It is not something for which you can insult somebody because you're angry. You can insult the mindset, but you cannot insult what people do not control because you're angry. It would be like me getting on Candace Owens. Am I going to get on her about her politics, about her flip-flopping, and about her following the money, and about her jumping the fence, not only to get with some, not just to get with a non-brother, which is understandable, but to jump the fence and go specifically for the grandson of the oppressor? I can get on her about those things. Now, let's say I start talking about how skinny she is. Well, actually, she has control over that. But it still would be irrelevant. So how much more so if you start getting on someone's height or shade or hair texture and they don't control that? Because see, notice, I didn't hear about anybody making any jokes about the way Kwame Brown looks. Because that wasn't the issue. They made jokes about something else that was beyond his control, and that was the level of skill he could have possibly attained at age 18 versus age 22 if he had gone through college to the NBA. So even what they've been getting on him about is partially within his control. Charles Barkley threatened to beat him up at age 18 because of normal rookie mistakes at age 18. Yeah, some of that's beyond his control. He's human. And they got on him about that. And he has a right to call all of them retarded as a father mucker because of that. He could say that. You're retarded, obviously. Because you're sitting up here talking about things that are beyond somebody's control. So, moving on. I was going to say this about the way he talks about DJ Envy, always calling him DJ Glowstick. He can keep it about the adultery, and he would never have to mention anything about DJ Glowstick. And at that point, what defense would DJ Envy have? See, what this tells me is this. If DJ Envy had Matt Barnes' hair and he had cheated on his wife, Kwame would have accused him of cheating with another man. Not just cheating, but cheating on his wife with another man. Now, this says two things to me. Two things. Number one, if you're ambiguous looking, especially if you also have thinner hair, then you cannot afford to say anything sexual about another man. You cannot afford to do it. Matter of fact, the most you could say is, well, he confessed to cheating, or I caught him cheating. Other than that, you better not say anything sexual about another man, even if it's not GAY, because that's the first thing that's going to jump in everybody else's mind. You got straight hair and you pale. They're going to say that. That's the first thing that's going to jump in. And they're going to use that to derail whatever else you were talking about. So that's a lesson that's taught me. Not just this, but I actually knew this before. Because as a matter of fact, somebody apparently said something about strapping one on and bending DJ Envy over in the text conversation. And he's actually being referred to as, people are saying that he actually liked this kind of stuff because his answer to that was, "You wild." He didn't say, "Yeah, I look forward to it." He didn't go off and say, "Fit the guck off my phone, stop playing. I don't want to talk to you no more." He didn't have any one of these severe reactions. He said, "You wild." And I don't know what he said after that in the same text thread. I didn't see that. But the point is, he's already, in addition to being an adulterer by his own confession, he's now being branded as GAY because he did not have a reaction of reaching through the phone and grabbing her and choking her. And now he keeps on, and now Mr. Brown keeps on going in on Barnes as if Barnes is somehow GAY, even though Barnes was married, got a set of twins, but it didn't work out. People have not even really insinuated much that Gloria Govan was cheating with Derek Fisher while they were married. They're not even doing that. It is really strictly Brown that is sitting up saying your own friend and teammate took your woman. So when he says, Barnes, you need to stick to stealing girlfriends and wives, stop trying to fight, he doesn't seem to understand. The world is not South Carolina. Well, I came up was very analogous to South Carolina, that Gulf Coast, very analogous to it. We Creoles are accused of being sellouts all the time. And some of the Pan-Africanists nowadays will not actually, most of them that are older don't do this, but some of the Pan-Africanists or so-called Pan-Africanists today will say, well, you know, you Creoles are famous for selling out and try to blend in and all that. Well, guess who is Geechee? They like to juxtapose us Creoles to the Gullah Geechee people of South Carolina and say, well, see, they held on to their African customs. You all were trying to get rid of yours. The truth be told, we and the Gullah Geechee have equally struggled with the inferiority complex and have equally held on to African customs. Creole women were the ones that wore the turban. It was called a tignon, but it was a turban that they wore in the 1800s. And they did that because they had to. Because see, back then, that 4C hair, well, that was considered gorgeous and appealing. So they were required by law to wear tignons if they were free. Now, if they were slaves, I'm not sure if they were, but a free black woman, Creole or not, was required to wear a tignon on her head so as to not show the hair because it was considered an unfair beauty advantage over white women. Look that up. This was in the Louisiana colony. Look into that. So we have equally struggled. The Creoles and the Gullah Geechee are not really vastly different in that regard. And what did Mr. Brown say? I told y'all I'm Geechee. When he was going in on him, he said himself, I told y'all I'm Geechee. So he might be one of those that believes that his people, if he is in fact Gullah Geechee, he sounds like he believes that they've actually held on to this. And Mr. Barnes represents, even though he's not really Creole, he represents letting go of one's heritage and not being proud of one's black side and African roots. And there's no evidence of that. But you see, Clarence Thomas is Gullah Geechee. Clarence Thomas, the one we've been calling an Uncle Tom for decades and for certain reasons, for political reasons, reasons that relate to decisions he's made from behind the bench. Yeah, he's Gullah Geechee. And as a matter of fact, one reason that he showed up for work every day at the Supreme Court for years without saying a word while hearing cases was because he was embarrassed that people might hear that accent. I'm not embarrassed about the accent. I love to hear some of them talk like that. Not just the accent. I want to actually hear their brand of English because it actually does contain a lot of Mende language family words. Kuta, meaning turtle, that comes from West Africa, from the Mende languages. Nyam, meaning eat, which they also say in Jamaica comes from the Mende language family. And the Gullah Geechee also use that as well. I'd like to hear them speak not just with the accent, but with that specific brand of English, that dialect of English. I'm not embarrassed, but they say Clarence Thomas just because of the accent alone, not even the grammar and the vocabulary, but just the accent alone is embarrassed. There is not one set group of black folks that holds on to the customs and the traditions of the home continent. And there's not one set that's leading everybody else in giving them up and compromising. I mean, it's not a biogenetic set or a regional set of us. We vary across regions and even across families. So my heart goes out when I realized how bad they were going in on Mr. Brown and how unfairly they were downing his accomplishments. My heart went out to him. But by the same token, we got to learn from the mistakes too. Because this was a mess. This is not as simple as he's the hero or he's the villain. It's not that simple. This is cyclical. He was the victim of other villains, including his hero, Michael Jordan. And I don't care what excuse people gave for the way he talked to his teammates. I don't care to hear about those excuses. That's not even toxic masculinity. That's toxic niggabosity. That's what that is. Combination of the N word and jigaboo. Turn it into a noun. That's toxic niggabosity that MJ was practicing when he was dissing all his teammates, but especially when he was going after an 18-year-old that he chose, and then going in on him like this because he resents the fact that he couldn't trade him for somebody else that he really wanted. That's where the problem came in. And Mr. Brown did not quit. He hated playing in his hometown because they were booing and hissing at him, but he was still playing. And when you factor in his play time, he was doing okay. There was some stat he reached that only 11 others in the entire NBA shared with him, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot what the stat was, but it was completely overlooked. He was dissed again and again and again. And now what you see is him turning around and making the same mistake. And that's why we all got to be careful about how we treat people. And this is exactly what I wanted to tell you all. That's why it is that I'm recording this, to say that this kind of mess that we got right here, just between them that we can all see, which is the only reason I'm really addressing it, is proof that if we simply fuck the shuck up and think for a second before we decide how we're going to treat someone or how we're going to disagree, keeping it about the facts. If we think for long enough to say, well, at least I want to be fair about this, even if I don't like so-and-so or like what so-and-so did, we can prevent a lot of this. And to give due credit, I've seen a lot of you in this space make that effort. I've seen a lot of other content creators in this space make that kind of effort. But what I've not seen is I've not seen it spread to the general Black population, not yet. And that is bothersome. And I'm getting sick of it. I'm tired of seeing how we just go in on each other so badly, in general, I mean, about things that are within and beyond our control. So I'm going to type a message out and I'm going to put this in the chat. Give me a moment. I'm going to put a message in the chat and it's going to be, I want to put it in another language. So I got to run it through the translator right quick if I can. Now, I take it that I sound pretty clear because nobody's complained about any sound quality issues yet. Okay, no, I won't be able to run this through the translation. Unfortunately, I did try. All right, so all right, Fula, you have the link to come up on StreamYard as you wanted to do to join. You've got that link. Do you know where to look for it? Do you know where I sent it? Fula Sports, let me know if you found it. I was up on your, I actually had a tab with your page opening. So it was actually easier to copy it in there first. Okay, it's in the chat now. So, gentlemen, if what I've said is confusing, then feel free to let me know. But all I'm really getting at is that this is how we're going to have to, and this is why actually we're going to have to work on not just conflict resolution, but even prevention, and look at how it is that we're going to treat each other. Not always liking and loving each other, but just in general how it is that we're going to treat each other, because it can lead to stuff like what we're seeing. This happens in people's private lives all the time, and it stops us from working together. But what we saw this time between Mr. Brown and the others is a public example of it. And in all honesty, Mr. Brown came out as a hero, but he had to lose some of his own innocence in order to do it. Well, he didn't have to, but he lost some of his innocence doing it voluntarily, because then he chose to make this about things that were involuntary, things that were beyond their control. And he actually he contributed to another problem, another internal division that we're fighting with right now at this point. All right, so Fulaman, assalamu alaikum. You're going to have to unmute yourself. You're on mute. I can't hear anything.
Okay. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You sound good and clear. And Jarama Baba.
Yes. Njarama. No bada. Allah tone.
Alhamdulillah. So how's everything out there on the west side?
Well, actually, I want to piggyback on what you're saying about this colorism, because it goes beyond colorism now, because unfortunately, I'm not doing this as a sob story. What I'm about to say is not my intention for a sob story, but it goes beyond the colorism thing. You're dealing with now, you can be jet black or you can be dark brown as myself, but still be considered racially ambiguous. What happened the other day, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd be minding my own business. I'd be staying to myself. I'd be quiet and stuff like that. But you will have, just for whatever reason, like black women will have it out for you. You know, black women, like, and I'm talking about the Western black woman, will just for some reason have it out for you. Will just have their nose out at you for some reason, no matter what. So what happened is, I had that, it was happening more and more and more and more. And so what happened is, one of my friends, she's like almost like family, you know, we come from basically the same place. One of my friends pulled me to the side and she said, they consider you racially ambiguous. And I'm like, how though? I'm jet black, you know, I'm basically jet black. And she said, no, it's not that. It's not that. You have distinct features. You have a pointy nose. You have a certain texture of hair. Well, I'm like, but yeah, I'm still black though, at the end of the day. And she's like, nah, don't worry about it. I go through the same thing with them too. They actually say that I'm not black enough. And I'm like, how are you not black enough? And you're black too. You're not light skinned or anything. How are you not black enough? They're like, oh, well, it's the same thing with my features too. I'm considered quote unquote racially ambiguous to them as well. So it's gotten to the point where it goes beyond the color. It's now going to your features, no matter what, even if you are jet black. As a matter of fact, one Dominican actually mistaked like me for Dominican, and one Brazilian actually mistaked me for Brazilian as well. They grew on to become friends, you know, in the long run, but that friendship did not go well with the Western black woman. You know what I mean? And it was just as a means of me just being cool, being calm, being chill. You know, I don't really like take them serious. You know, I don't take any women here serious. You know, but I say that to say that just to piggyback that it's worse than we actually think. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's worse than we actually think. It's going beyond colorism. You know what I mean? This is how bad it is.
It is bad. And I mentioned the general bias of which this colorism was a subset for that very reason. We've been applying stereotypes based on a lot of things, including zip code, which neighborhood somebody comes from to a certain extent.
Right.
But the other reason that I mentioned this in this context is because this is not something that we males got from ourselves. As you saw, when one of them pulled you off to the side and said that that's how they view you. Now, I couldn't catch the first part. Did you say that these were these women from work?
Since most of my business consists of shipping, shipping and stuff, import, export, like that's what I do, logistics. So I go to like UPS or something like that, and then I may ship something. I go to the post office, I may ship something. So you will see the interaction with them, like just their looks and how they look at you and stuff like that. You'll see the interaction and things like that. And you'll just say, okay, what did I do? You know what I mean? Like you're wondering in your head, okay, what did I do? You don't even know me from nil, but yet you still have a certain energy about you. And this is not only for the let's say ghetto one. This is for all of them. This is for even the uppity ones too, as well. You know, they have that energy as well. And so, yeah, the Cape Verdean friend of mine, she pulled me to the side, and you know, she's even darker than me, and she says she goes through the same thing. And I'm like, how do you go through the same thing when you're like jet black? And I said, I'm not saying that in a bad way, because we where we come from, we're used to seeing black. We don't even look at black as a color where we come from. You know what I mean? There's different levels of blackness when we look at black. Like, as a matter of fact, I was talking to my uncle. I said, man, I'm getting dark. He started laughing at me and said, you're not dark, man. Because where we come from, we call dark green. You know what I mean? So here, though, the skin color, not only does the skin color matter, but also the looks that you have, or like the looks that you have now matter too. Like if you have a certain shape of nose, if you have a certain shape, certain grain of hair, if you have a certain eyes, like I have big eyes, you know, I just have, that's just me. I was born with big eyes. So they see these things and they're like, oh, this ain't, I've heard it said, I heard one guy, mid-aged guy actually said, this mid-aged guy said, oh, are you black? Or are you a special kind of Negro? And I'm like, I'm black, you know? And it's crazy that this is going on, that, you know, because I caught your video on the racial ambiguous thing, and it goes beyond just color now, you know, with these women. It's mostly the Western women, but you got some guys too who are threatened for some reason. I don't know why they're threatened, because, I mean, it seems like the Western woman wants them anyway.
Well, in a nutshell, it comes down to this, and that is that, well, first off, I'm addressing this going on between black men in general because we don't need it, and yet we got this from a lot of immature sisters. A lot of them were even single moms, and they were just obsessed with this kind of thing. But this is not something, and the manosphere has done a good job of establishing that this is not something that's been passed down from fathers to children. It has been passed down matrilineally, this colorism, in whichever direction it's gone. So in the 80s, it was get you a light-skinned man, make you some pretty babies. And then in the 90s, it was F them ninjas, they stuck up. You use them, but for who you really want, you need to get you a black man. That was how they said it when I was growing up. If you just repeated black twice, then that meant authentically black. And so this is not something that we have been taught this, but I have to be honest. This is not something that we perpetuated based on what a lot of witnesses have been saying. And so the other thing too is that I mention this because that's where it starts. As you said, there's a sequence. First it's shade, then it's head texture, then it's going to be other features, and then eventually it's going to be everything else. And they're going to look for things and move the goalpost. So emancipation's got a point. Light-skinned men cannot retaliate against Mr. Brown for him calling Matt Barnes Becky with the good hair. We're not even supposed to think about that. But by the same token, when it comes to the women are sitting up here and using this in a nutshell to disqualify whatever man they don't want anyway. And they want to disqualify black men, even if they're attracted to us, they want to disqualify. The Western black woman is unique in that even men she finds attractive, she wants to disqualify. That's what's unique about her. There ain't a whole bunch of things that are unique about black folks because other people go through similar things. I mean, if you want to see a ratchet Indian, you can find them. You just got to go to India to do it because the ones that get the visa to go to the US are cherry picked. You could go to the UK and you can find some of them. If you want to find the Pakistani that's no good, go to the UK or go to Pakistan because again, you know, the visa getters or the visa receivers to the US are cherry picked. So you can see the same dysfunction in many people. But what is unique about the Western black woman is that she will try to disqualify even the men that she likes. So they want the darker man right now. They want your shade in a man before they want mine. If they're saying you're racially ambiguous, then they're going to actually mistreat me. And that's where the difference comes in. But they will turn around and use whatever they can against you. If it's your features, but they're grabbing for that. They're looking for this. That's the thing. In my case, it's just easy to see because from a distance, they can tell I'm pale. When I had hair, it was straight. Then then I get up closer and then they can't use my nose and my lips to disqualify me when they get up close, but they got to get up close to see it. Whereas in your case, they got to go and look for it. They got to get up close, see your nose and your lips and maybe your hair, and then they can use that. But they're going to look for something to try to disqualify and knock you down. And that's part of what makes it so easy for other women to not only compete, hell, it's not a competition, but to just outright win and blow black women out the water when it comes to Western black women out of the water when it comes to black men. And that's going even into Africa, South Africa. I mentioned this lady before.
I was about to mention that because they need to really wake the hell up in South Africa, and they really need to chill the hell out with what they're doing. They really need to stop it right now. They need to.
Yeah.
They need to stop it. They need to chill out.
Yeah, they got to cut that mess out. And that law is well, I mean, that's some castration right there. And emancipation brought up a point here that they want to use light men for babies. And see, that was the case in the 80s when I was coming up. But I didn't hear about it till the 90s. But then after that, in the 90s, it was like, no, not really. And in the 90s, it began to be, well, that might not be socially acceptable anymore. And so if they want to have a daughter, yeah. But that's the thing I began to notice. The ones that, like, if they did say, well, you would make, some of them would say in the 90s, well, you would make a pretty daughter. But if you have a boy, I wouldn't keep him. Hearing dumb stuff like this. I'm talking in the teens. So it's always shifting. And the other side, he explained it pretty well too. If they go past the features, then what they're going to do after that is they're going to just use the fact that you're not hood. They're always trying to find a way to disqualify. It's always that. They're just looking for something.
Even that though, even that, you may come from a rough area or rough side of tracks, but you grew and you you ascended that, but that's still not, you bettered yourself, like you bettered your situation, but you never forgot where you come from. That still is not good enough for them. As a matter of fact, if you're bettering yourself, if you're establishing yourself, building businesses, like actually taking care of business, that's not good enough. They, for some reason, they want a music video as their lifestyle, and so you like, even selling drugs or something like that is something that is more desirable than you actually building a business by yourself, a legitimate business by yourself. Some of these scallywags actually prefer you to have that instead of actually doing something legit. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what we're getting at. We're on the same page when we say that. Because see, when I put up near the side's comment, I understand not being hood enough to mean that you don't act the negative stereotype. He's saying hood, but the term I've used, or the term I tried to coin just to be more specific, was IDNS, IDNS, meaning intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. And that's really what they're looking for. It's not, they don't even want every guy that comes from these bad zip codes, because like you said, there are more responsible and maybe quiet, mild-mannered guys from these zip codes than there are stereotypes. But because the stereotype is something, it's something that exists, but it's also something that gets people's attention. And so it's the bad dudes, the bad stereotypes that get the attention, even internally. And that's really what we're talking about. This is, I think everybody here would understand that, yeah, the positive guy from that bad zip code, or that dangerous zip code even, is not the one that gets the attention, because once you're in that area, the women there aren't looking at all the guys in the zip code. They're still disqualifying cats themselves. Matter of fact, the women oftentimes, if you go to the Gulf Coast, you'll see that the women from these bad areas will look for guys from good areas to try to settle with, get their life with. And then if they find that, they're going to go and cheat with the guy from the bad area. But they actually don't pursue the guys from their own neighborhoods that much. They only want the drug dealers from their neighborhoods. Everybody's not going to be a drug dealer. And even then, they only want the ones that are actually rolling in the dough. And every drug dealer is not making money like that. So exactly. They're qualifying men based on negativity, really. And then they're disqualifying men based on not even positivity, but just the lack of negativity. And so what they're doing is they're taking features, when it comes to features and featureism and colorism and texturism, and these are terms that these ladies came up with, by the way, for how men judge women. But when it comes to these things that they're applying, what they're really looking at is who scares other Black men the most. And that is, even for us, that is the most melanated, with the tightest curls, the widest nose, the biggest lips, and the worst behavior, like something out of a Tarzan movie. That's really what they're looking for, because that would be what scares us even. So if it scares other Black men, then it certainly would scare Massa or Massa's grandson. So when we talk about the ladies per se, we already know they're looking for the negativity. They're judging us through the eyes of white supremacy, and we're judging each other through her eyes. But when it comes to this colorism thing, one of the reasons I'm mentioning this is because now you've got a man internalizing this same colorism that the most immature sisters have internalized. You got a man doing this, and if he had not done this, he would have actually been a hero for taking up for himself. But in the process of taking up for himself, he sunk to this level, and nobody's called this out yet. Nobody has said, wait a minute, hold up. You got a right to take up for yourself, but shouldn't you be getting on them against when shouldn't you be getting on them for things they actually did and said and controlled, and not getting on Barnes for a phenotype with which he was born, and getting on DJ Envy for a shade with which he was born? What does good hair and a glow stick complexion have to do with the choices?
Here's the thing about that. And I'm not saying it's right of him to feel the way that he feels, that he's going about it. I'm not saying that it's right, but he probably was ridiculed for his dark skin, like even as at the beginning of his playing career, and probably even before his playing career, he was probably ridiculed for his dark skin. And I guess that, and this is no excuse, but it just probably added up, and he was just like, enough already. And also, even in the NBA, there's colorism. There was colorism even there. There was actually one comment that Kobe Bryant said. Kobe himself, one of the greatest players in the world, he told one of his teammates, "You're playing like a light-skinned dude." This is what Kobe said. So we can only imagine what Kwame Brown probably heard back in the day. No excuse to him, though.
Yeah, at the time that Kwame came up, he came through. He got drafted in 2001, and by that point, the stereotypes were already in. The stereotypes that we now have were already in place. I remember that because those stereotypes even existed as far as 1991, a decade before. In 1991, I was still a teenager. And the idea was that you just were not going to be as athletically gifted if you looked like this. And I remember because a friend of mine, nicknamed Pinky, he's quite pale, and he has freckles and red hair. His sister had green eyes before she passed away. And his niece from his sister still has those same green eyes. She looks exactly like her mom. His mother, I think, has green eyes. And to give an example, I married a North African lady a long time ago. About 6 years ago, I married a North African lady who was, who, even though she was black, people did not know this. The women that saw her did not know this right off the bat. And so, his mother coincidentally wound up looking like the lady that I married. I mean, they looked like they could be related. Don't worry, I could tell them apart. I didn't have any sick incestuous fantasies or anything, but he joined the football team, and I don't mean soccer. I mean American football. And he was sort of like the Kwame Brown, almost, except that it was mostly jokes. It really was mostly jokes. But the thing was that the other guys on the football team really did have this idea that if you, in a scrimmage and practice, you want to be across from him because you could put him on his butt easily. And even though he held his own, it was never said he holds his own. He improved quickly, but it was never said. That was never said about him, that he held his own. And so when the football team members socially congregated with each other, he was still like a hanger-on to a certain extent. So even when they stopped outright disrespecting him, they didn't show him the same level of respect during the freshman and sophomore years, not because he was a freshman or a sophomore either. Now, when I left that school, I'm not really sure, but I remember people wanting to fight with him. I remember a short dude, same last name as me, but this cat was short. He wanted to be a thug so bad, but he really thought he could just whoop Pinky. Now, Pinky was taller than, taller than him. Pinky was a normal height for a man. I guess he's about 5'11", maybe. Pinky was on the football team. He was lifting weights with the rest of the team, so he wasn't a weakling. But because of his freckles and his red hair, it wasn't even straight. There was no doubt about his ethnicity. But he was confronted. I remember the last day of ninth grade, and this short dude came up, "Yeah, man, what's happening, bro? You want to do something?" Calling him out. And he even said, "I'm too big to fight you. I'd be a coward if I start fighting you now." "No, man, let's go, bro. That's cowardly of me." And so we broke it up. But it's like a little short dude looking to get some stripes decided that he could take him out. So the idea from 1991 was that athletically you're weaker. And so therefore, when he got drafted, when Brown got drafted, that stereotype was already in place. He was actually dissed because it was thought that he would be better. That placed an unfair expectation on him because he was still 18 years old. And that's the thing. One of the stereotypes is that generally speaking, the more abundantly melanated a man or woman is, the more that we and white folks tend to think of them as older and more accountable. Like we don't understand their youth, even though it stops you from growing old as quickly. We still tend to look at an abundantly melanated 14-year-old and think they're 17.
Mm-hmm.
And then we start to hold them to those standards, especially athletically. You know, he's supposed to be intimidating on the court. Everybody's supposed to be scared of him, but his skill was that of an 18-year-old, so that didn't happen. So his teammates got upset, and and so he wound up paying the price for that. On top of the trauma that he had to face when he was a kid because of a decision that his dad made and that his brothers made, and that other folks made, and things beyond his control. So he did catch it related to class when he was coming up. Now, when he was growing up in South Carolina, he wouldn't have faced too much of the colorism back, growing up. He wouldn't have faced too much of it. Not that much after the 80s. You know, in the 80s, it was everybody that would have faced it. So that wouldn't have singled him out. But the poverty would have been the reason he would have been singled out growing up. Then he gets older, and then he's singled out because of his age, although they don't say it's your age, because they don't want to give him that excuse. And so he has every right to come out and start roasting people about the things that they've chosen to do. But when he took on that colorism and took on them same stereotypes, that was actually very effeminate. Even though he's attributing femininity to DJ Envy and Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, more so to Matt Barnes and DJ Envy, because he says, well, your wife runs you, DJ. He says that. You cheated and look how you handled it. But when it comes to Matt Barnes, he says Matt Barnes is Becky with the good hair, fighting with his wife over hair care products, and a real black man can come along and steal his wife. That's the kind of stuff he says. So he actually has been going in on Matt Barnes' manhood even more than he has on DJ Envy's manhood. And to be fair, Matt should not have said anything about his junk in his mouth, even pretending like it's an accident. He should not have done that. He shouldn't have said it. But this was in response to his own manhood being questioned because of his appearance.
Right.
Right. And you're right. Kobe was the one that heard that. It was actually Shaq that said it. I remember Shaq said to Kobe, "You need to play. I want you to take it to the hole, like, or don't take it to the hole like you light skin." And Kobe said, "Don't worry, I'll play like I'm dark skinned." I mean, they were okay with that. Apparently, it was some kind of joke. The problem was that, of course, as you and I know, the kids took this joke and believed it, and now those kids are young adults.
Yeah, they ran with it. It's crazy because even here, like when you're dealing with when you're dealing with the whole light skin, dark skin complex and stuff like that, even as a foreigner, and you're not even thinking about light skin, dark skin, or anything like that, they take it so serious to it think you're not thinking about it, but they're thinking about it, and it's like kind of like unbelievable that how now it's gotten to a point where that if you are light skinned, that they expect you to act a certain way, they expect you to carry yourself in a certain type of way. You know what I mean? If you are a light skinned dude. I've seen this play out a lot of times. Hell, I've seen like light skinned dudes actually look down on me. For the reason that I'm just like dark or and what have you, and I guess quote unquote unusual looking. I will say this, and this is no disrespect. This is by no means no disrespect, but you will find it especially amongst Ethiopians. You will find this like context amongst Ethiopians, because with them, I guess there's this thing about being too African, you know what I mean? And so you see a lot of Ethiopians, they're light skinned, although there are like some tribes over there which are dark skinned. I think they use this as a survival tactic okay, I'm light skinned, so hopefully that will that will give me social mobility, not knowing that they're still in the same jar regardless of their color. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, there will be some that might take that. When I lived in Atlanta, I saw that this was, and I even asked some of them about it, and the men said that this was something that the women obsessed about, but not the men. And I wasn't sure if that was true or not, because I don't expect men to sit up and say, "Well, yeah, we men are trash."
Hmm.
But the men said something that now today is interesting. They said that the women assume that they're better looking to us if they're lighter skinned, but that's not really the case.
Right.
Um, and so, and they also said that they think it's going to give them advantages in life. And but then later on, I began to see that it actually was something that was more of a concern to the women than it was to the men.
Right.
The men really didn't trip off that much. The only way that men looks so important to men was, does the woman I like the way I look, and also do I look like my parents? Of course, that does play a role.
Hmm.
And I remember one guy, he was an Ethiopian and he had loose hair. I remember him.
Right.
And he said that he was introduced to me by some of the elementary school girls that were in that church. This is before I was Muslim.
Hmm.
Now, they introduced him to me because they thought we were going to get along based on our phenotypes. But in
Hmm.
actuality, he was just happy to explain the pieces of the language I was trying to learn.
Hmm.
And so we got along based on that, not based on the way that we look. But
Hmm.
later on, he did tell me, he said, listen, I played soccer when I was a few years ago. I played soccer against some African Americans, and I think they were with some organization. I forgot what it's called, something of Islam. And I asked him, do you mean Nation of Islam? He said,
Hmm.
yeah, that was it. And he
Hmm.
told me, he said, they were really rough with me. What was going on? I mean, was that because I'm from the continent? And I told him the NOI would not be rough with you based on you being from the continent. That wouldn't be it. If
Yeah.
they, the only reason they would have been rough with you and singled you out would have been if they thought you were not from the continent, like if they thought you were from another group that doesn't like black people. He said, but there were white people on my team and they weren't that rough. And I said, okay, in that case, then they did it because of your hair texture.
Hmm.
That that was the only thing that was left. I was able to I was able to eliminate everything else because I'd actually seen them. I'd looked at them
Hmm.
before. I said, yeah, it was based on that. Because there's nothing else. I mean, you didn't know them, they didn't know you. And
Hmm.
so they didn't have a chance to think that maybe you were from another group that hated us because, I mean, granted, some of us got issues with Indians and Arabs, but then if we do,
Of
you
course.
normally wouldn't let white folks off the hook if you got a problem with another group of people of color. So I
Yeah.
was like, well, that leaves, your hair texture. And I would not have expected this from them,
Hmm.
but apparently that does exist. And this was before I realized that it was largely women in the continent and in the Americas that focused more on this stuff than it was
Yeah.
men.
Yeah. They do. They do. They do. They
So
do. Yeah.
I
That's what.
was,
That's. Yeah. They do focus on this stuff, and the crazy thing about it, with these crazy Arabs, this is the crazy thing about these crazy Arabs. Not all of them, but you know, they come over here and they're mesmerized by these Caucasoids, you know. But like, for whatever reason, this history is not like told or anything like that, and it's not revisionist history. Um, most of the Arabs of the Prophet's time, alayhi salatu salam, they were of dark skin. This includes Ali ibn Abi Talib. This includes Omar. This includes Uthman. This includes Zubair. This includes Abu Dar ibn Ghaffari. A lot of people like to mention the story of Bilal because there was an incident that happened. Um, and and this just goes to show that they didn't even look at skin color. They weren't even looking at skin color back in that time. A lot of people like to mention the incident with Bilal where Abu Dar said, "Ya Ibn Sauda," and that means, "Oh, you son of a black woman." The thing is Abu Abu Dhar, he was dark as Bilal. He didn't say it based off of his color. He said it based off of his social status. Bilal coming from a slave background, you know what I mean? And quite as kept, Bilal's dad was an Arab, I believe, from Yemen, from the historical sources. So even back then, the color did not matter. It was more of your social status that mattered. Here, it's gotten to the point where your social status takes a backseat to your color, and also to your options, that you're gonna have available, because you can be a guy who has it all together, and you can just be doing what you need to do. But if you don't look a certain way, or if you don't act a certain way, then that's still not going to be good enough for the modern woman today. It's still not going to be good enough no matter what. As a matter of fact, and I'll let you talk, one woman, I'm going to keep her name, like anonymous, but she didn't marry a brother because the brother, although he was taking care of himself and what have you, he didn't match a certain phenotype that she was looking for. Fast forward, she's still 40 something and single.
The 30 something, okay.
No, 40 something. 40 something.
Oh, okay, 40 something. Okay, I'm glad I asked for that confirmation then, because that's quite an age to wind up still single. And you said that you know what, man? Is she Muslim?
She's Muslim. She's Muslim. Yes.
Okay, then I see why you won't give me her name. Is she on YouTube or is she on TV?
Nah, she's not on YouTube. She's not on TV. She was just like someone that someone told me about in the community. And when I heard this, I said, "Oh man, it's really bad out here." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got you. This is not someone, she's not a public figure, but she's someone known to you all locally. But the message is not lost on me. The lesson I still understand that she had a particular type. And I heard some lady say yesterday on a YouTube video I can't find now that having a type is a preference, but having standards is necessary, and there's a difference. Now, the way they described it, we would actually agree with, because what they were saying is that having standards are things that are largely due to what the men do control. Having a type is just a preference that's not up to the men, and that you have to that women have to learn to prioritize standards over a type, and not the reverse, which is what's getting black women into trouble. These are black Christian women talking on this panel that I saw. But somebody in the audience would probably even know exactly who they were and which video it is. I just happen to be just going through them, scrolling through them and seeing this. And that's what this lady did not learn. She did not understand that she has to prioritize standards over a type, because we men also have to do that. We got to prioritize standards over a type. As a matter of fact, we're so aware of our accountability and who we choose that we tend to confuse type with standards. If I ask you your type, you're going to start mentioning the standards. Whereas if you ask a sister her standards, she's going to start mentioning a type, as Cortez Smith said. And we know one of the things that the sisters have, or they refuse one type, and that is a normal man. They just can't accept that. Other side says, yeah, that's true. Average is lame to them, even though most of them are average themselves. Now that's the other part of it. Average and normal is seen to them as below normal, but in actuality, other side, you being nice, man, because most of them are not average themselves. They are lame themselves, because we've let them be lame and still have standards and a type. We've let them still have standards and then demand a type, while they're being lame, because they convinced us that we got to be super clean to qualify for a lowest lame. And I'm saying lame with an M as in Mary. So in a nutshell, getting back to this is part of why it is that we men, we can't sit up and we can't afford to take this stuff seriously enough to where we'll use these as insults when we're angry. We can't afford it because it starts with something that sisters, Western sisters, have simply used just to eliminate not only the men they don't want, but to eliminate even men they do want. And that doesn't even serve them very well. Because I can tell you that sister that you talked about that turned away a man because of the phenotype that he has. Yeah. I assume that she wanted somebody abundantly melanated, tall, muscle bound, and all of that. Okay. And so he showed up and he was normal height, normal build, and he was pale. Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Textbook case, huh?
Yep, that's it.
That's it. Okay, then. So, well, this lady, here's the funny thing. It's not reasonable to believe.
Here's the flip side, though. Here's the flip side to this whole equation that I found absolutely mind-blowing. Here's the flip side. Here is the flip side to this equation. By me, I'm not trying to bring the conversation back to myself, but me, I'm about 6 feet tall, and I'm thin. You know, I guess I'm what they call lithe. You know, they called it lithe. But women have been brainwashed so much that a sloppy woman who doesn't even go to the gym, who doesn't take care of, it's spelled lithe. Yep, definitely. A woman who's sloppy, who doesn't go to the gym, who thinks that if you tell her she needs to work out, you're body shaming her. She feels, and I'm dead serious, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've heard it with my own eyes. She feels she qualifies for what you just named. She feels that she qualifies for the muscle-bound, six-pack dude, muscles sticking out everywhere, and she's sloppy and fat. As a matter of fact, if a guy who isn't fat tries to give her and shoot his shot, chances are he's going to get rejected. When he can do better, that's the thing. He can do better, but he still tries to shoot his shot, but still gets shut down by that sloppy woman because she feels she's entitled to Mr. Musclebound. So this is the flip side to this whole situation.
Okay, so that's something that I've even heard. I've heard O'Shea mention this before. I've actually heard several mention this a lot. Meta 4 CEODOT, Original Department of Transportation, I think. Yes, that's about right. We're socialized to be CompuServes for all weights and sizes. And that's true. You got these muscle-bound, you got some guys that are hobosexuals, as we call them, that'll qualify women like her while these dudes have muscle. So, you got some dudes that are in the gym building muscle just to qualify for a lady like this so they can have a place to stay. But this is going to her head. She thinks that she can, it's funny because when the women see this game played, they don't realize what that game is, even though they've been playing the exact same one. When a muscle-bound guy is validating them so that they can have a place to stay, they don't understand that if you take that same muscle-bound guy and you put enough money in his pocket and job skills in his mind, and he doesn't need her for a place to stay, then, he's not going to go after someone that looks like her. And a lot of these women fail to understand this. But the funny thing is that's the same game. The game they're playing is the same game they cannot recognize in men. You take these same women, and you take that same woman, and all of a sudden she's gorgeous. She, keeps her butt, keeps her breast, and loses her gut. Let's say that that's what happens in her case. is she going to be the exact same towards men as she was before? Or is she, an hour after finding out that she's lost her gut, going to start acting differently towards men? Which one would you expect her to do?
Option two. Option two for sure. It ain't gonna be the same.
Okay, she's going to start being different and start insisting on more, especially more that she can show off to her friends. Well, see, that's exactly the game they're playing. What they're pretty much saying is, if I didn't have this gut, couldn't nobody tell me nothing. I'd be hell on these men. That's in their mind, but they don't understand that they've taught men the same game. Okay, well, I'll get this muscle. And then I'll use that to get a place to stay from these women. But, you know, when I get a place to stay, then I'm going to have some side pieces that are actually fine. The ones that actually check me out when I'm out by myself, they're going to be my side pieces. They don't understand that it's like they see that only men they think that only men can be played, and that men cannot necessarily play these games. And what Cortez Smith says, it's not even homosexuals. That does make it even worse. We do see that happen. Because see, Cortez, not only did you hit on this, Cortez, my wife said the same thing, bro. My wife asked me the same thing. She's non-ADOS. And she pretty much said, my wife said, in the Midwest, she asked me one day, yo, Black, why is it that I would see like these really tall, muscular Black men with big land-well white women? And I told her, well, the reason why you'd see that, and she didn't use the term land-well, but I said to her, the reason you would see that is because those dudes would actually be with a Black woman the same size, to be honest with you. But because they're socialized to, Black men are socialized to have to be Superman to qualify for Lois Lane. That's how we're taught. Like, you just can't qualify. You got to do extra stuff to qualify. When they get in the gym and they get hit the weights and get these muscles, then they qualify for these big women. And the thing is that the big white woman is going to actually approach that man, whereas the big Black woman is still going to try to shoot him down every now and then. So, I mean, these dudes are just, they already don't think that they deserve a thin and attractive woman, even though they've been in the gym, or they've been trained to think that way. We've been trained to think that way because we're not supposed to have standards. But then the white woman comes to you, and the sister sits up and waits for you to go over to her and say hi, and then calls you all kind of names when you don't. That white woman walks up to you because she knows she has to make a pursuit if she wants a guy like you. And she makes the pursuit, and she starts spending on you, and that's why these brothers are with them. So getting back to the thing about the colorism, though, and the featureism, honestly, just overall these internal biases that Black men got. Would you say, looking at ADOS from the outside in, I'm just asking your guess, because I understand that you're not ADOS, and I'm not asking you to know from the inside out, because that's not a fair question to you. But from the outside in, looking at us from the outside in, do you see these internal biases that we have against each other as biases that the men taught or that the women taught?
I say it has to do a lot on the women, and the problem is the women don't take responsibility for the problems that they cause. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem, is that the women don't take responsibility for the mess that was caused and the mess that they bought into, which caused what is going on right now. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, and this is not kissing butt, but black people in general, as a general rule, I will say that Black men, no matter where they come from, be it from America, be it from South America, be it from Caribbean, are the most like race loyal men I have really ever seen. However, because of these things that are going on, and because of the things that Black women are doing and won't take responsibility for doing or buying into, that's why you see what's going on right now. You know, so I will say that a majority of it is the woman's fault, you know.
Okay.
Because they bought into so many dumb things. That's the problem.
I understand that you're going to give an honest answer. I mean, after all, I'm 10 or 11 hours away from you. So one reason I asked you was because of that. There's no, not only that, I'm not a boxer either. So there's no question of you having any reason to fear to give it an answer that would be pleasing to us. You have every means at your disposal to not only give whatever answer you've observed, but to also suffer no consequence for it. And all I wanted was just your honest answer, what you had actually observed. Amongst the Fulani, back in West Africa or living outside of the continent, amongst the Fulani, when you find a similar any biases that people may have based on things that are beyond someone's control, do those biases come from both parents, from dads, or from moms predominantly?
Well, for us, unfortunately, they come from the dad. You know, we get such a bad reputation for being like these marauding herdsmen. Oh, you guys are killing everybody and stuff like that. And the herdsmen are, of course, mostly guys. But yeah, we get that rap. You know, oh, you guys are killers. You guys are you know, bandits and things like that. You guys cause all these problems with your cows and stuff. And, you know, not every Fulani is practicing Islam. There's still some Bush Fulani who still practice like a paganism too. So we'll also take the rap for that too. You know what I mean? So our men cause mostly all of that. Most of the women are pretty chill, pretty quiet, stuff like that. They don't really cause any like other ruckus that the men cause, you know. So we're the ones that get the bad rap, you know. I mean, the men do.
Okay, but biases within the Fulani, meaning internal biases, the ones I was wondering about. I know that there are like
internal biases.
Yes, sir.
Not really. There's not really any internal biases. Maybe your clan name, you know, if you know, so there's just a couple of different little nuances, but it's not too serious. Some may say, oh, you're not Fulani proper. They'll say, oh, you adapted Fula as your tongue and stuff like that generations ago. They'll go by like, oh, your clan name and things like that. But I mean, it's not nothing too serious. You know, it's not really serious. In fact, that's dying down more and more and more.
Okay. And when you have those biases though, are they learned equally from both parents, or are they passed down more by one gender than the other?
More so by the dad. You know, more so by the father. Only a father cares about that crap, you know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So that does explain a major difference between us ADOS and other Black folks when they are in fact patriarchal. Because I'm aware that the Fulani are generally patriarchal. Now I don't know if origin is traced. I don't know if origin is traced down matrilineally or patrilineally. Like, do you belong to the mother?
Patrilineal. Like with any other person, like patrilineal is how it's traced back. With most Africans, it's traced back that way too. And even, you know, with Arabs who have Black mothers, they were still considered Arab, even if their mother was Black. For example, you know, they hide this history from us for a reason. You know, they hide this for a reason. I guess they don't want us to know more about it. But one of the companions by the name of Amir ibn al-As, Rahmatullah alayhi, he had a Abyssinian mother. You know what I mean? and also the guy who went to North Africa, Uqba ibn Nafi, Rahmatullah alayhi, he had a Ethiopian mother as well. You know, but they were still considered Arabs. Like if you read in the history book, they say the great Arab conquerors or stuff like that. But granted, they had black mothers. So I think it's across the board, really.
In a lot of societies, they do trace you by your dad. Among some West Africans, you were traced by mom, even if the fathers rule or even if the men run the show. The Igbo are an example of that. Amongst the Igbo, I read, I'm not Emo, but Igbo, but I read that you belong to your mother's clan, but the father is the head of the household, and the fathers are the ones that run the society. Traditionally speaking, although you're just traced matrilineally, which is the difference between the word matrilineal and matriarchy. And so I just assume that among the Fulani, the descent would also be traced patrilineally, as well as it being a patriarchally run society. But I wanted to ask you because you're here, and I could confirm it before making any assumptions out loud.
You're correct. You're correct. You're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, so in that case, then, so generally speaking, people like to say that Africa was matriarchal, when in fact they're confusing some patrilineal places with an outright matriarchy. And granted, I mean, I understand that there's a good bit of power shared between both genders in certain parts of the world. There were many original American tribes that shared power between the genders. But by the same token, when that did happen, the women had to understand that if they let that power get to their head, they could wind up old and alone too. That was the other thing. I mean, if they're going to, they understood they were going to have to choose between power and hypergamy, because if you're going to compete with the men for power, then you're going to have equal power to many of them. And then in that case, who are you going to marry that has to have more power than you? You just eliminated, you disqualified even men that you would have otherwise liked. So even in that case, they had to understand that. And I'm beginning to think that maybe one of the reasons that societies that are matriarchal, or even that just share too much power with him, wind up with a smaller population. I'm beginning to wonder if that happens really because of what the women want, not so much because of the men, but because of what the women want. I wonder if that's really been the case. And maybe,
I think it's gonna be the case, because you have to look at what's gonna happen in South Africa if they don't like calm down with that crap. That a woman is gonna be able to marry multiple husbands. So if a woman's able to marry multiple husbands, you know what I mean? Where does that leave the majority women at? If they can't even find a husband, if they're looking for one husband, and you have women who are marrying more than one husband, that woman cannot take that much, you know what I mean? Like in terms of when it comes to procreating, you know, she's not going to be able to take that much, because if she has different guys, you know, then it's just going to be very exhausting for her, and she's not going to procreate as much as she had the potential to, you know. So that what they're doing in South Africa is going to create an imbalance big time, because now more women are probably going to end up being single.
Well, that imbalance may already be there. I do think that there will be more and more women that don't find husbands at all.
Right.
But unfortunately, to answer your question, Jay the Boss, South Africa, it's already a law. It's been passed. Somebody sent a link to me earlier, but I'm on my laptop, not on the phone, so I couldn't copy the link. But no, Jay the Boss, it's been allowed. Been legalized according to the link that was sent to me. So the women can now marry more than one man. Now in South Africa, man is legally allowed to marry more than one woman too. And there's not even a cap on that. It's not limited to 4, it could be 9, 13 if you can afford it. But South Africa's pretty much saying that we're just going to allow that across the board. The problem is going to be, of course, with the women's nature. I mean, we already know. I asked my wife about this. I asked her, if a woman marries more than one husband, can she treat them equally? And she said, no, absolutely. She cannot treat two different men equally. It's not something that women can do. She was speaking for women when she said that they can't do that. She's going to treat one well and treat the other one bad. And I saw a polyamorous situation where it was in the States, where this white lady had her main boyfriend and a side boyfriend. And she said they don't have the same rank. She openly said they don't have the same rank. I was with this one and she pointed at the white one. She said long before the brother was there. I mean, she pretty much said right off the bat, he was here first. Now that made me ask, why do you even have a side dude? But in a nutshell, what it came down to is that she could not treat them the same. And what we're going to see is that they're going to pretty much, for very superficial reasons, choose one man, and the babies will belong to that man. And they will know this, and they will still pass those babies off as belonging to the other man. What we're going to see is not just paternity discrepancy where they say, well, I really thought he was the dad. We're going to start seeing outright paternity fraud, where they put the child rearing responsibilities on the man they like the least, and the child breeding responsibilities on the man that they like the most. That's what they're going to wind up doing. And they're going to come up with a movement to justify that. Mark my words, that's next. Already, it's because it's a cover for the dual mating strategy. And that really, I think I suspect that's actually women's biggest secret, globally speaking, their interest in a dual mating strategy. I suspect if you strip them down mentally and injected them with truth serum, and you said, what would be the ideal situation for you in terms of a family? I think they would sit up they got truth serum. I think they would sit up and say, one man to breed and another one to feed. I think they would say that.
I believe it. I believe it.
So I hope to be wrong, though. I mean, I suspect it, Fuller, and you agree. I hope I'm wrong. But what evidence do we see?
It's just looking to go in that direction, though. You know, I'm not trying to sound crazy or anything, though. But when you give these women all this power, it's just not going to be good, you know, when you give all these women this power and stuff like that, because you see how it's playing out over here. You know, it's not playing out over here any good, you know.
Yeah. Really you can see the disrespect when they can do something like this. I mean, we see them lose respect for men for being able to do a lot less. We've seen them lose respect for men that actually haven't even provoked any kind of disrespect from them. They still lose respect for these men. So I can pretty much guarantee that they're not going to respect. They're not going to respect the men that allow this kind of thing, the men that are willing to go for this. Although they're going to channel all of that disrespect towards one man. I'm pretty sure that that's what's going to wind up happening. So, and Edward has even said that women don't respect men that can tolerate being cuckolded, and that's why they feel the need to do it to men that would tolerate that. And of course, you and I know as Muslims how outrageous and blasphemous that is to even legalize women marrying more than one man.
Right. Right.
And so, you know, when I sat out here it was months ago when I was, it was months ago. I was sitting outside with some Bedouins one night, and it was still during the winter. And they started asking me about America, and I told them, well, I haven't been back since 2019, and this was early 2021. But I had to tell them, look, this is what's going on. Because they asked me, like, can you have two wives? He wants to go to America, but he has two wives. What does he do? And I said, what he should do is he and his wife should apply separately for visas. And then all of them get the visas. But when they apply, they can travel there together, but not as husband and wife, because he could visit even though he's married to both, but he can't live there and he's married to both legally in front of the courts. What he would have
Right.
to do is what he would have to do is he would have to go and travel with them and act like they're just girlfriends. Because I mean, that's
True.
okay, that's fine. But he just can't marry both of them in front of the courts there. So he has to treat them equally. He has to be a boyfriend to both of them as far as anybody can see. But religiously speaking, they're married.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask this. I'm going to put his
Okay.
comment on here. What is your take on this? What I just put up on the screen?
I don't think they care at this point, though. That's the thing. I don't think they care at this point. As I said before, and this is what was shocking. This shocked me. Well, actually, it didn't shock me, but it just put things in perspective for me right now. I was talking about this one girl. You know, she rode like a couple of Cox carousels. She got pregnant by one guy. You know, she got pregnant by one guy. The guy was no good. You know, instead of healing herself, and instead of you know, because the guy was a domestic abuser too, instead of like getting herself together and being calm, cool, and collected, she messes around and rides another cock carousel, and she gets pregnant by another guy not too long after she left the guy before. Now, furthermore, one Black American woman, you know, and this is no disrespect to her, but she actually said that she actually said what you call it, that, you know, that every girl has a whole face. She said that. She said that there was no shame with what she said. She said she said that. So I don't think they're gonna care if they're called bad names or anything. I think we're past that at this point. If you have a girl who said every girl has a whole face, I think we're past names at this point.
Well, in a nutshell, I kind of thought the same. Well, I was very sure the same thing. And the reason I even asked about it was because I suspected that Jay the Boss may have been writing this from outside of the United States, or Canada for that matter, or Western Europe. And I'm not sure where the location is. I don't want him to actually say for his own safety and privacy, but I suspected that he wrote it from outside the West because that actually is very logical. It's what we would have expected just in our own childhoods. But now in the West, things really have changed to the point where, no, man, they're not being shamed for this stuff anymore. And what's even funnier is that they're being encouraged to do this. They're being encouraged to be exactly what it is that men don't want. And one thing we don't necessarily want is a slut. Now, some say, well, you men want to sleep around. But the funny thing about that double standard is that women themselves tend to go for that, which is one thing that the other side pointed. I think it was him that he posted when he said that a lot of guys in low income zip codes tend to lose their virginity in their early teens, and this gives them experience. And that's one of the things that women like. Now, I don't know how many of them actually lose their virginity in these areas, but we do know that women will respond to an experienced man. And so that double standard is actually something that women demand more than men, because men will even marry a woman that's had sexual partners before, whereas women will not screw a man that has not screwed someone else before. A lot of them won't do it. And that's part of why it is that you get into your mid-teens and some guys are already digging them out, and other guys are not. They're not going to, because the women can smell other women on a man. A pheromone company called Beaches, I think, was the name of the company. They made a pheromone called high octane. I remember this back in the 90s. I remember because I ran an experiment and it worked. The pheromone, they said, was not a male pheromone that they were selling to men. They said the pheromone was a combination of male and female pheromones, and you were supposed to mix it into colognes or something you would spray on yourself. And that it was that mixture coming off of you that would stimulate one nerve in a woman's nose that's not responsible for smell. It's one nerve responsible only for picking up pheromones. And that nerve was connected straight to, they call it some deep part of the brain. I don't know if they call it the lizard part of the brain or what, but a company took this research and they said that in order for this to work, they had to put male and female pheromones together so that every woman that so-called smelled a man would smell other women on them. And then they would be drawn to him, and they wouldn't have to think about it, and he wouldn't really have to do much to convince them. It would go straight to that center of the brain. What that says is that the women are actually the ones that demand that a man be a hoe, so to speak, or that he be experienced. That's their demand. And they think that they can trick us into accepting the same thing. And so, and if they can't, they still feel like, well, we're going to make these men accept it by just not offering any better. So they're pretty much functioning as a sexual labor union together just to make sure that they do not offer to men that which we want, part of which is chastity. And whatever the case is, even if I'm wrong about that, I observed what you said, and that is that they're just not going to, they don't like chastity. They're encouraging each other to be thoughts and tricks and hoes, and just because men don't like it, really. Meech, how you doing, man?
How's it going there, sir?
So far, so good.
All right,
I'm glad somebody was able to come up.
oh yeah, I've been listening to you for a while now, man. I've been listening to you for a while, man. You spitting some hot fire, spitting a lot of truth, man. And I'm gonna tell you, our we have what we're looking at, black men, is something that is far more simplistic than we think, but the actual doing, it's like running. Running is simple, but it's arduous, right? It takes a lot of energy to run. It takes a lot of discipline to run, especially when you're talking about long distances. That's what we're dealing with right now. What's one of the first things? If you take the things from starting at the top, you probably will only get 5 levels down before you run into when you're talking about what we really need to do. First thing is we got to be willing to work, right? Second thing is we got to have, when I say unity, I'm not expecting everybody, not every black man. We don't need 100% of anything. In fact, no group has 100% of the people in their group working towards the betterment of the group. You can tell that because every country has police, whether they have, even when they only have their group in that country, right? Some form of authority. So
Yes.
we need enough of us to work together. You get what I mean? This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is a marathon, not a sprint. The second thing is discipline. Look, we're all red-blooded males. I get it. You know what I mean? I was 20-something. I'm 42 years old, right? I'm turning 43 later on this year. I've been there. Look, when I was younger, hey, man, you do some wild shit you do some wild stuff in your early 20s when you're trying to get a little something, right? The thing is, a lot of the people that are here talking in these spaces now are mid-30s and up, right? We have to be an example to younger men, because right now, how often do you wake up and you ask yourself, you know what, I really thought I knew what I was talking about when I was 22, and you think back on it now, however old you are, and you're like, I really needed to do a lot more listening and a lot more shutting up back then, right? Well, hey, these new crop of guys that are 20, 25 years old, hey, they're human too. They're going to go through that too. You get what I mean? It just is what it is. We need to be examples, right? So when they see us not exercising discipline, for them, that's even less of a reason for them to now exercise discipline, because if anybody's going to exercise discipline, it should be us, right? They're watching us. Even if they try to pretend like they're not watching us, they are watching us, right? Women, I say all that to say this: women operate off of options, right? So if she can turn away from Black Mind and Meech, and I didn't get the other guy's name right there, I can't see it being covered up, but if they could turn away from them because they know that there's going to be another guy that comes along that at least tries to give her what she wants, right? Curtsies for her, right? Is the blue pill simp, and she thinks it's going to be readily available, then she's far more likely to act incorrectly with Meech and Black Mind, because she has options, right? One of my buddies was just telling me, he said, hey, you know, he said that some of the girls he'd been talking with, he meeting on these dating apps, right? He said the last 3 he talked to, all of a sudden are open to polygamy, right? And he said before it wasn't like that, but now they're talking like that. I'm like, you know why? Because they see that their options are narrowing. Anybody that's taken a girl out before understands that as soon as you're talking about a menu and they have to make a choice, it's far easier for them when they have fewer options on that menu. It is what it is. A girl that's like my sister, she's not my blood sister, right? But I've known her, well, we've been friends since 15 years old, right? And for the first time, I would say a year ago, and she is somebody I thought, hey, you know, the kind of girl, like, I know what I want kind of woman. And we were getting ready to go out, and I was like, well, where you want to go? And her words exactly, I'm a girl, I don't know. Or why are you asking me? I'm a girl. She said this. Here's the thing, they don't give you that information until they get older. I've dated older women. These older women are giving a lot of the information. The younger women are wanting to take advantage of the fact that you don't know, because they still have the energy to play the game. Older women can't play the game the way they used to, right? Like BGS says, a little more, especially when you're talking about around that what is it called? They hit it in their 40s, menopause. Around that menopausal age, especially if they like you, right? So, you know, no sort of bragging, but hey man, look, I was on the good looking side of things, right? When I was younger. It is what it is. That's not bragging. This is what women told me, right? A tall guy, muscular guy. Hey, I got born lucky, right? So women found me attractive. But the thing is that even being attractive, I wasn't a player. You get what I mean? So
Yes, sir.
the nice guy. I was a nice guy, right? So they feel a little more relaxed to give you certain information when you're a nice guy. And I kid you not, they started running things down to me and saying things to me that at that time I couldn't necessarily appreciate, because I will admit, the way I was raised, hey, I had faith in Black women, right? Most of the women in my family are women. I mean, most of the people in my family are women, right? I very rarely spent time around any males in my family. Very rarely, right? So I didn't get men's side of anything. If I was around men, it was friends, the fathers of my friends or their stepfathers or something like that. And even then, that was rare. A lot of it was us, you know, kind of just floating out there doing what we think is manly, what manhood is. We have to start understanding something. When we exercise our options, that lessens their options. What is one of that? When we exercise our option to choose something else, all of a sudden it takes their option of having us off the table. We've just lessened their option. You don't have the option of doing whatever you want with me anymore, I've lessened your options, right? So now they have to look back and say, okay, what other options do we have left? And reality has to set in when they realize that what they can do with these other groups of men is it's not even on the same galaxy of what they've been able to do and get away with when it comes to us. It really isn't, man.
I've heard BGS and Edward Anderson point to that before and say that that's exactly why it is that the Western black woman has nowhere else to go, and that the talk of divestment is largely just to insult us into trying to compete with other men in terms of resources for them, because they wish that we were the same way that we are now, except with more resources. Although when they find a man like that, they still can't submit. Now you mentioned that if we men our age were to if we were to show more discipline, then we would be the example for the younger men. And I agree, I certainly do, because if they see men our age not showing discipline, then they could very well believe that we can't show any more discipline than they can. They may very well believe that what they're going through at 20 is exactly how we feel at 40, that it doesn't change as you get older.
There you go.
They may very well believe that. Well, could that be the reason that single mothers became even as much as a movement? They don't say they are, but if we say, okay, factually, they're a movement, not just a demographic, but an actual movement, could that be the reason that they became a movement? Specifically, so that young men would not be able to see the examples in their dads and uncles?
Well, it's a mix of things, right? It all comes back to options. See, so all of us, all of the things we talk about, they all tie in together. And all of them lead to black women having options. So when they speak to you in a certain way, it's because, hey, the history shows that I'll get away with this. And not only will I get away with it, I'm gonna still be able to go on, find another man, and with the standards that we have nowadays, I might even get a guy who makes a little bit more money than the last guy that I disrespected, right? Because we have you no longer have to go find bad examples. Before, you had to leave your neighborhood, you had to play with certain kids. Now it's right there in your pocket all the time. So when we talk about like you said, like a single mother movement, it's because what they're doing there is saying, hey, let's put this out there. Let's see how far, let's see what we can get away with when we try this, right? Like, the little kid, the baby that goes and tries to touch all the furniture in the house and then goes to the television, but they'll look at you before they touch it, and they want to see what your reaction is going to be. And the closer you let them get to it, the closer they will move to it. And if you let them touch the television, they'll touch it. Then they'll play with the buttons on the television. Then they'll grab the cord and they'll try to pull the television, right? It's all about what we allow them to get away with. And this right here it's just baby steps that they've taken. They've just taken a million baby steps because we've allowed them to take a million baby steps. So all of the things you guys are saying, like a single mother movement, they're not going to call it that, but it's there nonetheless. It doesn't matter what you name it, right? Rose by any other name. So when men start exercising discipline, I just said this on the other panel. Art of Whitmore has a panel up, right? I think about this a lot. So everything comes down to groups, right? And I gave this example, so I'm going to walk it down again. So during 9/11, the racism towards black men in this country had a slight decrease, right? And why is that? Because now all of a sudden the group is U.S. citizens, right? And we have an outside enemy, perceived outside enemy, right? Okay. Now we move past 9/11 a bit. People start settling back into the race. The racism ramps back up in the country because it's never left. I'm not delusional. Now all of a sudden, We have the races, and those are the groups. So we have, African Americans, right? And the usual. So African Americans, what we should be doing is working with each other. And that means our women are doing what they need to be doing so that we can combat racism, right? But we can't do that because our women are playing as our enemy now too, right? Okay, so then that you got to go back to a smaller group, right? You fall back to another group. That's ADOS men, black men, right? And we're supposed to be working together so that we can get our women in line, because we need to get our women in line to combat racism, right? Okay, but even then you have black men that will pull the BS with each other and cater to women. We have examples of that with Derek Jackson, with Umar Johnson, Sheriff David Clark, Brandon Tatum, Steven Jackson, even, to a certain extent. We have all these people that pull this kind of stuff, right? So now you have to pull back to an even smaller group, and that is black men who are going to kowtow to white people, right? Trying to get butter biscuits, right? And we're trying to push them out. So we have to pull back to even a tighter group, right? Now within that group are the people who are serious about it, what it is we need to do. So, the people who don't want to work harder and be them better selves, be the best them, they need to be pushed aside. The people who don't want to put money or aren't willing to vote with their wallet and with their feet need to be pushed aside. The people who aren't willing to exercise discipline, they need to be pushed aside. Now, what I mean by that is you don't have to cut your ties with them completely, because, hey, maybe they repair computers. You can deal with them when it comes, if you need a computer repaired. But aside from that, they're not coming to your cookout. You're not telling them the secrets. You're not telling them your innermost secrets or anything, especially about what the group is doing, because those are going to be the people that are going to sell you upriver. What's one of the most famous instances we have? The Black Panthers, right? It's all about the grouping. We have to be very serious in these groupings, and how you move in those groupings is going to determine the options that your enemy has. This is all chess. It's all war. It's all war. It's all chess. You remember the game of life, right? There are certain moves you make if you want a certain outcome. They're not guaranteed, but most likely they're going to give you the outcome, right? We got to go off of probabilities and not possibilities. Possibilities only matter to the point of having they have to have a minimal, they have to have a certain amount of probability for you to even focus on them. Otherwise, what does it matter if they're possible, right? I mean, what's an easy example? Somebody standing behind you and all of a sudden you feel it, right? That's just energy, right? It doesn't mean it. Now, if you can feel somebody standing behind you that hasn't said anything, right? Or maybe even 20 yards away, you feel that energy. Now, is it possible that maybe you can, pull on that thread and learn how to manipulate energy, and then you can levitate houses just by thinking about it? Who knows? But it's not probable. So we shouldn't care about that right now. We have to be disciplined, and we got to focus on probability, and we got to be willing to limit our exposure and our interaction with people who aren't like-minded, aren't moving in the same direction that we're moving in.
That mix and separate policy is indispensable to us. That oil and water, where certainly you can have them at a cookout, but there are certain things you couldn't tell them, because even when you start moving and you start to accomplish things, some things you might keep even from the people with whom you work to protect them.
Yep.
So certainly when you're dealing with folks that aren't working towards the same goal, even if they're not working against you, but they're just not working towards that same goal, you have to keep certain things from them. Certainly not only to protect what you're doing, sometimes even to protect them, but definitely to protect what you're doing. It generally is true. Once you say out loud what you're planning on doing, then even things that are invisible start to happen against it.
Yeah,
And so we can't. Everybody that you can sit down and have a meal with is not everybody that you can tell your future plans to.
absolutely.
And truth be told, if I just overhear a conversation between two people, and one of them's talking about his goal and what he's going to do, and I'm against that goal, but I just happen to overhear the conversation, it's in my best interest to not only work against it, but to leave him with the impression that the one he sat down and talked to was the one that leaked, not me overhearing it. And so
Absolutely.
even when telling people you trust, you don't have to only be careful about who you tell. We have to be careful about when and where we tell them the information so that others don't so that others don't overhear. Because if
Absolutely.
you're sure nobody else overheard it, then you're going to assume that the one that you told is the one that leaked, when in fact it just could have been someone overhearing it. It is true. We got to
Absolutely.
control the information that we give to others, not even out of hatred, but just for the sake of efficacy. And so I was wondering though, you mentioned too that you mentioned that, well, I mean, you answered by saying that yes, it seems very well to be the case that they chose, or that they've decided to become a movement so that the young males would not be able to see our examples. You don't have to tell me where you live,
Mhm.
but in the part of the country in which you live, I'm assuming you still live in the U.S., even though I left.
Yeah, I'm still in the US.
Okay, so in the part of the country in which you live, how easy is it for men our age to reach younger men that are still minors without interference from their mothers?
You know what? Um, there's no part of the United States where it's easy to do that, right? I live in a town. I wouldn't say it's a military town, but it has a military base here, and that does affect, like the economy and everything like that. But the United States as a whole, unless you literally live like in farm area or something like that, uh, and most black people don't live in that area, right? It's not very easy. It's not. It's very difficult to affect the to speak to younger men without their mothers actually finding out. Now you know something though. Check this out. One of the reasons for that is because that young man hasn't yet experienced enough of life to understand that if you say something to him that is in direct conflict with what his mother may say to him, that he needs to keep that to himself and not go tell his mother. So we have a lot of people that are still blue pill simps. You can be a simp unintentionally. If you ask me, most people that are simps are not intentional simps, right? They just have to
Right.
come to they have to be introduced to this, and even then it takes years. I mean, man, look, I've been listening to stuff like this from not even the BGS level of stuff, but I started off with Tariq Nasheed and I can't remember his name, the brother, the finance PhD brother. But this is back in 2015 ish. I started listening to them. So, I mean, it's it's a progress. You progress into getting to a certain level. And so when we come at some of these younger dudes, not only have they not experienced life, but they haven't been listening to this kind of stuff to where they can even compare it to the what life they have lived, right? So what
Yes.
there is gonna be having an understanding, having patience for people who don't know yet, but also being willing to separate from the people who just don't know, because hey, even if you just don't know, it might be out of, they may have all good intentions in mind, right? But if he goes back and tells what we've been talking about to the wrong people, it can blow the entire thing up, right? So we have to be willing to, but you know what that means? That means that we're also going to be watching some of the people we're close to walk into the middle of traffic because they just don't know better, and we have to gauge it that one person isn't worth risking blowing up the whole thing we've been trying to work on, right? It's not, we're
Yeah.
not going to send them into traffic. You don't send them into traffic, but if they just don't, well, that's a great example. If you're dealing with somebody who doesn't understand that you shouldn't walk into the middle of traffic, that person is a danger to themselves, which means right off the bat, they're going to be a danger to you. It is what it is, right? You should don't ride with somebody who doesn't understand that they can't grab the wheel when you're driving down the road at 100 miles an hour. They're a danger to you. They may not mean harm, but for whatever reason, they don't understand it, and you can't deal with them. They are a danger to you. You have to walk off. And me, I'm learning here later in life that there are people, family members that I am close to, that I can't deal with them in certain ways. It is what it is. People I've known that I've been friends with since I was a teenager, right? 20, 26, 27 years. I just can't deal with them in that way. Now, if their lack of understanding causes them some sort of harm or their death, it will hurt. It'll be hurtful. But I can't be so selfish that to avoid the hurt that I'll deal with if they're harmed, to allow me to risk what we need to do just for the sake of not dealing with the hurt that, if they're harmed or if they die or something like that, man. We have to take this stuff seriously. There's a lot of smoking. Y'all served 9 years in the Marines. We call it smoking and joking, right? Which is basically BS. A lot of BS. And look, here's my saying. I'm gonna tell you a couple of sayings I have. Black people in this country are now the entertainment class. What does that mean? That means that the way this country views us, whether it's accurate or not, the way this country views us is primarily as providers of entertainment. The thing about entertainment is that it can be changed at any time, right? I don't know if you keep up with boxing, but what I'm getting ready to say doesn't require, you to be a diehard fan of boxing. So we've all heard about the Paul brothers, right? Jake Paul, Logan Paul. These are not even top-rated level boxers, but there's some of the most famous people, some of the most currently popular people in boxing because of their social media outside of boxing, right? Which shows you that boxing is now being focused more on leaning more towards the entertainment of boxing than the art of boxing. They said that I can't remember if it was Logan Paul or Jake Paul, but whichever one fought most recently had more, I can't remember which area of views it was, but more than Errol Spence, which is one of the superstars of boxing right now, more than Alvarez, which is perhaps the biggest superstar in boxing right now. And so when you more than Baltimore guy, I can't remember his name right now, but if he brought in more views than these guys who are real boxers, that shows you that it's morphing, right? It's morphing. Well, it's the same with when it comes to black people and what it is we really need. It's ever so slightly, they're changing what people focus on and what's most important. When's the last time you saw consistency in things that are actually necessary for us compared to what's just entertainment? With us being an entertainment class, where do people focus? Robert Smith. How often do you really hear about him now? We're just saying, like, it should be amazing. You have a black billionaire. People should be utterly amazed. He should be, when it comes to black people, he should be one of the most talked about topics, period. Not just for a little while, but period. Well, how often do you really hear about that kind of thing? You hear about entertainment, right? You can't drown out entertainment when it comes to black people. And that's the way they're looking at us, entertainment. But see, entertainment can be changed. The example I just gave you with boxing, right? They have something they called a not a league title, but basically a title that doesn't come. You don't win the title. They just made it up. You can't win it, which means you can't lose it. They just arbitrarily decide whether or not you deserve it. So you don't earn the title. They morph it however they want to do it, right? Same with us being an entertainment class. So right now we rule when it comes to being the most entertaining in this country. They can change that. Then where are we? We're not even leading that. We're doing it with boxing. Boxing was primarily ruled by black people, right? But you got people out here now that just won't fight black people. Then what?
That's what the King Kong movies were based on when they first came out. They were supposedly, according to some sources, I mean, they were to insult Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Even though his wife wasn't blonde, she was just Caucasian. It was largely to insult her. He was seen as being just a disaster because of the fact that he flaunted the money he made.
Right.
And
Yep.
But when it came to boxing, he did do it with skill and with strength. And I remember reading about how they were scrambling to find somebody that could take him out while he was young and in his prime. And it took until he got old before somebody could finally knock him down.
Yes, it did.
And so I do notice that when we go into something, we tend to, especially if there's a high financial reward for it, whether it's acting or physical sport. When we go into something, we generally do take it over. One gets in, and that does signal the end of any white domination of any particular field.
Absolutely.
And that's probably, honestly, I think that if you took, if physicians were celebrities, there'd probably be more of us that were physicians. But like Johnny Cochran, he increased our interest in law. We had attorneys before, but he increased the interest in the Black community in going into and practicing law.
Yep.
And when Alex Haley was an ambassador, he increased the, no, I'm sorry. I think Ralph Bunche, even before that, if I'm not mistaken, he increased the interest in African Americans in going into foreign services, diplomacy. And then later on, Jesse Jackson was handpicked for certain missions, but that he increased that interest again. So I'm just simply saying that when one of us goes into something and there's a recognition for it, more of us go into it, and we tend to dominate because people realize, this is the one that you can trust to really do it better than somebody else. And so for boxing to be deteriorated now, or to be based on social media now, it probably is done so that one, they can pay boxers less and still keep more of the ticket sales. And then two, of course, they can change that which has been a means for us. So that means they're probably going to they do it with boxing now. They're probably going to wind up doing the same thing with basketball later on. And before you know it, you won't have somebody like Brown or Barnes who go into the sport and then sit on tens of millions later on. They probably are looking and saying, this is how we can reduce how much we pay any professional
Absolutely.
white, just to make sure that Black folks don't get this money.
Absolutely.
Because one thing that Kwame Brown did say, I mean, he in these rants, he has said you all are focusing on the wrong things, because a lot of you all are retired too. You retired. When you were playing, you should have put some money together to start some community centers and things to bring up the literacy. He has brought up these valid points. Yep. And he's not the first one to do it, but he's brought them up. And I suspect that that's part of why they're looking for a way to cheapen the skill of boxing and to cheapen the skill of basketball and football, so that they can pay the best player in the country pittance, what an Instagram model would make, for instance. I think that's why they're doing it.
Perfect phrasing. Perfect phrasing, sir. I don't mean to cut you off. Cheapen the institute of boxing. Cheapen the art of boxing. So now people aren't watching for boxing. They're watching for entertainment, and it doesn't matter what form that entertainment comes in. They're not there for boxing. So it doesn't matter how skilled you are. It doesn't matter how serious you are about boxing. As long as they're entertained, they don't care. You are exactly right.
It seems like they're trying to do to it what was done to wrestling, except in the process also lowering the salaries of them,
Yep.
of the boxers, which they did not necessarily do with the wrestlers. And so they will. I mean, there may come a time when even the injuries aren't real. The cuts above the eye aren't real. The swollen chins and the swollen knuckles the next day aren't real. That day may very well come.
Yeah.
Just like in wrestling, they don't even get these wounds because they're not really doing these wrestling moves on each other. So I hate to say it, but yeah, it seems like that could very well be the case. And unfortunately, that might be what it takes for many of us to say it's not worth arguing about anymore. That's the sad thing. It shouldn't take them doing that for many of us to say that these things are sports and they're not worth us arguing with each other and disunifying with each other over, having arguments in public in front of everybody else behind this kind of thing, like what's going on with basketball now because of a skill that an 18-year-old didn't have because he wasn't 22 yet. He wasn't 23 yet.
Right.
Because of that, he's been dragged through the mud for decades. And and so he's finally fighting back. And that's not something he should have experienced to begin with. I mean, they should have said, look, you were the best in high school and you're an addition to the team, but we don't expect you to play like us yet. Now, in 4 years, you better be better than we were when we started. Right. But right now, you don't have to start off like us. He didn't get that benefit. And the thing is, that's because we in our community, we've taken sports as not just a way to learn, but we've also taken them as being more important than what they are. And I saw this when I was coming up, when I played soccer, 4th and 5th grade. I went ahead and played soccer, and that's the most popular sport outside the U.S. As you know, it's the least popular in the U.S. Or it was at that time, I should say. And it was the least popular by a long shot amongst our people. Because back then in the 80s, they would tell you N-words don't play soccer. We would say this to each other.
Absolutely.
Ironically, the funny thing is I played on an all-black team. But we had just formed as a team in that league, that little league. So we were all inexperienced. And what I saw then was that for my parents, it was a sport. It was a way to learn. It was important that I practice, stay in shape, that I take the game seriously while I'm in it. But they weren't blaming me if my team lost. But when it came to the others, they were coming from different income levels. Some making more and some making less than us, than what my parents made. But what I saw happen was that almost across the board, about a third of the parents, if I remember right, were treating this like it was life and death. And they were really upset when the team lost. Well, the first year we lost every single game that season because it was our first time playing. We did not win a single one. Every team we played against was more experienced. The coach didn't even match us up with other teams that had just formed. He said, you'll actually be better next year. And I asked him, why is it that we never played against other teams that were new? They had all been playing from the time they were in 2nd and 3rd grade. And he said, because by you playing against them, you got even better. So you're going to be better at the beginning of next year than what you were last year. In the second year, we went and we lost. But what I saw was that when we lost, the way some of these parents went in on their kids for missing a goal or for having the ball taken from them by a member or for an exception, a member of the opposite team or an interception, i.e. you kick it and then somebody from the other team gets it. Missing things like this, it would set these parents off. Like, what the F? Didn't I tell you? Did we practice this? Yeah. And I remember at the end of the last game of the season, there was one boy that cried. And I asked my dad asked me, why did I think he cried? And I said, well, Dad, I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't talk. And then later on, my parents told me they were looking for this. They were looking at this as a way out for their kids. Yeah. They want their kids to be the next sports celebrity for this. And they were taking an extra risk because everybody else is saying my baby's going to be a football player or a basketball player. That's it. Maybe boxing. But soccer, that was unpopular already. So the parents were taking an extra risk, putting their kids in soccer, which means they probably couldn't get them on a baseball or football team or into a boxing gym. And then the kids had to go through that beginning phase with this. And what I learned from that is we don't tolerate from each other learning and starting and just getting off or just now beginning to learn something or going to the next level and adjusting. We don't have that with each other.
No, we don't.
And thus, that's something we got to learn. And it should not take taking a sport, it should not take our enemies cheapening a sport before we look at it as being unimportant enough to not argue about and mistreat each other behind. Because when you think about it, we've been sitting up here and assessing manhood of little boys by sports skills.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can I want to kind of re-say what you just said in a different way, right? About those kids and playing. Basically, you are not worth investing in if I don't have a guaranteed outcome, right? So you basically look at you like a stock. You're not their child. You're not a human who has to experience life and try things out that you may not even like, or try things out that you may love and you're just not as good at. They're looking at you like a lottery ticket. I invest this money in this NIGGA right here because it's primarily boys that they do this to. Didn't produce as I expected. That's what happens there. And that primarily happens when there's not a man in the house. You know what you typically get with males is when they have a father or father figure there. Hey, I saw that you really didn't give it your all. The vast majority of the time, that's when it's going to send a guy over the edge, right? Mm-hmm. But with women, I don't care if you gave you all of that. I don't want to hear that. You didn't bring me back what I wanted. These children are like tools to them, China dolls to them. It's not, you're not of yourself. In and of yourself, you don't mean anything to them that they need to nurture your humanity. That's not what matters. That's the reason why they cannot pour any real energy into making a young man the best man that he can be, and then later on throw him out there and say, well, you gonna figure it out. That's why. Because his humanity doesn't matter. What he needs for himself doesn't matter. It's only about what he can bring to them. Okay, now you're 18. Go out there and conquer the world. He doesn't even know what that means. He doesn't even know what that means. He might have heard the word before. He might even heard the phrase before, conquer the world. What is that? Just because he's heard people say it doesn't mean he understands what that means. You know, I told my buddy, I told you I served the military 9 years, right? Sure. One of my buddies I served with, I was based in Yuma, Arizona for a while. And one of my buddies I served with, I speak with him on a regular basis, right? If I were to say to you, hey, we got to take this all over, there is especially when you are an ADOS man, right? There's a certain vision that you're going to have in mind when it comes to what's required to take this stuff over, right? Or even just to have sovereignty in the United States, just to get to the point where you are treated equally as a United States citizen, right? You are going to have a variety of different things that comes to mind, right? Because you haven't been, black men as a group, we haven't been given anything when it comes to this country. We've had to fight it. We succeed in spite of things, right? And it's because in spite of the policies of this country, not because of the policies of this country, right? Okay.
Yes.
Black women haven't lived in our shoes. They don't know what that's like. Think about this. Let's say since the 60s, they've been free to do almost anything they want to do, right? Okay, 1960. We are in 2020. That's 60 years. Can you name one and I mean literally just one, not even a major city, a town of women, especially when you're talking about black women, where everything from stem to sternum is created, owned, and managed by black women. Just one in the United States. And we have over 340 million citizens in this country. Name one town of just 1,000 women where they're not dependent on tourism. They have a product that they create and they sell for money that's not prostitution. And from stem to sternum, it's all on them. Name just one.
We no, we men actually don't imagine trying to build something like this without women. We just may be forced to in certain places, but we don't wake up or we don't reach 18 and say, okay, well, I want to build all this in my life with no help from women. We start building, and if they help, they do, and if they don't, they don't. But even though I don't know of a town I could look at and say is run with no women's help, by the same token, I'm not aware of any town that's run by women with no men's help, white or black.
No, I'm talking about a town that's run by women with no men's help. That's what I'm talking about. Name one. Because
I'm not aware of any.
They've been boosted up since the 60s. If it's 2020 right now, that's 60 years. And with all the help they're given, they brag about degrees. They brag about we open up the most businesses. They brag about just 1,000 women. You can't name one. You know why? Because it doesn't exist. And if it did, that will be one of the most talked about towns in this country. They couldn't stop talking about it. They couldn't stop promoting it, right? It'd be in the Griot. It'd be in Essence. It'd be in any Lipstick Alley. It would be in all of these things. You can't name one because there's not one that exists. They couldn't stop talking about it, right? Hey, the moment the group, which included black men too, but was led by black women, went out there and bought that 96 acres in Georgia because they want to build a black town. It was everywhere, right? It was everywhere.
Yes.
So certainly if you have a town that has properly functioning electricity, plumbing, right? You have cellular connections there. You have manufacturing there, and it's all from A to Z. It's all women. They wouldn't be able to stop talking about it. It doesn't exist. They don't. We have to be honest with ourselves. Men, I go back to the group thing, right? It takes us being honest with ourselves. Women don't want what they are purporting to want. This is the reason why when you have a white woman coming out and saying, hey, we tried it to where women try to go out and be successful, but they have to marry men that are willing to be Mr. Dad and not, go out and be go-getters and be the typical alpha male, right? The purported vision of an alpha male. They don't like those men. They don't like those men. And what we're dealing with now is women that I tell my buddies this all the time. Men, the stuff that is manly, right? We make it look cool, right? Because we handle it in a way, especially when you talk about a black man in this country, we handle it in the way that we deem necessary. We may not even like it, right? We may not even like it. Let's be honest. Most black men, we don't like having to knuckle up with somebody. We'd rather not, right? But hey, you've been taught, especially as a black male, especially black male, dude, you got to be willing to knuckle up at any moment. You can't look, I'm 6'2", 250, right? I tell my buddy this all the time. Hey, and I'm a trucker. If I'm out here and I see a white dude that is 6'5", 375 pounds, I don't want to fight with this dude, right? I don't want to fight with this dude. Got me by 125 pounds, right? But especially if you grew up in the hood, You can't be scared of anything. And if you're 6'2", 250, hey man, you don't get to be scared. That's not the way it works here, right? And so you are constantly put in these situations is what happens there, right? So I don't, hey man, it is what it is. If somebody run up on me, we got problems. And if you 6'5", 375, it's not going to be a fair fight. And I promise you, I'm not going to lose. It's going to be bad. I hope I don't have to do that to you, but I will do whatever's necessary, right? But
Naturally.
to be dragged, to be put in that situation is a completely different thing. And we'll have women that will not consider your humanity, that will put you in those situations, especially if you're 6'2", 250, because you're bigger than most people at 6'2", 250. She's not even considering your humanity. Maybe he just doesn't feel like it. Even if he'll win the fight, even if he'll win the fight easily, he just doesn't feel like it. Your humanity is never considered. I want you to think about this. You realize that the ADOS male is literally the stepping stool for everybody. Now, some people will say, well, hey, hold on, because what you have are the Native Americans, and they've got most wiped out for the most part. That is true. However, even they won't give us our just dues in these grants that are given to Native Americans. Even they're keeping us out of that. Everybody works against us, even our own women, and then they train our children to work against us as well. We have to exercise our options. It is what black men, I don't care what these black women tell you. Black men are the vast majority of the option for black women. If you snapped your finger and every ADOS man in this country disappeared, what do you think is going to happen to ADOS women? We don't give them a bad rep. We've been protecting their rep for decades. We just didn't tell them all the time. The same way we don't tell them a whole lot of stuff all the time, right? Because we don't want to make them uneasy about something we can take care of. But there's all these other groups, they've been talking shit about their attitude for a long damn time. Look at the movies. Even the movies tell you, right? The big, bad, fat, brassy, sassy black woman.
She is an archetype. That's true. An archetype and depiction. And unfortunately, too many sisters themselves have fallen into believing that.
Now, question for you, Black Mind. How far back do you have to go in television, movies or television, before you don't see that archetype? How far do you have to go back? At least 50, 60 years.
Trying to think. When I don't see that archetype, it's either in a movie that an ADOS man made, or in a movie that somebody else made where we're not in it at all. That's when I don't see it. If it's a movie that a matriarchal mandingo makes, or that a matriarch herself makes, then I still see that archetype in there. I mean, Tyler Perry can't make a movie without Medea. Now, mind you, he plays Medea's brother. I forgot that character's name. I know Medea's name, but she has a brother that also Tyler Perry plays. But I forgot that man's name. He's subdued compared to Medea, both in fame and in how he acts. And so, in all honesty, when we make the movies, oftentimes, and you don't see that in there, then it's a movie that maybe John Singleton made. If you're not going to show that kind of.
Second question to you: when you see that archetype in the movie, and you're around an ADOS woman, how often, percentage-wise, how often do they look at that and say, you know what, we're not like that, compared to how often they're like, exactly, that's right, I know, you better tell them?
When the sister sees it, they go for that. They support that. They don't I don't see them protesting this sort of thing. I mean, they like Tyler Perry because of his depiction of Medea. They want to be Medea. And so art and life begin to feed off of each other. That's what I see, to be honest.
Hey man, look, you know what I'm seeing, man, is one of the biggest. I talked earlier about us being an example to the younger generation now, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, I've been following you for a while. So I think I remember roughly what your age is, right? I know the area you grew up in and everything. You put that out there. So you remember a time when you couldn't just come up and touch your parents, especially at a party, their stereo and just change the music or anything like that. That's not your place. You are lucky to be there and lucky they didn't put you in another room, right? That happens
Mm-hmm.
nowadays. It actually threw me off. I was at my older. I told you the vast majority of people in my family are women, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
was at one of their houses, and some young 10, 15 years younger than us just came up and changed the music I put in. I couldn't believe it. We're following their example. You see older people wearing skinny jeans, following the younger people example. You see women and men, hey, 30, 40, 50 years old, purple hair, blue hair, following their example, right? We as a group don't we don't show that we are that we're not with the BS. That hey, this is what we believe in. We're not going to deal with any of that. And that goes right back to the grouping, right? You got the United States, you got the races, you got black men and black women, you got serious black men and serious and non-serious black men. We have to be very serious. If we don't take care of these things in those levels, we're going to continue dealing with what we're dealing with right now. Black men have to be willing to look even your own brother or your cousin or your lifelong friend and say, you are out of pocket. I'm not going to deal with you. Right. And now, guess what? The chicks that look at that might say, hey, well, I'm not going to deal with Meech, but I'll keep rolling with that guy. That's great because now I don't have to vet that girl that doesn't believe that she's going to be able to get over on me in the first place. That's energy that I saved, right? I don't have to worry about that. She did that work for me, right? The same way, and there's a lot of chicks that ain't gonna promote that aren't gonna approach a guy in a business suit. They don't think they're gonna be able to, you know, pull him anyway, so they leave him alone. That works. That's an advantage for us, right? We have to do that. Okay, so now that we get to that point where we're pushing aside the black men, the ADOS men who aren't that we can't work with, that sends out a signal to our black women. They're the next in the chain. When you get them in line, when you filter them out, you're going to be better able to handle your children, right? Affect the way in which your children are raised, right? And when you do that, now you filter out the women that you can't work with. You've trained the women that you can work with. Now you have a strong family. Now you are better prepared to fight against white supremacy in this country, right? Because they can't
Yes.
come up with you with all the BS. And understand, all the other groups do it. That's what, look, black people didn't create the term redneck. White people created the term redneck. To separate you, we're not like you. You are those, hey, what's the term? Those niggas over there, we ain't like them niggas over there. White people have the same thing for other white people. We ain't like them rednecks over there, right? Asians have it, Indians have it, Latinos have it. I've heard Mexican people say that kind of thing multiple times, and both times they were my supervisor manager position for it. Right, one time the manager and one time a supervisor. Right,
Mm-hmm.
we have to learn that you're not going to be able to work with everybody. Not all skin folk are kinfolk, and we got to take it seriously. Hey man, maybe you just don't know right now. Put it this way: it doesn't matter if they have the best intent at heart. If the person you are talking to isn't prepared to run a 4x4 100 meter, they can't run anchor, they can't run anything. They're just not conditioned for it. Hey, I don't wish you any harm, but I can invite you in here. you're going to run a 15-second 100-yard dash. You can't join my team right now. It is what it is. Do what you got to do, and then come back later on. Let's see how we can work with you then.
Well, you preached a sermon, and I'm going to pass around the collection plate. No, I'm joking, but you preached a sermon. That's what we needed to know. I guess we can't take everybody with us. And while I started the recording with the intention of telling us what we need to remember about not only conflict resolution, but conflict prevention, I was recording. I started that with some of what Mr. Brown said in mind. He was talking about things that Black millionaires can do with the chump change from their own money that would help the literacy of Black boys in certain areas and allow them some legitimate business outlets for their ideas. And it would allow even the ones who make these initial investments to collect rent by simply building things that don't really take that much, but by building some of the older style buildings where you've got residences up on the top levels and build businesses on the bottom levels. And how that would actually work out well for whoever starts these buildings, because they collect rent on both ends. They collect residential rent and business rent. And allowing even some of the entrepreneurs to live above and therefore not have these long commutes. And he was talking about things like this. And it was for that reason that I thought, well, okay, this is a type of conflict that I think it's good to remind us how to prevent or resolve if not prevented. That's because of what's in his mind already. He's not just an empty-minded, stereotypical athlete. He's not your stereotypical swaggerilla on the court, simply dunking and not thinking about anything else. And so if he's been busy since he retired, which is good, and he's been trying to do certain things and he's not talked about them, that means that his mind is full. And it's those kinds of men, because those of us with full minds oftentimes still get into these unnecessary conflicts. It's those kinds of men that I'm trying to address to say, well, look, this is how we can prevent it. Because even though we may have full minds, we still come from that. A lot of us come from that gigabized culture where we just argue over everything and anything. Where it's still a ding-a-ling swinging contest for a lot of us when it shouldn't be. Those are the ones I want to say, okay, you got to get out of that mindset. Those are the ones I want to tell, this is how we can even avoid that mindset and don't pass it on to the next generation. It's not so much the ones that we can't take with us. So we know they're there. And one way you can tell them is that they can't listen. I mean, they can speak, but they can't listen. And they can't think long term, and they can't even listen long enough to let you tell them in a sentence to think long term. That's how you can tell them apart from the rest of us. They're not just 35 and still wearing jerseys and posing for pictures with the middle finger up. It's not just that, but that's a part of it. But they're also when they get into an argument, it's over the same things that they got into arguments about in high school. It's not deep, it's not moral, it's the same thing. And they are still treating or mistreating other people based on things that they don't control and based on the way that they see other people treat someone. So in other words, they might treat somebody well because he's popular and let certain things go, but he's 40 years old and he's still making that kind of decision as to how and why he would treat someone well, and then turn around and treat someone else wrongly because everybody else does it, because everybody else makes jokes about him or tries to embarrass him, and so he turns around and does the same thing. And this is not something in defense of Mr. Brown. This is not something I saw him do per se. He retaliated for the most part in the beginning. But what I saw was that his former colleagues were willing to sit up here and talk down about an athletic skill that he didn't have as much time as they did to develop before he started playing with them. And then when he retaliated, they got him to sink down to the Tarzan chaser level because then
Right.
he starts talking about things that are beyond the control of some of, or at least two of these men who I'm not even sure really attacked him. I'm not sure if they did or not. So then he turned around and he exposed his own folly and foolishness, but otherwise his mind is full. And what we got to say to these men who have these full minds, these thinking minds that really do have some good intentions and are trying to put their resources into that, we got to say to them, don't be wise sometimes. If you're going to be wise, be consistently wise. If you're going to be positive, be consistently positive. So even when you defend yourself from the actual attacks, not from the ones that aren't attacking you and from attacks they didn't levy, and things they didn't say and what's beyond their control. Stick to the actual issue, and the issue's got to be something that's within people's control. That's something we got to
Right.
start saying to each other, because we do have we got to know who we got to leave behind. That's true. But the problem is that we were still raised around them, and we're not leaving everything negative behind overnight. It's not something we could do. We got to point
No.
this out to each other. We got to say, okay, well, look, you may not be the one that was on the block and on the corner, but right now you're being just as shallow as he was.
Right.
We got to start doing that. And I mean, one of the things we got to tell these young cats is also we got to tell the teens they don't have to go through that phase. We think, well, because they're teens, they got to go through a stupid phase. They may have to go through an inexperienced phase. That's true. Like what Mr. Brown had to go through
Right.
professionally. But we got to stop telling, or we got to stop implying or explicitly telling Black teens that they have to go through a stupid phase. They don't. They can't afford it.
They can afford it, man. Look, this is something I say all the time. There's a lot of Black people like to act like we're white. What do I mean by that statement? What's the takeaway from that statement? They like to move as though we have the leniency in this country that white people have, and we don't. We don't have the leniency that they have. We need to operate as though at any point in time, somebody's going to they're just going to, for whatever reason, they're going to point you out. And guess what? Now all of a sudden your life is going to change. And guess what? It might be 10, 20, 30, 40 years worth of change by means of the legal system and you being in prison. When's the last time you heard of somebody non-Black getting out of prison after 10, 20, 30, 40 years for a crime they didn't commit?
I didn't hear about those cases. I mean, I imagine they exist, but I didn't hear about the cases in which they were non-Black and innocent, and it took that long.
Because it doesn't, even if it happens, it doesn't happen that frequently. And here's another thing when it comes to them. They're not judged the same way that we are judged. It's not different. So if they serve 20, 30, 40 years, it's far more likely that there is evidence to point to the fact that they committed the crime than that they didn't commit the crime. When you consider them and when you consider us, right? It is what it is. But Black people like to act like we're white. They like to act like, oh, I can get away with the same thing he's getting away with. Really? So why is there so many white dudes that the cop pulled a gun on and he chased them? Why are there so many white dudes that shot and harmed or killed somebody with a weapon and the cop didn't shoot and kill him? But then a Black dude who's reaching for his damn license or his registration in the goddamn glove compartment gets shot and killed.
And
We're
on
not
orders
white.
from the officer.
Exactly.
And
On
when the officer
orders
said,
from the
I want to
officer.
see it.
They told him to. They told him to, and he still gets killed. But people like to act like we're white in this country. People have to come to a realization. I know there are people. I was on a panel with BGS and Edward, and I think Arta Idmore or Artist and MC just yesterday. And I said to them that, look, hey, we have to move in a manner that is appropriate that is relative to the situation we're in, right? So what it means is that hey, if black mind gets pulled over in the United States by a white officer, you can't move and act as though he's going to treat you the same way as if he pulled over a white guy in this country. And that changes as you move from the north to the south. And that changes as you move from west to east, because you're not going to get treated the same way necessarily as in lower California, Southern California, as you're going to get treated in Mississippi. We have to move based on the situation that we know we're in. People say, what is life about? Life is about interaction with other humans. For us, interaction with other humans. Everything we deal with is based on interactions with other humans. You have to play the game that we're in. Do not try to reconfigure the game when you haven't even gotten to the point where you properly play the current game. You don't even know what you're changing just yet. You don't even know what you're changing. Look, I said I served in the military. And so I live in Texas now. I first moved to Texas back in 2003. I was getting moving duty stations, right? I lived in Texas for a very long time. 5 white, born and raised Texans warned me about racism in the state at 5 different times on 5 different, completely different incidents, right? Everything from, hey man, you're not gonna be able to get a job there. It is what it is, man. You black them, they just have that problem, right? 2 different places. 2 different people told me about that, right? Hey man, you're a brother. Hey, don't go to this certain part of Dallas Fort Worth. It just is what it is. I have 5 different born and raised white people in this country, in Texas, tell me about that, right? But people like to act like we're white and, hey, you have the same opportunities that everybody else has. No, you don't. You don't have the opportunities he has. You shouldn't be moving the same way as your white friend does. Because that white friend, look, these uniforms don't mean shit. That guy is just another dude. And he's coming to work. He has a uniform and you don't. You get to wear certain clothes to work that he doesn't. But he's still just a dude. He's still another human. He's bringing everything outside of work with him to work. And that's going to affect, especially when you're talking about a public servant, because they're not there programming code, right? They're not up there balancing financial spreadsheets. They're dealing with people. So what they bring from home is going to far more immediately affect somebody else's life. That's military, that's police, that's the medical field, right? EMT, that's fire, right? We have to move as though we know, we understand where we are right now. Guess what? The people who don't understand where we are right now, like I said before, hey, you can't deal with them the way that you want to be able to deal with them. They just don't understand. It might take 10 years, 20 years. They may never understand. Hey, man, it is what it is. I'm not willing to die for you just because we were friends growing up, just because you're related to me, right? You are not worth it. We don't like saying stuff like that because it's mean. Because black men have been treated mean in this country. We don't want to be mean to other people. Hey, man, look, you're not worth it, right? Black women not willing to get in line, you're not worth it. You're not worth us continuing to fight for you and try to get you on you're not worth it anymore. Especially when most black women aren't even in the United States. The United States doesn't hold the majority of black women. Find them somewhere else. You know what I said to my buddy? Let me say this. I'm gonna stop. I said to my buddy today. I said, you know, one of the most what I believe is one of the most advantageous things that can happen with us is that older 40 black men my age stop having sex with black women our age, right? What that means is that they're limited to younger men, right? But they know that the younger men aren't anything they can build with, and they're nothing they can take seriously with because they can't lead them. They don't have any experience. You know what that means? Their options are lessened. That's not something they can base the rest of their life on, right? And then the younger men only use them for practice, right? So now they don't have the men their age, they don't have younger men, right? They have fewer options. They gotta change their behavior. Women are children-like, especially black women. They're not children, but they're children-like. And if you start making the comparisons, you will agree with it. The question is that when a child is at the point where they will not listen, you can't do anything with them. The only thing you can do is put them out the house and not deal with them, so that they can deal with the real world on their own. Black women don't understand the real world. They've never had to deal with it. We took the blame, and then the government boosted them up. So the government boosted them up, and what that didn't take care of, black men took the blame for. Everything's our fault. They don't understand the real world, man. That's all I got to say.
Well, thanks a million. You've been a big help. You truly have. And next up, in order to be fair, I want to hear Lion's take on it, and then after that, Ace. And it can be on anything that's been said before, but the topic is going to be about really not just colorism, but really conflict prevention and resolution between black men. And we're talking about black men that mean that mean well. Think what we call thinking black men that don't really wake up in the morning looking for conflict, but rather have been socialized to easily fall into unnecessary conflicts. So, Lion, what's your take on all of this, sir?
Yeah, you already know how I feel about like some of these things, Black Man. Yeah, we talked about these things. Um, yeah, I think the problem is, a lot of these things are, by design. Everything in here in America is by design, and a certain immaturity, like you were saying, where you know, um, men, men acting, like they're in high school and like a pimp type type of culture, and where it's like, oh, like this person gets this amount of vagina, this amount of vagina, and all this type of stuff, basing their masculinity on female validation. And the problem is black culture in America, it's a matriarch, gynocracy. And what you were saying as far as black men are not seen as human beings, because I was hearing something with Jesse X was talking about, and this one guy was like, black dude was like, making it seem like he was oblivious. I mean, to like racism, or like it was some kind of post-racial society. But I mean, he said, well, I know it's racism, but I know it's racism's around, but I don't think it is the way how people is or something. It's not like or Mr. Fantastic. I hear him say something like basically, oh, this is not like the 50s, or not saying directly and all this, type of stuff. But then, where he, contradicting himself, he was saying, well, whether you, um, ALS or Caribbean or African, when the cops see you, they ain't gonna care don't care what you are, or something like that. So they can come beat you, something like somebody was saying. He was saying something about ADOS or something. You said we need to get out of this stuff or something like that. So I mean, I think people, know. I think people know, kind of know, but they don't really want to face the reality, because the reality is saying that it makes it seem like you don't have no power, you're powerless. And I think that, like, the racism might not be as up in your face, but you have institutional racism, you have a lot of other different things, and the black male is a target. So like when you have wars, you always take the males out. So the black woman is used as a wager against the black male or something like that. So it's kind of like, you're a straight black male or something like that. You're still seen as a threat because they fear you're gonna rise up. And and I think that I think that's the problem. And I think that over this, this hyper masculinity and all this type of stuff, black males taking the aggression, is psychologically done for people, to fight against the other instead of, going against the common enemy and stuff like that. So you have all this, craziness that's going around. So, yeah, I agree. And I was like, and I think, guy was in the Justice X, he said, we all human. It was things about, interracial dating. Like, well, at the end, we all human, but I'm like, at same time, black men are not even seen as human. Shoot, a dog has more doggone, they give the dog more humanity than a black male, huh? So, I mean, that, yeah, man, it's pretty bad. And you have so much years of dysfunction, later on top of it. Then you have like, the alphabet agenda. Then you have the this whole feminization of black males or something like that. Then transformers. Then you have the transformer agenda. Then prison industrial complex. Then you have all this um what do you call it, street cut type of culture and ratchet culture on top of that. Then you have, I mean, so it got so much layers and stuff like that. And like, you have, this feminism, anti misandry that's going on against the black male and stuff like that. So you got a whole lot of stuff, and especially in America, and it's like, it has no kind of standards, no type of values. It's a Babylonian type culture, Babylon culture. So I don't know, man. It's pretty bad, and I mean, I predict that. I mean, think 70% of I think black women are like single moms and having the kids, and and a lot of them are just going to be dying alone, especially like the millennials. We ain't mating like they ain't having the kids. So I mean, the future does not look good. I can tell you that. I don't see it. It's not sustainable. I don't see how unless it's going to be like a big giant culture change or something. I don't see. I mean, I don't see it lasting. But they're just.
Well, it's hard to imagine it lasting for very long if you study history. I'm saying that only to say that people who studied history have said that there are too many parallels. And I'm talking, I heard this I heard this in my grad school courses from my white classmates, because I didn't get to go to a black university for grad school. I heard my white classmates say that there were too many parallels in between ancient Rome before its demise and the United States at that time. So it is hard to imagine it lasting very long when people who don't know or people who are not in our circle for any reason are saying something similar based on the historical precedent set by another society. And one of the things they said was that the enemies at the gate really didn't get a chance to go in until the gate wasn't maintained. What they were saying was that it wasn't until the inside internally was so decayed that there were outside invasions anyway. And even then, with the outside invasions, a lot of times they tried to maintain some of the organizational structure of Rome, but just under what later became a Holy Roman Empire. They just tried to religiousize it without the old Roman religion. But I'm just saying that to say that objectively speaking, even people who study this have had a hard time imagining the stakes lasting much longer, but they argue over how long it could possibly last and what would happen next, who would be the replacement. I didn't get into the argument. I'm just saying I listened to them have these debates in the classes, and that's what the argument was. I let them do the talking. I didn't jump into those conversations because I realized that tactically speaking, it may have been better off for me to hear them out and not let them hear me out. Now, 79 Eldorado said something, and I want to get your take on that before I move to Ace. He says, and I'm going to put it up at the front, SYSBM, and he later said he meant to spell that SYSBM, but he said that this and the pink pill and the BLM are movement started by non-American black folks, and that they don't promote these things in the continent and in the Caribbean, and that what they want is foundational black Americans to be bred out. Now, you are a mix of ADOS and East African. Did you ever overhear any conversations in English or Amharic about wanting to replace African Americans?
You talking to me?
Yes, yeah.
I think that no, I ain't never heard of no stuff like that. I mean, but I think that like what they were saying, they don't push none of that stuff, there because they thing is like in Africa, they know they can't push it there because there's too many. It won't be totally successful because you have too many cultures. And it's like, the thing is they were never ever able to completely destroy the culture, in Africa. You have you have many different tribes, many different ethnic groups in one country. So it's like you have the rural area of Africa, then you have the city of Africa. It's just too much, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, like just like even in Ethiopia, it's like 80 different ethnic groups. And it's like, there's no way, but I haven't heard nothing about them pushing the thing, thing up. But I think that as far as like Black Americans, I feel like that, Black Americans are here just for workers, right? So I think we're workers, and basically white folks don't need us no more. So it's like, Mexicans and immigrants from South America are like, basically becoming a replacement. So I think that, yeah, and I think it's always been a thing to destroy the Black family, and it's in a sense that like, yeah, but like I think that's what what it is. But I don't know that much information about them being none FBA none ADOS, but I know BMM is not something that created organically, right? So I think the person that funded it is a white billionaire, and white liberals and stuff like that, have this certain type of agenda too. So most of it is like anti-black male, pro alphabet community and stuff like that. So they profiting off of black males' death to fund and stuff. Then one of the persons out of the BM was caught using the money, misusing the money. So it's definitely it's not for black folks. It was something that like something for the dominance. Society or something like that. Is it doesn't. It's definitely not organic. There's definitely an agenda behind it. So and that's the way I feel about the BLM or something like that. Huh? But
Hey, so let me say something on that real quick, right? So you were asking if if he's heard any talk about this. The thing about it is that they're not nowadays. We're far more sophisticated than we used to be, right? They wouldn't speak about it, but that's what I was going to say earlier. So a term I heard here in the Black Manosphere that I'd never heard put that way before is what's understood doesn't need to be said, right? So you don't deal with the people who don't understand what you're doing, and that require you to flat out say it up front for them to get it, right? Okay. They wouldn't say that out front, even if they mean it like that, like replacing ADOS Americans, right? They wouldn't say it flat out. They're going to deal with the people who understand it, but don't require for you to flat out say it, right? They're more focused on the tenets than they are the title. So they'll talk about the things where the tenets are basically the same. They're just not going to label it the same because now it's what's the term? The not benefit of the doubt, but basically saying, hey, this wasn't our intention. We were ignorant of it, right? So they wouldn't come out and flat out say it. What they're going to do is they're going to talk about things that are basically the same, and push those tenets so that you get the same result without having to say something directly and take where somebody can hold you accountable up front.
Okay. So what you're referring to is more of a silent conspiracy.
There you go.
Okay, I got you. And that's exactly what I suspect. I suspect that African American women and also Black Canadian and Black UK citizens have done to a certain extent, that they have not had to sit down and have a meeting. Or actually, I think Western women in general pretty much did not have to have a meeting, but that they used the silent conspiracy in order to lower the quality they would offer while raising the quality they would demand from men, in order to encourage each other to just offer less and demand more. And that this is how many conspiracies get started. I don't even think that it took a conversation in order for a lot of these conspiracies that have been used to hold us back outside of the government. Now, in government, somebody's got to have a meeting and then classify it and erase the tapes and all that. But outside of it, like the way that the American job market discriminates against heterosexual Black males, and then even more so against heterosexual Black male Muslims, does not require a meeting, just a tacit understanding, if you will, a silent conspiracy and a nod of the head. That's a very effective tool that these folks must have been using. Now, I'm going to move on to Ace, and I appreciate you being patient, sir. I really do, from the bottom of my Black heart and the depth of my Black mind. I appreciate your patience, Ace. You still awake, sir?
Still awake. And greetings, Black Heart, Black Mind. Greetings, Meech. And greetings, J Lion. How are you all doing?
A lot better now that you're here.
This is something I've heard recently, but perhaps you can explain it in short details before I do further research. What's the situation between, I will be butchering his name, Kwame Brown, and the topic of colorism?
Make a long story short, and I'll allow, let's see here, I will allow Jay Quan Quick, if he wants to come on, it's fine, because he has a different take on it than I do. But what I saw was, I didn't actually see or hear what Matt Barnes said, because I didn't get access to the podcast, the All the Smoke podcast, in which various teammates were talking about Kwame Brown's career when they worked with him from 2001 to 2013 and different parts in between. But apparently Kwame Brown, since he was drafted in 2001 straight out of high school, he started the NBA at age 18. So he didn't really get to develop the same skill level that his colleagues did, because a lot of them went through college and into the NFL. So they came out at age 22 with 4 years more practice in basketball than he did. So he was really good in high school, but he wasn't quite as skilled and nor as old as his colleagues. And so apparently Michael Jordan was really trash talking him like he does most of his teammates, but singling him out. Charles Barkley was threatening to fight him and beat him up while he was 18 because of the skill that he had not yet acquired. Over the course of it, other commentators have said that he improved at a normal pace for somebody in the NBA. That he started younger with less experience, but that his overall improvement and performance were about normal for other players at the same age. And he played for 12 years. And that also his playing time, which was reduced in the first years, was what skewed his statistics per game. And that was completely ignored by people that just got used to making jokes about him and just clowning him. And he was quiet. He didn't retaliate for years. He was patient for years. But then recently, some current and former players got together and they mentioned him and started talking about his career. But apparently Gilbert Arenas was the main one. And I know I'm butchering his name. Some people say Arenas like the Spanish pronunciation, and some people just say Arenas. I don't know how he himself pronounces it, because I've heard both, but apparently Arenas was the one that said the most. But even he said that Kwame was traumatized by Michael Jordan and by some others too. So he kind of let him off the hook with that one. I didn't get to hear what the other one said. So Kwame fired back, and he's been celebrated for doing that because he's been silent since he got drafted. He didn't really respond much to the criticism, which tells me he was probably just working on developing and improving his skill set. But Kwame fired back at the former players. But also when Charlemagne on the Breakfast Club told everybody else, leave that man alone. When the men in his family snapped, there's a pattern, and they snap all the way. Leave him alone. We don't know what this man has been through. Well, the thing was that Kwame fired at Charlemagne at that point because he didn't fire back as though Charlemagne told people to leave him alone. He fired back and said, you told my family business, and this is some stuff that even I didn't know because my mother didn't tell me. So you're going to blame me for what some other people in my family did. But Charlemagne didn't express blame. He expressed caution to the other people. So it appears that as Kwame Brown has been firing back, he's firing back if you were there for the conversation or you replied to a conversation, he's firing at you as if you were one of those that was dissing him. And when he got to DJ Envy and Matt Barnes, he keeps, every time he mentions them, he mentions the way they look more than he's mentioned anything that they may have said. When he mentions other NBA players, retired or current, then he mentions what they did and what they said and how they were, even in their personal lives. He still mentions how they were and how they behaved when he was their teammate. But when it gets down to Matt Barnes and DJ Envy, then he keeps on going in on the color and on Matt Barnes' hair. And so if I got the order wrong, then I apologize. But what I thought was that he started in on Becky with the good hair before Matt Barnes said something about, before you, all this time you had my name in your mouth. So I thought that the Becky with the good hair comment came first. That's what I thought. In 79 El Dorado just told me that in actuality, Barnes had jokes about Kwame first. And if he did have jokes about him first, then Kwame had every right to call him out. Although you want to keep it about things that people actually control, which is what he's done when it comes to the others. But when it comes down to how he's dealt with those two, he keeps on bringing up the phenotype and bringing up doubts about their manhood. Now, when he brings up doubts about DJ Envy's manhood, he does base it on him cheating in the way that he at least suspects that his wife treats him, although we don't really we have limited access to see that. But when it comes to Barnes, he just like right off the bat, he said to Barnes, I've never been threatened by somebody that looks like you. And what I'm saying is that we have to throw that kind of mindset out because in a nutshell, we have to remember that the worst brutality that was ever done to us was done by someone that was a lot paler and had hair a lot straighter than Mr. Barnes. That the most brutality we've ever suffered came, we like to say it's at each other's hands. Well, sometimes on occasion, but the worst brutality that we ever suffered as a whole, as a people, whether you live in a continent and you were colonized, or you live in North America and you were kidnapped and enslaved, or if you're in the Caribbean where you had to deal with both, the worst brutality we ever got actually came from the white man and not from somebody that was halfway there and mixed like Matt Barnes is. So I started recording this to say that in order for us non-celebrities who live real lives and have to deal with the general public and have to deal with each other to prevent or really to resolve these kinds of conflicts, we would have to prevent the unnecessary ones, and we would have to limit our conflicts to the things that somebody actually has control over and throw out the personal insults and the roasting that we like to do as part of a culture. And I'm not talking about jokes. When people actually are joking with each other, that's their business. But when it's a real conflict between Black men, we need to start limiting the conflicts to the things that are within our control so that we can actually resolve them, as well as prevent unnecessary conflicts moving forward. And that's really my take on it. If 79 El Dorado wants to come on, I don't mind. And he's allowed to give his take if it disagrees with mine, because he may actually, I'm sorry, Jaquan. Also, 79 El Dorado could come on if he wants and give some background info that I may not have. But that's what I got. And if anybody knows something that was said in the original podcast, All the Smoke, that I didn't mention, they're welcome to come up and say it too. But that's me trying to put in a nutshell what this was all about, Ace.
I see. A few words come to mind. First, commendable regarding Brown's effort to look at the criticism and try to make the most of the knowledge to improve himself and discard the insults as best as he can. What I am curious of is, even though Charlemagne the guy didn't mention his family at the slightest, instead he informed others to be cautioned when dealing with people, it may have something to do with how Brown was raised, since earlier I was multitasking watching a David Carell video, and from what I've heard, at least from a commentator so far, the information is not accurate. Kwame Brown was raised in a single mother household, which the reason that he is going off at people as such he may have learned the mannerisms from his mother, if not from the women that he interacts when he was a kid up to now. I could be wrong in regards to this statement, as this is still new to me.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
So he did say that he was raised single mom household because apparently his dad committed the crime when he was really small, when he was young, and I don't know if his dad's alive or if he's still in for life, but apparently I think he said his dad has actually passed away. But apparently, for all practical purposes, he grew up most of his childhood without his dad, from what he said, from what he himself said, that and that it was hard on his mother because of two of his brothers, at least two, allegedly being drug dealers, and he said allegedly. So I'm quoting him on that. Also, I'm going to take the correction. Mr. _ J1S, you said Charles Oakley. I'm sorry, you're right, and I was wrong. It wasn't Barkley, it's Oakley. I've never said his name. I've never said Oakley's name before. I've just heard it and seen it and read it. So I just slipped into Charles Barkley because I used to say his name in conversations when I was a kid. But thank you for fixing that for me. And the other side says that Matt started it all. And so,
Yeah.
and that could have been the case because I didn't get to hear that original podcast. But other side, my question for you is, did you hear that in the podcast itself, that Matt Barnes was clowning Kwame Brown? Because if so, then I'm going to retract my statement. I just want to know if somebody witnessed him start it all off.
Hey, before he
That's
answers
what I
that,
heard.
I want to tell y'all that Charlemagne was slick dissing. He wasn't saying that out of the kindness of heart to say, look, you have to be careful who you're dealing with and you never know what they're going through. That was a slick diss. That's why Kwame responded like that, because that was Charlemagne on the low making fun of him and not actually saying, hey, we need to be considerate of people's humanity. That was a slick diss. That's why he responded like that.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay, gotcha. And one more question I've got for the other side, because he answered this question in the chat. He said that he heard Barnes clowning Kwame in the podcast. Did Barnes clown Kwame about his basketball game, about his personal life, or about the way that he looks? Because you heard it on the podcast, so you would know. I'll give you time to type that. And while I'm waiting on him to type that up, all right. So Ace, I want to ask you about the idea, your take on the idea that there are Black folk from outside the U.S. that want to replace FBA or Foundation of Black Americans. Did you hear anything like this? I mean, I myself have my doubts, But I'm just asking, did you hear anything about some conspiracy, silent or spoken, to replace foundational Black Americans and ADOS with Black folks with origins in other countries?
This is the first that I am hearing of it. However, it wouldn't surprise me if that conspiracy turned out to be true, given that, well, off topic, there have been said conspiracies that turn out to have a grain of truth, which turn out to be a reality. In the case of replacement, in terms of the US, it does depend, considering there are other ethnicities of culture trying to replace Black Americans, or if not, the foundation of Black America. As for the BLM situation, considering the founders of the movement, which is supported by a white billionaire or something along those lines, most of the women that I took a look at were, besides the weave, they mainly consist of either African or Caribbean descent based on their appearance. So there may be some truth into that conspiracy, Black Mind. There is still more for me to learn, as I am focusing on learning other things as well as learning history, but more a case of the man not, for example.
Okay. All right. I have my doubts about it, but those are my doubts, and I'm not trying to impose faith or doubts in this on anyone else, but rather just to understand how widespread the idea is, and even how likely. Now, to be fair to Black folks from any part of the globe, from anywhere, it would be difficult to have a silent or a spoken conspiracy, especially a silent one, in order to do something like that for for about 3 reasons, actually. Yeah, for 3 reasons. One, the continent and the islands are Anglophone and Francophone. And some of the islands, as we know, are Spanish speaking and even derivative of Dutch speaking, like Papiamento and this sort of thing. So although English is an international language, in order to reach an understanding like this, a silent conspiracy, you have to be fluent enough in someone else's language to understand not only what they're saying, but what they're not saying. When you're fluent in a language, especially a regional dialect of a language, you understand what someone's saying and what they're refusing to say. And you got to be able to, now I can't do that in Arabic. I can have a conversation with people in Arabic. I would say maybe speaking, I could probably have it at about a middle school level, but the intellect, of course, is still a full adult intellect. I still have one of those, but I can express at about maybe a middle school reading level in Arabic, even in speaking. But when someone's talking, I can't always understand everything that they're intentionally leaving out, because I'm just not that good at the language yet. But in English, the fact is that you have to be able to, you got to be fluent enough to know what someone's leaving out, or French. So that means that not only do you have to be able to talk to someone whose first language is maybe French and yours is English, or vice versa, or whose first language is Spanish or Papiamento, or whose first language is Twi or Ga or Ewe. You also got to be able to understand what people usually say in that language, and then what they don't say. So if they twist a particular proverb around, for example, and they make it rhyme with the original proverb, but it's not the same proverb, you got to be able to pick up on that at times. And so you got to drop a lot of hints in somebody's second language. And that's what's going to make a silent conspiracy very difficult in this case. The other thing, too, is that we don't really agree on anything like that. I mean, Black folks, we're not uniform and monolithic in any fashion. We don't have the same religion. Even our DNA is very widely varied, which is why it is that Fulaman, who was on here previously, Fulaman was considered to be racially ambiguous, but he's from the motherland. He's from the continent. He's not aware of any Portuguese ancestry in his background. The Vai people that live in Liberia, they're very reddish brown complected people, and most of them don't have any British or white American blood in their background. So you have people even in West Africa that have various not only complexions but even sometimes various shades of hair, and they're not aware of any outside admixture. In Ethiopia, you got a group of people that live on the side of a mountain somewhere, and it's very highly elevated. So it's cold. Their hair is bone straight. When people look at them, they think they're from India, but their language, of course, is different from anything spoken in India, and they're in Ethiopia. So a lot of Ethiopians don't even know about this particular group of people, and I forgot the name of the tribe because it's so rare. So even our DNA is varied. Since there's nothing really monolithic about us, it's hard to imagine that you got the Ghanaian, the Tanzanian, the Jamaican, the Haitian, the Bayesian, the Dominican, meaning from French-speaking Dominica, and the Dominican from the Dominican Republic, and the Guyanese, and the Trinidadian, all in agreement that they're going to work together to replace us.
Yeah, man,
It's
I think
almost, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and also you have the Fulani, and Fulani can pass for Somalian or Eritrean, and they're West African. So, and I think that respond to that, I mean that the whole Arvette Carnell thing that started the whole Adolf thing, and that didn't really start really getting popular till the movie Black Panther came out. So it seems I was talking about this from Dynasty Amir, Search for Uru and College Genius. He was talking about this, and to me, when that came out, I feel like that some of this stuff, I feel like some of that movement is a conspiracy itself, because I think because the thing is that even Phil from the Avaya show, the thing is they don't want black people to connect with the continent or other black folks. When he was there, he didn't want, when he was, I think when he was in Africa, the white person was looking at him like, why are you talking to these black folks? You're talking to these Africans or something like that. So especially when you have Africans that come here, white people tell them, oh, don't hang out with those black Americans. Huh? So, a lot of this stuff is just, is basically, just to divide black folk from, different cultures and different type of stuff. So that's why I feel like it's kind of a conspiracy, because, and I think that, and to respond to the whole, like what you were saying about the guy making fun of Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes, I know, was usually known as as a person, as the instigator in the lead, starting stuff, and basically, and sometimes black folks, sometimes we internalize our own stereotypes that are put on us. So, like, the dark skinned black male is this, like, beast dude and hyper masculine type of dude, and like, the light skinned dude is like, effeminate dude or whatever it is, this crap that brought up, because he's more closer to whiteness. So so it's kind of like a division. So even in slavery, they divided the lighter skinned ones or something like that, and the darker skinned ones. So, and then he was what's his name, Kwame Brown,
Kwame
something like
Brown.
that. Yeah, Kwame Brown. He was trying to make Matt Barnes into this like tragic mulatto male dude. Like, he said, I'm black, I'm white. The whole Michael Jackson song. He said, no, you're a confused mother effer or something like that. He was saying so, and so basically, I think what he was going after is because him being in some type of mulatto dude, and yeah. So, and I think that's what it is. So I think it's these and some of this stuff is pushed by too. Sometimes the woman or something like that, like they'd be like, all the light skinned dudes are the pretty dudes and black dudes. It's all just like division. The cause, divide and conquer type of thing, and like and just like in Haiti where they had the mulatto going against, like, turning their back on some of the black folks and stuff like that. So they was using that, so to do that. So I think that thing is, like I said, black people are playing checkers, white people play chess. They playing chess, and Yeah, and I think that yes, that's some of my take on it. Huh?
Hey, so
Okay.
Black
Well,
Mind, you asked about the them agreeing to take over to push black people out, right? To take over. Here's the
well, to
thing is
push
that
specifically Black Americans out. Yeah.
right,
Oh,
black Americans out, right? Here's
pardon
the
me
thing,
though.
just like what I said before about the what's understood doesn't need to be said, right? So
Hmm.
people only when you're talking about because this is all about levels, there's levels to this stuff, right? When you get to the upper levels, they want to be able to it's plausible deniability, right? They want to be able to communicate something to you that they don't necessarily have to take full on accountability about later on, right?
Yes.
They need to work with people that understand exactly what it is they're trying to do, right? Okay. So
Exactly the
when
same way that African American women try to so-called shoot their shot at brothers, not actually shooting a shot, but trying to get him to notice her, right?
exactly,
Hmm.
right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
they won't have meetings. What they will do is take on some of the tenets. And guess what happens? You're going to take on a tenant, you're going to attract other people that follow that same tenet. Then all of a sudden, y'all gonna find out y'all got two tenants that actually y'all agree on. So hey, let's take all the jobs that we can take when we get over there, right? Okay. Not only that,
Hmm.
how about this? Let's take up the as much of the education as we can take up. In fact, let's take up as much as the affirmative action as we can take up. If you're doing that, you don't need meetings. You're just you may not even understand that at the very upper levels, they're trying to replace black people, but you're just working at your level. What do people say all the time? Hey, that's my job. Cops say they do something crazy. Hey, that's my job. That's the way I was trained. They're just following this, and they understand that following this gives them more money. They have more money in their pocket. They're able to provide for their family, and they're just going with that. They may not even understand that at the top, the ultimate thing is to literally genocide. They may not even be thinking about that. Hey, I'm taking care of my family. That's all that matters, right? And so it's the people at the top that understand this. Hey, we're going to put, and guess what? Even they're not going to say it to each other. Why? Because what's understood doesn't need to be said. And if you're working with somebody where you have to tell them flat out, you shouldn't be working with that person, right? We don't really care what they label it. It has the same outcome when it comes to that. Now, whether you call it embezzlement or whether you call it breaking and entering, either way, you took $1,000 from me. I don't care what you label it. You took $1,000, and that's the position we're in. We're having $1,000 taken from us, right? And we shouldn't care whether they call it B&E or embezzlement. Doesn't matter. We can't afford to have $1,000 taken from us statistically on average, right? We can't afford it.
Yes.
We have to assume, we have to treat the people that would only do breaking and enterings the same way as we have to treat the people who would do embezzlement. Either way, the goal is taking something from us, whether they do it intentionally or not. Hey man, I hope, hey look, if you're not intending to harm me, nobody told you that picking up this device and pulling this lever on there will kill me. You may not know that it's a gun. You may not have been introduced to guns, never heard of a gun, but I got to treat you the same as somebody who full well knows that it's a gun and is trying to harm me. Why? Because the end result is me getting harmed. And that's how we have to start moving. Whether they know about it or not, treat it as though they know it. Too bad, man. That's the way the world works. That's the way survival works. I can't wait for you to catch up.
Yeah. Well, I understand. I'm not knocking the existence or doubting the existence of silent conspiracies. If there's something that I want to do and it takes a conspiracy, I would do it exactly the same way. Most of us would, because it would be necessary, especially in today's time with technology being what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that white supremacy moves this way. That
Oh
I
yeah.
do believe in an invisible force that's behind it. But for people that have a different religious belief, I wouldn't expect them to necessarily share that. But then, how is it that somebody in ancient China had the same beauty standards as that would explain how someone, let's say in ancient China before electronic communication, had the same beauty standards as somebody in, let's say, not just Afghanistan, but maybe even in Western Europe a long time ago, where they heard about each other, but they didn't meet. Okay, well, I mean, that would explain the invisible hand. That would explain what some people call hocus pocus. But by the same token, when you start talking about more recent times, how do you get a job market to agree that they're going to put this person last, fire them first and hire them last, pay them the least, and promote them the most rarely? How do you get them to do it? Well, yeah, you're going to have to rely on some subconscious biases that are already there. And then also, you're going to have to, like, as you say, people are just going to have to be on the same page about these subconscious biases, so that there's no one person that said, this is what we're going to do, and you all are obeying my orders. And here's my email to you to prove it. It's not, it can't work that way.
Exactly.
Because it's not, that's not a secret that people could keep. It's got to be a secret that everyone can keep, because nobody can give any details in order to betray it. That makes perfect sense. I only have a doubt about Black folks from other countries having this particular conspiracy, spoken or silent. But as you said, if they're incentivized to do certain things that are not beneficial to us, or incentivized to take advantage of what was already there for us, then in that case, that wouldn't even be a conspiracy in which they were intentionally involved. As you said, that would be one in which they were unintentionally involved, not meaning harm to us, maybe even liking and preferring us and wanting the best for us, but without being aware of what their signing on a particular dotted line is going to wind up doing to us. And truth be told, that is really a case of just, a case of the robber taking the meat and leaving us to fight over the bones. And then they throw another bone in. So of course, we're going to have to compete for that same bone, because neither one of us has a gun to put to their head and say, no, you're going to give up the meat today. Today, you're going to go hungry. We don't have that type of weapon yet. So as far as Yvette Cornell goes, I'm with Jay Lyon in that, one, I don't really buy into anything she does, because she's not even good for the same people for whom she coined a particular term, ADOS. I think she did that because the lifestyle that she lives personally is not agreeable to most of us, but we just say we're going to leave that alone. We're going to leave that between you and God. Whereas it's considered outrageous in the islands and in the continent. They don't play that mess. They don't play it when men do it, and they don't play that mess when women do it. And so since it's outrageous, I suspect that she just said, well, let's just go ahead and make ourselves distinct with this term, because that way I can sit up and say that I'm focusing on them, not because I'm actually one of them, but in reality, it's because they're the ones who will turn a blind eye to the way I live my private life, which is with a white partner of the same gender.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really pro-ADOS itself. That's not pro-Black anything. It's not pro-African, pro-Caribbean, pro-ADOS. On the other hand, the term ADOS, just as a description, is perfectly acceptable when you're just trying to separate a heritage from another heritage, because we have multiple heritages. It's fine to say, well, my culture is ADOS because that's how I'm, my background is ADOS because we're from Africa originally, and we've been in the United States since before it was the U.S. or shortly after it became the U.S. That makes sense when you're simply describing a heritage. But it's true. I believe that Jay Lyon is right about people using it as a political division as opposed to an ethnic description.
Malcolm X was Ghanaian. Malcolm X's father was from was Caribbean.
His mother. His mom was.
Yeah, his mom was, and stuff. Like a lot of people we thought that was just pure African American are not, and some of these dudes that was leaders. So that was Marcus Garvey was not, in our definition wouldn't be considered that or something like that. I mean, you got people that was from the Carolinas that was from the islands. So I mean, because even the whole I mean, that term and stuff doesn't really, capture the whole thing. So,
So let's go with what you were talking about, Black Mind, as far as Yvette Carnell goes, because I've been following them a long time too, right? Boyce Watkins, that's the name I was trying to remember earlier, right? So, Boyce Watkins, Antonio Brown, Tariq Nasheed, and Yvette Carnell, I came upon them way before BGS and everything, right? Okay. So here's something I say to my buddy. I'm going to say this very delicately, right? People are born with two heads sometimes. They're born with an entire person inside them sometimes, right? They're twin. They're born with 7 fingers on one hand sometimes, one arm, one leg sometimes, right? Okay, it is what it is. It happens sometimes. It's just the way the world works. But we don't promote that as an option, as a choice to make. Do you get what I mean? Okay.
Yes.
With that being said, because nature isn't perfect and exact all the time, sometimes people are going to be born of different preferences. Do you get what I mean? Sometimes they will, but that is being promoted as an option, as a choice to make. That's my problem I have with it nowadays. You shouldn't ridicule somebody born a certain way. What are they going to do about it? They're gonna go back and not be born that way? There are some. Nowhere near the people who are merely partaking, which is primarily women nowadays, because they have an attitude. Especially talk about Black women, because we hear it all the time. Women that say, I went one way for 10 years just because I was upset at men, right? Okay. Because of that,
yeah.
we have to be careful as to take the things they say that make sense, run with them. Because, hey, even a racist person tells you 2 + 2 is 4, right? Right. Even a racist person will tell you that the earth is shaped more like a globe than it is being flat, right? So run with them on that, right? But understand when it comes to certain things, you don't have to agree on everything. Certain things, even if she participates in it, as long as she's not promoting it, then she's not a hazard to your cause. I've never heard her promote it. Do you get what I mean? If I did hear her promote it, now we're going to run into problems, right? So I've never really crossed her completely off the list because I haven't heard her promote it. Like these people saying, hey, well, you know what, I can have, maybe what we need to do now is have alternatives to the traditional way of being raised under quote unquote, the patriarchal way of American life. And we can have alternative ways to raising a family, right? So maybe, and I heard this just not too long ago, Black woman saying that maybe what we can do is just women stick together and we can have somebody another woman as a partner who raises our children, and we can kind of live with each other. And she didn't necessarily say in any sort of sexual manner, but it's implied. And guess what? It's safer for us to assume that it's that way, because what do we lose out on if we're wrong? Right? Either way, she's doing something that is directly against what it is we're trying to do. We don't care whether or not they're sleeping together. The fact that you are trying to not include Black men to father those children in the rearing of those children is enough. Doesn't matter if you're sleeping with another woman a lot or not. You've already crossed the line. You don't have to cross the lines behind it. This line was enough, and we need to come at you as though this line was enough. Do you get what I mean? So it's a lot of our stuff is just, saying, hey, you crossed the line. We're going to deal with you right now. We're not going to wait to look for any evidence to what we ultimately think about you, because it really doesn't matter, right? So if Black Mind believes that Meech is a thief, right, and intends on stealing everything from everybody in a square mile of where Black Mind lives, right? Once I steal from you, it doesn't matter if you find out whether or not I intend on stealing everything from everybody within a square mile of where Black Mind lives. I stole from you across the line. You got to act on me now based on that. That was enough. I'm not going to get a chance to do the rest of the stuff. But that takes being serious. That takes being disciplined. That means you got to be willing to turn down the peace leave from women, right? Especially from these Black women. That means you got to be willing to be ousted from your family, especially if your family is primarily women like it is mine. You got to be willing to deal with that. The overwhelming majority of us, I don't believe, are willing to deal with that. I would say 75% of us are unwilling to deal with that, which is fine, because only less than 25% of us, really, if you ask me, are really are what we are looking for. I'll put it that way.
I have to take your word for it on the percentages, because you still live in the States, whereas I left 7.5 years ago now, and
Okay.
I'll be in under a month. I'll probably be back for a visit, and I'll be too busy to do these streams and these uploadings. But I do plan to go back and visit, see my relatives, and I'm going to keep an eye out in order to see if some of the things that people have told me are true, that there are a lot more swirlers out there, and that they're out in public. They're that the sisters are now being seen out in public with not even just ambiguous, but outright white dudes in the mall.
Oh yeah,
absolutely,
absolutely true, absolutely true. Ask one question when you come back here to the people you're around, the Black women you're around. What do you think about Kevin Samuels? Ask that question.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the thing. I realize that he is mainstream there now, because people that I'm into contact with, even electronically, but that they're still in the States physically. Even they, look, not only have Black American men still in the States told me, man, I heard this dude, Kevin Samuels, he's something else. And he's out here red pilling men that I've grown up with. But even Black British men I work with here have come in to break fast with us at times. Like just a few weeks ago when it was Ramadan, we break the fast at sunset. I went to my neighbor's house because he's also my colleague and he was my boss at one point. And he just had a bunch of male teachers over, and his wife had a lot of the lady teachers over. And so, he's my neighbor. My wife cooked and walked next door and got with the ladies. And then I walked in and sat down with the bros, and these Black UK teachers, various origins, but largely East African, though, in origin. They came in and, hey, they were asking me because I'm the American. They said, hey, man, you heard about somebody named Kevin Samuels back in your country? Yeah, I did hear about him a long time ago. Oh, my goodness, man, where has he been all these years? And I said, well, he wasn't the same all these years. You see, for years, he was only going in on men. And he was only telling men what they need to do to qualify for these women that they like. And then he realized that the women were Lois Lane's asking for supermen. And now, mind you, I didn't tell these guys about my Black Mind channel. They only know me by my name and my nickname. So he's been. I know he's mainstream. I've seen the evidence of it because people he was on Joe Budden's podcast a few years ago. He would have known who Joe Budden was, but Joe Budden would have never heard of him. Just a year ago, that would have never happened. He has been, and not only am I going to ask some of the ladies that get in conversations with me what you think, I bet you that my father is going to ask me when I land and you catch up with each other. My dad's going to ask me, I'm pretty sure, because a few years ago, my dad asked me, son, what did you hear about incels? And this was on a vacation back to the States during the summer. He asked me that. And I was like, well, the term was new. So I said, I heard about it, but we didn't go with that deep. And so I know that not only should I do what you say, I agree with you. What's going to happen is that I am actually going to be asked about what I think of Kevin Samuels, only because that's just how mainstream he is. And I'll be walking back into the country after a 2-year absence, because 2020 we couldn't leave the Gulf states. 2020 the Gulf states were locked down. If you repatriated to your country, that was legal, but you couldn't come back in to work in the fall. And so a lot of us just stayed put. So after a 2-year absence, I know I'm going to be asked the same question. But 2019. Last time I was there, I was at a mall in the Midwest because I was meeting my current wife's family. And while I was waiting, I went to the mall in the Midwest, and I was shocked not at how many interracial couples I saw. I was shocked at how many specifically Black women I saw with white dudes. I was shocked at that. And now, granted, it's the Midwest, and I'm not from there, but there was a sizable enough Black population in this particular city to where they didn't have to. It wasn't something they had to do. There were enough Black people for us to get together. But when I met my current wife's brother-in-law, and I asked him about it because he forgot actually that she married an African American man. For some reason, I mean, he forgot, and he thought I was a Native American. And I reminded him, no, I do carry the blood, but I'm African American. Well, in that conversation, I said to him, look, let me ask something. What I'm seeing here is a lot of Black American women with specifically white dudes. I'm not talking Native American. I'm not talking Latin American. I'm not talking something other than white. I'm talking specifically white. What's with that? When did this start? And he said, a little under a year ago, I guess. But you're right. It's a lot. And now, mind you, this man he was not African American. He's continental African, but he was telling me about it. And he was, he's pro-Black. He's Black conscious and Black aware. So he knows about the job discrimination against Black heterosexual men and all that stuff. But he said it's been about a little. He said it's under a year, I'd say. But yeah, it's been stepping up. And it's the way I look at them. It's like the white guy's just either out with her, or he doesn't really want to be out. Either he's neutral about it. It's always that she's happier to be out, because I don't see them smile that much except for when they're with these white guys. And so I said, okay, so that's the change that's been going on. Now we move to another topic, but that was his take, and I realized it was just one man's take. I didn't have occasion to ask anybody else about it. And when I went back to my hometown, I didn't see that. I still didn't see a lot of Black women with anybody, really, even with a lot of Black men. I didn't see a whole lot of it. But when I walked through the mall for a second to try to buy a cover for my phone, I saw maybe about 2 of them. But it was a weekday, so the mall wasn't busy. But I remember seeing maybe about 2 of them. And I was shocked even in my hometown, because we're from the Gulf Coast. You know that area. Sisters there are kind of rough. You want to see women with mustaches, you can go to the Gulf Coast and see that. I've been
through Mississippi and Louisiana. I dated 2 women from Louisiana, one of them from New Orleans. Y'all understand it?
Okay, so you seen some of that machismo that they might have, and you were lucky you got the one from New Orleans.
Absolutely. I've seen it. I've seen it, bro.
You in that case, then you were lucky, because if you get them Lake Charles, Baton Rouge, not Lafayette, they okay. They I guess they're mixed, but Lake Charles, Baton Rouge, and the coast of Mississippi, you get them. Oh my God, they're the ones that got mustaches, bro. They got everything a man could want: a beard, muscles, and a mustache.
Hey, thing about being a truck driver is you go through so many cities. You see the slummiest of cities, you see the best cities. But I have seen these women. I have been, especially when you're talking about the Southeast, that Mississippi, Alabama, Florida area, Troy, Alabama, I think it is. Troy, Alabama. You don't understand until you're around these people on the record. But I get what you're saying. I've seen these women, and I don't say anything, because, like I said, I'm 42 years old. I'm an 80s baby. You know what I mean? I understand what I am potentially dealing with. So when I look, I understand what it is there. I understand what is potentially there. I just don't say anything, man. Really, you really don't have to, because they can barely even hide their attitudes anymore, right? They can barely hide their arrogance anymore. And they're really not even trying to. They know we understand how arrogant they are. They understand that we understand that. That's why they do it so easily, right? Because hey, we're gonna accept it for the most part, and we do. We're gonna accept it anyway. Do you get what I mean? There's there is Kevin. I will say this, right? Because Kevin, and I'll say this in response to a couple of your other videos you made. This goes back to the what's understood doesn't need to be said thing, right? And
Okay.
I've had this conversation with BGS a couple of times, blue, red, and then black pill, where once you become black pill, you just have a certain understanding of the world, and really understanding is all that matters at that point, right? What I believe is that when Kevin was just going in on men, is that he had no faith that talking to women was gonna produce any sort of change. So if you're truly trying to make some sort of change, deal with the men. Not to mention he's an image consultant and he's a man. So who is he going to best be able to tell you about image? About men's image, right? Because men
Yes.
are complaining. There's a lot of men that do need to change their image, right? Let's be honest. Okay. So then women, of course, follow wherever men are, and opportunity presented itself. And that's really what you're looking at. It's not that Kevin didn't understand before. He understood. A lot of what he's speaking about right now is from what he understood as far as women goes. He understood it already. But hey, it goes back to what I said about possibility versus probability. If I really want to make a change, let me go with probability, right? So approach the men first, because the men is where real change takes effect, right? The reason that they elevate women the way they do is because it's not going to produce any ground foundational change within the black community. So we can give them whatever they want because they're going to just blow it anyway, right? So when it comes to Kevin, what happened now though is that he didn't believe that was really going to go anywhere. But then all of a sudden, they got relaxed and they opened a door that he didn't think they were going to be lackadaisical enough to open. And he was prepared to run through that door. And he was looking at the time like, I can't believe y'all actually let me in like that. I'm finna come in here and really tell y'all off. I'm really finna really tell the world what it's like. He's looking right now like, I bet Kevin still looks to this day like they really dropped their guard like that. And that's what it is. When Kevin was coming at us, he's coming at, because let's be honest, when it comes to image, for whatever reason, black men being a clean cut, remember they used to say here, man, that man sure is clean cut. That's a clean cut black man right there, right? Nowadays, that's Kevin Samuels. Is the epitome of what they were talking about when they said clean cut black man. But you do that nowadays, and what do they want to do? They want to call him a homosexual, right? So, but that very image is what's most palatable to the planet. So that image can carry our message the furthest, right? Kevin really is a blessing because he could very well just not give a damn about us. We're lucky that he gives a damn, right? So with him, I don't think he ever didn't understand. It's merely of him saying, well, these like we think, like a lot of us think, like these chicks really ain't gonna listen. And they're not really. I mean, we gotta, like I said, exercise our options, remove some of their options, which is us. And so he was saying, look, if you're gonna get anything accomplished, you gotta go after black men. And that's what he was trying to do. But they opened a door he didn't think they were gonna open. And he ran through that door. Because let's be honest, they need the most treatment. They need far more treatment than we do because we haven't been allowed to get away with anything in this country, and they have.
Especially if it was bad for us. That's when they were really allowed to get away with it the most. And it was good you had those talks with BGS because he has the historical reference too. I mean, he remembers what it was like when he was a kid. And I think he said he's in his 70s now or 60s. But
60s.
even though
He's
you and I,
62.
okay, so he's in his 60s, and so he's 62. So he's between 20 and 16 years older than you and I are, because I'm
Yep.
almost the same age as you, a little bit older,
Okay.
but you and I both remember coming up in the 80s and what the rules and the expectations are, what we could do.
Absolutely.
You and I can remember what we thought the world was going to be like compared to what it's actually turned out to be.
Yep.
And the progress that we expected the world to make versus the deterioration that we've seen. And the progress we didn't expect. I mean, we didn't expect long distance to be free. You see what I'm saying? We didn't expect the communication to be facilitated across the globe so cheaply. But we did think people would be able to talk to each other in different areas. But then again, we also, we thought that there were probably going to be some flying cars and some more cleaner energy cars. And
Yeah.
that either the environment was going to be, that the earth was either going to be a wasteland, or we were going to get it all together and come with a clean energy for everything, and it was going to be enough, and there was nothing in between. So it was either pretty much going to be it was either going to be a utopia like the Jetsons, or it was going to be Mad Max and the Thunderdome.
We couldn't predict OnlyFans.
We could not. The other thing too, we did not think that we were going to actually come to an understanding of women.
No.
Didn't expect that.
No.
Now it's like we're coming
what we thought about women was the understanding. We didn't think there was a such thing as truly understanding women. We didn't even think that was a real thing. We thought the only thing you could do is deal with the fact that you would never understand the very nature of women. But now we know what that nature is, and we know that society, everybody lied to us.
Yeah, we didn't think that there was the way I phrased it was, we didn't think we'd understand them. I should have said we didn't think there was such a thing as understanding. Exactly. I should have phrased it that way, because you and I are on the same page with that. We didn't think that was coming. Now we're just putting the vocabulary together to explain what we do understand, so that what you understand you can share with me and vice versa. But we have patches of understanding, and the patches are far beyond what we expected. I mean, I think dual mating strategy pretty much sums it up. I do think that their ideal situation is, let me screw him and then take his baby and put it off on this guy that I would have never wanted. What Alicia Watkins got out of Boyce Watkins, I believe, is exactly what they all want. I'm gonna go through a whole phase and then take them babies and put them off on someone else. Actually, more so, because I think Alicia Watkins' kids are grown, if I'm not mistaken. So at least Boyce doesn't have to, if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't have to actually play stepdad.
Right.
But and I could be wrong about that.
Real dad either, though.
Right. He doesn't get to play real dad unless he brings in polygyny into the situation. And in that case, let's be honest, he gets a young 22-year-old that actually looks at him as her man. Then Alicia's not going to be able to compete. And that's when he's going to realize, wait a minute, hold up. When you were that young and fine, you never looked at me like she did. I thought that was asking for too much. Apparently it's not. It's just you were too dumb to see back then. You know what? You and them grown kids buy. And Alicia knows this. I think that's another reason why it is that they oppose polygyny so much, because we see them going for polyandry. And even a lot of them will even say, well, I don't really want to do it, but I think it should be legal because, let people choose. But then if you say, let's legalize polygyny, some of them would say, yeah, go ahead and legalize it. And others of them would say, no, you can't legalize that because you all don't know how to act. But you see, what we expected to have happen has been vastly different from what's really turned out. And yeah, you're right. We could not have predicted OnlyFans, but that actually shows us the understanding. They want to have a hoe phase, and they don't want to be true hoes, because a hoe is a hoe as long as you pay her to be a hoe with you. They want to be paid like hoes and still be as selective as non-hoes are.
They don't want to be labeled as hoes, but debauchery is the in thing nowadays. Let me tell you what I think about these bros. I think they truly, everything you think. Okay, so if you go back to the Wild West, right, the 1820s, and everything they had in place to try to shame women from doing. I believe all of that stuff is exactly what they want to be doing. Think about it. We can't have a song called WAP and it's endorsed by one of the oldest probably black female Democratic politician we have in the United States. They want exactly to change the idea of what that is, right? Of how we should think towards it. They want that. They understand what it is. They want to change how we perceive it. They perceive it however they are. They just want to get away with it, right? Like a thief understands what thievery is, but they want to change how you look at thievery. That way they can continue doing what they want to do. It's the same way with this. They understand what it is, but they want to do it, right? They being called a hoe is stylish. They call each other hoes all the time. Nobody calls women hoes more than other women. All the time.
Exactly.
The same way as black men call each other niggas, black women call each other hoes all the damn time. Literally on parties, on some very casual shit, and no risk is caused over it, because the same way as black men call each other nigga, hey man, nigga, hey Nick, what you doing over here, bro? Same thing. Nobody takes offense to it, and you'll look like a weirdo if you do take offense to it, right? So they know what they're doing. The biggest thing that can happen here is that they continue to make us think that they don't know what they're doing, right? Because of options, right? As long as they get over on us, they have us as an option. Until we remove ourselves as an option, the vast majority of the plate that they call options is still going to be there. If we remove ourselves as an option, 85% of that plate, maybe even 90% of that plate is gone. Now they got to really compete if they want to. Look, black men in general in the United States have the lowest standards when it comes to women. That's why it's so ridiculous when they talk about Kevin. We have the lowest standards when it comes to women. So if you can't meet our standards, how can you meet the standards of white men, which is who you're really chasing? How can you meet their standards when you make fun of the women that are held to their standard? Right? NASA tall, that term, no ass at all. Hey, that's what their men desire. So how are you making fun of the guy that you want based on his standards? You got to meet his standards, because he's laughing at you. You think you're laughing at him, he's laughing at you. He's in control. I don't care what anybody say. In this country today, white men are still in control. However much longer they're going to be in control, they're still in control. So if you can't meet our standards, how are you going to meet his?
Well, they're going to remain in control no matter what they've got to do. And that's part of why it is they've come up with the artificial womb. I mean, why come up with an artificial one when nature's done much better than we can do? Well, they did it because they're going to need that in order to keep their own numbers up. Because, I mean, let's be honest, that their women are not necessarily trying to have a lot of kids, period, with anybody. But, and they themselves don't really want to have that many kids that they have to take the responsibility for. But they're going to do what they have to do, if not to remain in the majority. They may not care about that, because they've successfully ruled over majorities that they've ruled over other majorities. They did it in South Africa, even though it didn't succeed forever. They still did it. And so they're going to do what they have to do to remain a majority if they can, but in control either way. And VGS even said what they want to do is they want to absorb our population while we are a minority there in the States. We're still only 12 to 14%, so they could absorb that. Because even white supremacists no longer are as strict about a blood quantum of black blood as they used to be, because they already know that most of them have some black blood, maybe 11%. It could be as low as 4%.
Yes, that what they want to do is make it to where Steph Curry is now called a white man. They'll just invite him in.
Well, I don't know if they want to call him that yet, but there's going to come a day when they do. They certainly want us to call him that. Definitely. They do want us to call him that, because
they just can't
if
get
we
away with
split
it.
ourselves up, no, not yet. No, not yet. But if they certainly want us to sit up and say that he's not of us anymore, because that's just more division. And then we would start to vote along different interest lines as well, which is what even some African Americans are beginning to call for. I know of a few of them in the New Orleans area that say, well, we're the golden folks, we're bronze, we're part black, yes, but since we're not treated the same as other black people, even by black people, we are a separate community. De facto, there have been some that have said that. They've said we're not black because black folks only tell us we're black if it's inconvenient for us. But if it's convenient, then they want to cast doubt on it. They want to say that we're not really black. So if it's time for us to be protected from the police, then they're like, oh, well, you go ahead and deal with them because you're part white anyway. They're going to go easy on you. And they're not going to, but that's what they've heard said. And then, so it's true that I certainly they want us to say that he's a white guy or just anything other than us. They do want us to do that. It's hard to imagine because I grew up with both of us, and I spied on white folk accidentally as a kid and intentionally as an adult. And I came to understand that they want our division, and they don't have to have a conference about this either. This is just something they agree on. They want our division, but they don't necessarily want to actually accept many of us that have some of their blood. What they want to do is simply dangle acceptance when it's convenient for them. Much the same way that we will take racial rejection when it's convenient for us, and we'll use that on each other. It's the same thing. So the same way we'll tell someone that they're too black or not black enough when it's to suit our convenience. It's the same thing. Master's grandkids are going to take acceptance or rejection and utilize it when whichever one is convenient for them at the time. So, you're dating his sister and he doesn't want to have little black nieces and nephews. No, you're an N-word, get back over there. But then if he wants to dig out Boom Shika, then he's going to say to you, you can't have a problem with me trying to dig out Boom Shika because look at you. You're obviously the product of such. Even though he doesn't want to have kids with her. Boom Shika may want to have them babies, but he doesn't want to. But he's going to dangle whatever's convenient, much like that silent conspiracy you talked about before. Because the first silent conspiracy is going to be in one person's mind. That's where it's going to start off. But in a nutshell, that I guess that brings me back to what I started recording for, and I need to make this retraction verbally for the benefit of those who can hear this but are not looking at it. Because some people listen to the playback while they're doing other things. To the viewers in the audience, or to the listeners in the audience that are not watching but you're listening, I'm going to retract what I said about Kwame Brown aggressing on Matt Barnes. Now, I do hold to the idea that Kwame Brown has every right to retaliate, but it should be about basketball and it should be about the unfairness with which he has been judged. I'm going to hold to that. But so in other words, he still should not have brought shade and phenotype into this unless one of them brought his shade and phenotype into it, which somebody told me that he had not done. So I want to clear that up. I retract what I said about him possibly attacking Barnes and DJ Envy and Charlemagne when they were not going in after him. Because I've learned on this live stream panel that apparently Charlemagne was doing a sneak diss. And also that Matt Barnes was making jokes and got everybody else cracking up. And he might have even been one of the main ones to bring him up. So to the audience, I retract that part. I do not retract the point that any of us need to leave phenotype out of these arguments and anything else beyond someone's control. Just because we're mad and we argue, and we need to keep our conflicts about what was within someone's control so as to resolve the conflicts we got and prevent unnecessary conflicts later on. I hold to that point. So it's in about 8 minutes, I'm going to have to go. So before I cut out, last words, Jay Lion, words of wisdom, bro, because you've been patient. Jay Lion. You're gonna have to unmute yourself because I can't unmute your mic, but you're on mute, so you have to unmute yourself, J Line. 5, 4, 3, 2. What's happening? One True Iceman. I just saw you come in, so I suspect that J Line may have fallen asleep because I know I know it's probably early in the morning where you guys are. Meech, what time is it where you are now?
It is 4:43 a.m. I'm in the Midwest here in the United States.
Okay, all right, 4:43. Okay, then. So you're in. I got you.
No,
I
you know what?
understand
I'm
which
on
part
East Coast time. I'm on East Coast time
Mhm.
here in the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, that's East Coast. The Midwest is divided between East Coast time and Central time. I remember that
Yep.
because
Indiana,
my wife
Illinois.
is okay. Yeah, that's they're in Central, I think. And my
Mm,
wife is from the Midwest. She is her family, they're in the Central time zone. So I always tease
okay.
her because where I'm from is Central time zone too. Most of the Gulf Coast is. I'm not from that part of Florida where it's Gulf Coast, but it's Eastern time. I'm not from that part. So I usually tease her and I'll say, it's the same time of day over there that I just told you it is in my home city. Because
Hmm.
we might check the weather and see if our parents are going to be doing okay.
Right.
Make sure it doesn't get too cold or too hot. So I might check and
Yeah.
I say, well, yeah, it's pretty hot there. Why is it so hot now? You forget that they 8 or 7 hours behind. And
Right.
oh
Right.
yeah, so what time is it in my city? Same one it is in mine. I just told you. So we have. I dig into about that.
I hear you.
So let's see. I think Jay Menelik is sleeping. All right, Nak Measy, how's everything?
I think
Nak
everybody's
Measy.
falling off.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to bring him on. My bad. My bad. I didn't bring him into the stream. Nak Measy, how's everything going?
I'm good, brother. It's 4:45 in the morning, so I'm gonna speak a little low, but I'm good. How you?
So far, so good. I understand why you would be speaking low. You cannot wake your wives and kids up. And I said wives with an S intentionally.
I heard. I caught it.
Nah, I only have one wife, brother, but I'm actually back in New York, so my family is
And
is
8
in Holland
girlfriends.
right now.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm sure they'll knock the up out at this point. 4:45. Yeah. Why are you awake, Nak?
Because I don't know. I just got back to New York today, so I'm adjusting to the time zone. So yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. You still got jet lag. What
Yeah,
what time zone did you travel from?
from Holland, Rotterdam.
Okay. That's let me think. What is that? 3 hours ahead?
No, it's 6. They are 6 hours ahead of us. Yeah, ahead.
Yeah, yeah, they're going to be six. That's right, six ahead. I'm thinking about the Atlantic and how small it looks on the map. No, you're right. That is a 6 hour difference. That is very true. My goodness, yeah, that's a lot. I remember going to. I forgot about that because I remember when I used to fly to Morocco, and I would think that they were going to be like maybe 3 hours, or maybe even two, and it would die from New York itself because to get there, if you fly from the states there, you got to fly from New York. And I would think that they weren't going to be too far apart in time zones, but no, you're right. I forgot about that. Even the UK is really it's really far from the eastern coast of the US. God, that's really far. So you saw the title, and I guess you heard the last portion of it. What was your take on Kwame Brown going in on Matt Barnes? Not about the basketball,
Hmm.
but what was your take on him going in on Matt Barnes' phenotype specifically, and even DJ Envy's?
Okay, so now, thank you, brother. I didn't hear everything. I saw the title and I heard about 30 seconds right before the brother fell asleep that you tried to bring back on. So here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. Do
Yes, sir.
you consider Matt Barnes black?
Yeah, and I probably do have a personal bias for doing so because I'm black and I I got a slightly bigger nose and bigger lips than he does, and that's
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could tell us apart, but in overall description, that's about really where, and I don't have any hair at all anymore. So that's about where a photograph of us is going to be different.
Okay, so now let me follow up. When I asked you that, there was a slight pause. It was like a, yeah. Now, if you would have asked me if I'm black, it's absolutely. That is the issue that we have with these multi-generational, racial people. Is Matt Barnes, one of his parents, white?
I read that his mother's white.
Then he is absolutely not a black man. We have to start separating the social versus the biological. While socially, he can be amongst black people and learn how we speak, learn how we act, and we accept biracials generally as black. He is not biologically one of us. Okay, just like Adam Clayton Powell, not a black man, but really went down for black people on a social issue. So then we run into, do we have to start gatekeeping biracials, mulattoes, who want to be part of the group, but have historically been problematic for the group? We don't know how to deal with the mulatto because,
Let me chime
you
in.
know, well, I love for you to chime in when I'm done, brother.
All right. Sorry about that, man. I know.
Thank you.
Do
I
your thing.
appreciate you.
All
Thank
right.
you. So we have to separate the social from the biological. And the story of the tragic mulatto was a real one. You know, not being accepted by white. A lot of them don't even want anything to do with white. And then also being rejected because of their phenotype from black people. You see what I'm saying? So we just have to have a real honest conversation. Then the conversation would be, what is black? And I'm going for more from a biological standpoint. But even with that, right? I'm a black American. So there is admixture in my DNA. So am I technically black as an African? Then we have to go back to the social. So where I personally draw the line is that biracials are not black because they can switch side and play both sides of the fence. The colorism thing, I believe, started on the light skin side, where with a feeling of superiority. I'm brown skin, so I never had to deal with it either way, right? But we can't accept biracial people into the black into the black group. We can't. If he was like if he had a majority of his DNA or his ancestry going back to Africa, that would be something. But let me explain to you real quick why even a biracial that is the product of a black American father and a European mother doesn't even have half of the ancestry going back to Africa or the DNA, because if you look at the admixture, 25 to 10% admixture of European, that lowers the African in the black American. And then when you add someone's like 97% European, now you have a 60-40. Now you have a 70-30 that walks around and claims that he's black. When he looks in the mirror says, you are not black. And then the mind says, I agree, but I feel black. So that's what we have to do, is define blackness.
In that case, well, Meech, I want to hear you out before I ask my question. Go ahead, Meech.
Okay. So I agree and I disagree with what somebody said, right? So when it comes to whether they have a black father or a white father, the thing is about how they're going to view black men, right? So somebody who had a black father coming up, even if they're mixed breed, is going to be far more going to give far more leniency to black men than somebody who came up with a white father, right? So I believe that's the main thing right there, as far as not necessarily the percentages, but just what sort of man raised you. That's the first thing, right? Okay. So then the second thing is this: you're gonna have when you're talking about Matt Barnes, you're talking about DJ Envy. There's absolutely the idea of the tragic mulatto. That's why I said Meghan Markle earlier, right? She's a perfect example of the tragic mulatto. She called herself gray. She didn't feel black or white, right? And so you go back to what I was saying before. You have to deal in probability. What's the likelihood that somebody with the mentality of a Meghan Markle might cause you harm, considering what it is you're trying to do, how you live your life, right? Okay. So when we're looking at the way that Kwame Brown might have said some things about Matt Barnes and DJ Envy as far as their skin tone, it's really I don't think he's saying, hey, anybody, because let's be honest, most black people have friends and family members that are light skinned. I don't really think that's it. I think he was coming at them in a manner of, hey, you, because you're lighter skin, and Charlemagne because he's willing to kowtow, right? You're willing to deal in the butter. You're willing, if you have the opportunity over there to get a leg up and deal in the white man's ice is colder and in your butter biscuit industry, you're willing to deal with that, right? And that you're coming at me because first off, Kwame Brown is obviously not mixed, right? And it's acceptable to come at him. And I think he's kind of calling them out on that. Like, oh, okay, I see what we're dealing with here. Like, not necessarily. I'm sure he has, like I said, mixed and light-skinned friends and family members that are like, okay, we get that he doesn't mean that light-skinned people are screwed up, but that, hey, I think that you, the ones who are benefiting from, having this recognition and industry recognition and all of this stuff, you need to hold your horses, because chances are you are pandering for butter biscuits, and you are just taking advantage of the fact that I'm a very obviously black guy. That's what I think.
That he was retaliating because he perceived colorism in them ganging up on him.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Mac Measy, before I give my take on it, what's yours? Do you think that Kwame Brown may have perceived colorism and attacks on him?
It's quite possible. I think we humans tend to go for the most obvious in offense and defense. So the most obvious when you want to offend someone is their race, and race and phenotype are connected. So that's an easy shot, and I believe felt like he was being ganged up on. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Matt Barnes has said some racially insensitive things about darker skinned people. But I just want to respond real quick to what my brother Meat said. We cannot allow social constructs to dictate to us as black people who is in our group. So just because a person has a black father and a white mother doesn't make them any more genetically black. Just because they have a better outlook on black people, just because biracials may suffer some of the same issues that we suffer as black people, doesn't make them biracial. People say, well, they suffer the same thing, so they're black. We shouldn't and will no longer allow with the white man to tell us who is black. Just because the one drop rule was created to exclude them from his riches and exclude them and try to do racial purity for his people, doesn't mean that we have to be the dumping ground for every mixed race person and accept them into our group. So I don't accept them. We got to talk about who's black. Do you pass the Lost in Africa test? If you were walking down the street in any part of West Africa, would they say that guy is, has a white father? Would they say, oh, that guy might be Nigerian or whatever? If you don't pass that, and you would, walk more, you'd fit more homogeneously into, let's say, what are those people called? Into the Amazi group, like the Berber group, or
Yeah.
the Arab group. If you take Matt Barnes and you throw him in the middle of Harlem, Spanish Harlem, he looks like a Puerto Rican, not a black. If you take him and you put him in certain parts of Turkey, he might look like a Turk. If you put him in certain parts of Morocco, he'll look like a Moroccan. So those people are not our people, as long as, and a lot of them have been very, very loyal to us, and I appreciate it. But I'm not going to, let my own bias dictate who black people are. A black man, phenotypically, or I would say the poster child for what a black man looks like, someone of the Bantu haplogroup, a West and Central South African, and I'm excluding East Africans, a lot of them, or Horners at least, looks like the brother Kwame Brown. I mean, his name is Kwame. That's a Ghanaian name. So obviously his parents saw something. So that's my point.
Well, what you just said, right? So me saying that, my intent in saying that is not to say that you should accept somebody because their father was black in this interracial relationship. It's more so saying that the likelihood of black men not being treated terribly is far greater when if there is an interracial relationship when the father is black than when the woman is black. That's all I'm saying there. So if you don't accept it, I tell my buddy right now, with people that have their diehard saying, like what you just said, hey, if they're mixed, I don't deal with, I can't knock that anymore, man. Look, we've been burned a lot when it comes to stuff like this. I don't knock you or judge you for that at all, because guess what? There's no way for me to say to you that if you came and said, look, I can provide you with thousands of examples where we got burned trusting somebody mixed. Guess what? You are accurate. There are thousands of examples. I can't knock you for that, man. I can't knock you for that at all. What I'm saying though is if you're dealing with an interracial person, as far as black men go, your probability, I talk this possibility versus probability, right? It's far more probable that you're going to get decent treatment if the father is black than if the wife is black.
And I 100% agree on the treatment, but then I would say that the treatment has literally nothing to do with whether they are black or not. They have a whole white parent that tucked them in and kissed them on the forehead before they went to sleep. So that right there excludes them from the group. I have a group. It's a community action group. I only deal with black people, right? But when it comes to biracial people, I will work with them, absolutely, as long as they're not switch-siders. But that's a question that has to be had. Now, one of my people, he's actually in the Nation of Islam, so we don't do you're in a religion we don't agree with. It's if you're black, we rock with you. And he said, look, brother, I got to tell you, my woman is white. And he's like, I don't know what to do. I said, well, really? Do you have a child with her? He's like, yes. I said, well, you got to stay, bro, because you have to make sure that your daughter does not grow up with the negative view of black people, which is absolutely going to happen if you leave that white woman. So you stepped in there. Now you got to stay. I said, but I don't want your white wife coming to our meetings. So the first meeting we had, brother, I drove all the way to North Holland from South Holland. And I go in, it's nothing but beautiful black people in the group, right? I had my Khalid Muhammad queued up to some hip hop, just to get the thing started. I look in the kitchen. I see Marsha Brady preparing food. I looked at him. I'm like, yo. And he's like, he put his head together, put his hands up like he couldn't stop her from coming. And that's the problem, the power dynamic in these relationships. When these black men get with these second-rate Beckys or whatever, they don't have any control. So she basically deboed her way into a black space, and the black man, who's I'm not gonna say his name, but he's a spokesperson for the Nation of Islam in Holland, couldn't even keep his white wife out of black business.
He needs to be cut off.
Exactly, and he is cut off. I don't rock with him no more. So I say, the biracial, the mulatto. I look at them like, where do you lie? Give me a
Yep.
Colin Kaepernick any day over a Clarence Thomas, and I give
Yep.
it back to my brother Black Mind.
I appreciate it. Truth be told, if Matt Barnes isn't black, then I'm sure that mine would be in question, despite my nose and lips. That my blackness would be in question.
Probably not.
There's also that possibility. And it does vary from person to person. Where I live right now, there are black Arabs, and they are citizens. They're those who come from Sudan, and they're Sudanese citizens, and they're here on residency visas or residence permits. And then there are those that are citizens of here. Their grandparents are born here. They can trace themselves back to Chad, to sometimes even West Africa, to Sudan. As a matter of fact, some of the name Fulani is actually a family name in the Arabian Gulf, and everybody with the last name Fulani is black. Some of them come from northern Sudan, and the last name is Nubi, which just means Nubian. You got to have the name. If your last name is Nubi, you must be black. And there's some people in the U.S. with the name N-E-W-B-Y, Nubi. But I never met a white one with that name, Nubi. And here, if your name, the blackest name you could have in the Gulf is stereotypically Adam Nubi, because they know Adam was black. Here, it's a given that Adam was black. Even his name means that he was black. The name Adam in Arabic means that he was made from something dark. So when I'm out with my wife and I see some of them and I give them the head nod, they see me and they see her and they give me the head nod. If I'm out by myself and I give them the head nod, they wave, but they don't look long.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they think I'm just giving a head nod because we happen to see each other, look in each other's direction. But when I'm with her and I see them, I give the head nod. They look longer because they realize that, okay, this is a black couple. He's just pale. And he saw me and he gave us the nod. They actually do live in different communities here. So with all equal rights of citizenship and everything else, they still marry each other. They have neighborhoods of their own in certain places. There are some towns that are just them. And so what I have to stop and understand, okay, well, in the US, as soon as I speak, I'm black. But here, because Arabic's not my first language, I can't speak it in a way that they would recognize me. So actually, they're more likely to recognize me if they hear me speak English and it's a bilingual listener. Because if they're bilingual and they're fluent, then they can tell the difference between the ways that we speak English. But you got to be an English speaker to hear that, and a pretty good one too. If it's your second language, I mean, if you're not really fluent in it, you're not going to pick up on it necessarily. So I had to accept that even though I do count myself as black, both my parents are officially black. We're not recognizable visually speaking. And
No.
I mean, during the King riots in college, my father was in college during the King riots. And he said that he happened to pass under a street light and somebody was running up on him with a rock in their hand. And he had to speak to them and ask them, what the hell is wrong with you? And when he spoke, that's when the guy realized, oh, my bad, I didn't know. When we got, when my mother got mugged in Miami back in '97, we were in Liberty City. We didn't know that it was dangerous even in the daytime. We thought, just don't go at night. No, we went in the daytime. It was deserted. Dude smashed the window in to try to get my mother's purse. Must have been on drugs, right? Yep. And when my dad and I started fighting with this guy, and I'm trying to swing around my mother from behind so that I hit him and not her, we started fighting with this guy. He looked at us like, how do you even have the courage to fight me? But then my father said, what the F is wrong with you again? And the guy stopped. Oh, okay. And he actually let go of everything and took off running when my dad spoke. Now, I said, I grabbed his elbow at the time. And the same time my dad said, what the hell's wrong with you? I said, Dad, I got him, drive off. My plan was to throw him under the tire of the car as we drove. I was going, as we drove, if I had his elbow, he couldn't run off, and I was going to try to throw him under the wheels as my father drove off and killed the man. My plan was to kill him dead. And I'm still upset that I didn't succeed in it. But the thing was, not only did he had the shocked look when my father spoke, and that's when he was trying to run. It was the same time I said, drive off, I got him. But he didn't seem to hear me because he was looking at my dad while trying to wrestle for the purse. But the thing that I understood was that he didn't pick the car just because we were in the area. He picked the car because he looked at us and he figured they're not going to be able to fight me off. That it dawned on me later on because somebody else later on in the same city, this was in Miami during the trip. It was later on that same afternoon, we had to change the rental car. We drove back to the hotel and somebody was crossing the parking lot to get to the beach. And when my dad stopped and let him go, you know, this is a bruh, and he was traveling with two ladies. My dad stopped and let him go. Junebug looked at him and said, "That's what I thought, cracker." And that's when it dawned on me what had going on.
Right.
2 incidents in one day, and this is in Miami. So I realized Miami was just like that. And I never went back. If this is what's going on in the States, and I'm seeing the same thing here, then I understand that may mean that by McNeese's definition, I don't make the cut. I get that. So it may very well be that certain things I say, you got to take with a grain of salt. But there's one thing that I've been trying to find in order to substantiate, and I can't find it. And that is in the States, I mean, because I don't have access to historical records in every country, but in the States, did we actually, and when I say we, I mean people of my phenotype, so-called mulattoes, did we actually have a lot to do with messing up revolutions and revolts that were planned? I mean, is there some correlation in between having a Caucasian parent and a black parent and then turning and spilling and ratting out any plans for revolution and revolt? I heard about this in Haiti. I don't know how true it is. I heard about it, but I couldn't find any substantiation in the States, like any comparison. The closest I could get to it actually was W.E.B. Du Bois with his grudge with Marcus Garvey, which they squashed eventually. And ironically, Du Bois made it back to Africa when Garvey didn't. But that's the closest I could come to that actually being true. Is there actually a historical correlation in between being of an admixture and then selling out the rest of us?
Okay, so I'll put it this way. I saw on YouTube one time a young chick in high school talking to her white classmates and saying, "Hey, I'm black, but I'm not that kind of black," and talking to some other chicks over there that might have been ADOS. And so she was obviously not ADOS, Haitian or Jamaican or whatever she was, right? So what you're going to deal with is there are, especially when you're talking about people from the area you were from, right? Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, those kind of places. Those are when you talk about black in America, those are like the starting points, right? People from Chicago, so I grew up 20 minutes outside Chicago, right? My people are from Louisiana. A lot of people around the Midwest, especially the Midwest, even they came from the South in the United States, right? Okay. Yes. So what you're seeing is that people are, it's, I would say, let's go up a higher level and talk about selling out in general. And then people saying more so looking at it like, hey, anybody who can sell out will sell out. Now, what are the advantages they have? What are the things they have that will permit them to sell out? Okay, the color of their skin, which is a big issue here in the United States, right? Whether you're somebody that just your where you were educated, right? Whether or not you went to an Ivy League school or an HBCU, right? And so people are looking at that and they're kind of like, well, you know what? I can see where they would do that because they are judged less harshly than the obviously black male. And I think that's where you're seeing a lot of that. It's not necessarily, it ties into where it's saying, hey, yes, technically He's judging you based off your skin tone. But it's not that he's necessarily judging you because he has a distaste for your skin tone. But more so that in his experience, anybody with an out will do this. And skin tone is one of the primary determinants of whether or not somebody has an out to sell them out. Do you get what I mean? So it's not that, hey, I just hate light-skinned people, but if they haven't given me any overt reason to know that they are not the sellout type, then it's probably safest to assume what they say about electricity, it travels the easiest path, the path of least resistance. It's probably best to assume they're going to travel the path of least resistance. And if they don't, then I need to be watchful of them anyway and witness the fact that they don't. What do you think about that?
I'm going to hear Nakmeezy out before I reply, but I want to hear his take too.
Okay, I agree with what most of my brothers said right there, and the stuff that I disagree, I don't even remember right now. Because I'm listening to him with a positive ear, but I'm also listening for, things that may not be true, and I can't remember anything that's not true. So the question was, has there been, I guess, historically, issues in the United States where mulattoes have thwarted advancement, what calls us for advancement for blacks? You have to go to Louisiana and deal with the multi-generational, multiracial Creole of color. Now, these people, they had black servants, and a lot of times they treated them like crap. So there's been, social smoke, and they've been amongst us, but have treated us like shit, right? While all the time, when it was possible for them to pass as white, taking those advantages, thus putting them or solidifying their buffer class status among black people, but lower than white people. I have a video that's called Octoroons and Quadroons Are Not Black. And in there's some interviews with people from Louisiana who break down how even in their family, there's like a darker skinned one, and he was mistreated. So there has been tension, right? And I don't think that there should have even been tension, because they should have not been allowed amongst the group. They are allowed amongst the group because they're, essentially racial grifters. They don't belong there. So then, because we black people accept everyone, and they can speak like us, right? They know the jive talk. They know how to say yo, right? Then we say, oh, okay, you're one of us. When the reality is those are things that they use when it is convenient to move among us. And we've been so dumb in the past to accept people based off of how they act, the stereotypical portrayals of us, to say that they are us. Now, as far as historically, I was doing research on the AME church, and these were free blacks in the North. And due to that studying, I came across there was supposed to be either a riot that they were planning, or just a protest, and there was a mulatto that ratted them out. So I can give that one, right? But because I don't have the names, I'm just going to say, look, it's been the social tension, the smoke between blacks and mulattoes. And when we say that, a lot of this stuff that we're talking about with Matt Barnes and Kwame Brown, this is not colorism, brothers. This is racism. These are two different people from two different races. And until we understand that, just because the white man said, I don't want to accept the people or the hexadecaroon, which is what technically the one drop rule is, the hexadecaroon as my people, doesn't mean that black people have to accept them as our people. And I love when they rock with us and stuff. But even I had to come to the point where, look, I'm being disingenuous if I'm accepting help from a person that I don't include as one of myself. I had a debate with this. She was like Indian, like what they call Hindustani out here, right? And she taps in her black boyfriend, and her black boyfriend comes in, and I didn't see what he looked like, but his father's Black American, right? And he's in Holland, so he's talking all this black stuff, and he's like, yeah. And I said, hold on. I said, is your mom white? Did you just say your grandmother was white? He was like, yeah. I'm like, then you're not black, bro. So he said, he went into a rage, like, yo, my brother's in a fraternity. I think he was whatever the one that's white and red. My alpha brothers told me, well, black and yellow is alpha, right? They told me that the reason why y'all do that is because y'all jealous of our hair and this and that, this and that, this and that. Now, this brother doesn't know that I've spoken to his father. His father's a Black American that's currently in Africa. And that's why I didn't really blast him. Because when he told me that he was white and black, I said, yo, I think this is the dude's, because they had the same last name. His father said if he could have made a better choice, he wouldn't have chose to lay down with a white woman, because what he's done is produced a child who doesn't feel accepted and will use, his entry into the black community sometimes as ammunition to shoot at the black community. So the question is this: if you don't look partially, at least, like the ancestors that came here, then you're not in the group. If I were to walk in certain parts of Nigeria, I'm a Nigerian. Matt Barnes walks into any part of Nigeria, he's not a Nigerian. They're going to call him Lebanese. You see what I'm saying? Okay. These are the facts that we're talking about. There was one more point that I wanted to make about Matt Barnes. About the Fulani. The Fulani is the all-time the go-to for the Muslim that wants to really talk about that they're a part of the group. The Fulani depends on what they look like, because there's not one set phenotype. But generally, Fulanis do not have Bantu haplogroup phenotypes. I'm talking about the hair. I'm talking about the nose. And why is this? Because for them, they stay in their group so much to the point that they married their cousins. And this is a fact. So when you talk about these Sahelians, the people that, if you look at agricultural map of Africa, the people that come from the region that is not that green, but really going to brown, going towards the desert, the Sahara, then you will see that these people are most of the time more aligned with the thought processes of the Arab, even if they don't fit into the Arab phenotype. And if you know what's going on in West Africa now, let's take Nigeria, the giant of West Africa. The biggest problem are the Fulanis. So the Fulani is not even really in the group. The Fulani are putting black people that we have lineage to under pressure. The Fulani are not us. You could take a Fulani and throw him in the Horn of Africa. He'll fit in better than if I take a Fulani and put him in Accra. And I give it back to you.
Well, I know that there are Fulani from Eastern Africa as well, but they call themselves Fulata. They have a different name when they come from the East. Here, they have their own family name, which is Fulani, but usually those Fulani come from the western coast of Africa, whereas the ones that are in the East, they're called Fulata. They haven't normally migrated across the Red Sea, which you think they would, but they haven't. Now, Fula Sports was on here previously, and that's the Fulani that lives in California. He was on here previously. He mentioned how the Fulani of themselves are very diverse, that they don't, so that would mean, like you said, they don't have one phenotype. And they're not even all of the same faith. Some of them practice the old tribal faiths that they had. I assume that they can understand each other when they speak. I assume that the different dialects are close enough to, but he himself did say that they were diverse. The thing was, I have to ask him, what pressure are you people putting on everybody else? or you're pressuring everybody else, is this true? He'd be able to at least mount a defense. And to his credit, he's an honest enough person to where if his people are doing this, he wouldn't lie and say, no, we're not doing that. If his folks are actually doing this to other people, he would say, yeah, we are. And they would have every reason to be upset and kick our behinds. But in the event that, in the event that, well, let's take the 90s. Let me go straight to that. I'll skip this next point. I'll go straight to the one after that. I heard you mention that there was a place where there was a mulatto that thwarted the revolution. You forgot the names, but can I ask for that location again? Because I didn't catch that part.
Hey, I'm gonna fall off. Y'all take it easy. Hey, thank you for having me up there, Black Mind. Hey, brother, I hope you come up next time. You sound like a very intelligent man. You have some very poignant ideas, man. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
brother.
fall off.
All right.
Peace.
All right. Take care, Meech. Thanks a million, sir.
All right.
So, Nakmuzi, what location was that?
I believe it was Philly. Philly is jumping out at me. I believe it was either Philly. Yeah, I'm just going to have to go with Philly because when I want to say New York, it's pushing me back to Philadelphia.
Okay. And was this in the 16 or 1700s or was it in the 1800s?
18.
Okay. Well, there may have been something planned. We just wouldn't be able to call it a slave revolt legally because I think that by that time, I think that by the year 1800, Pennsylvania had become a free state.
No, these were free blacks. So they weren't even when slavery was still in effect. These were free blacks anyway that started the AME. So they weren't slaves at all.
Okay, so they were free, but you said that some effort of theirs was thwarted.
Yeah, it was like a protest because what was happening was that the AME was started because all the blacks were being discriminated against in churches. So they started their own church, but they were going to have a protest and the white establishment didn't really look with smiling eyes upon that. So they, this mulatto, and this is just one thing. So this would be weak sauce. What we really have to go to is the, just that tension between the mulatto and the buffer class, the mulatto buffer class and black people. You know what I'm saying? This has been going on for the longest. And it's I don't like the way that is. I don't like it. But, if you have the choice to be able to go between groups or be amongst us until you get a chance to be amongst them, then it's like, yo, are you just using us for protection when you want? Like, it's not cool. It's not cool at all.
Okay. Well, okay, so it was a protest that apparently a mulatto thwarted. And truth be told, I don't know about it either. And so I can't give an agreement or disagreement.
Right.
What I can say is that as somebody taken for, even though I'm not officially mulatto, as somebody who's taken for such or mistaken for such, as somebody who could be mistaken for a Lebanese myself going into Western Africa, if I were to go there, the truth be told, we are stereotyped actually for the opposite. I mean, some people say, well, the mulatto's been a major problem, and I can understand why. If they're talking about Haiti, I understand why they would say that. I get it, because I read myself that in Haiti they were a major problem, and that when the Africans revolted in Haiti, they took the mulattoes out too. And you know what? Fine. If they were actually participating in helping the French to downtrod the Africans, then that's what had to happen. I don't necessarily like it, but I'm not angry with the Africans that cut up the admixed African mulattoes. I'm angry with the mulattoes that participated in the oppression, because if you have those that didn't do so, because see, a lot of mulattoes actually aren't light skinned. I wouldn't say a lot, but there are enough of them that aren't even light skinned, and they wouldn't even think they could participate in such and sell out, and then they wind up maybe taking a backlash. Or you have some that just, some like me, who actually look at white folk and say, I don't care if I'm 80% you're a problem to the rest of humanity. I'm never going to support you against anybody else. But then later on, when there's a backlash, they catch it, like what almost happened to my dad in Nashville in college during the King riots. And like what happened in Miami in '97, where like 2 times in one afternoon, he was singled out, once for theft and the other time for an outright insult. And he's very pro, well, he certainly was back then, very pro-black, very race loyal, almost Pan-African, almost. What's really happened is that we've been stereotyped as being too militant and needing to tone it down. And sometimes that's actually been true. You take Malcolm, whose mother was not ADOS, whose mother was half white because his grandmother was raped by a white guy in Grenada, and his mother actually hated her own white half. Malcolm himself wrote that there was a time when he hated every bit of the white rapist blood that was in him. And he was quite militant. Du Bois wound up leaving and going to Ghana, where he's buried now. And he wrote off America, and he said they're not capable of treating us like equals. They cannot do it. And he came around to Garvey's way of thinking, even though he and Garvey are going at each other about this phenotype before. And so really what I'm seeing is that there are some groups that say the mulatto's a problem, but that sounds like that seems more recent, because previously we were the ones that were out there trying too hard to prove that we're black, and we were so militant. And, you know, if a white guy was found with his head cut off, it was probably the light-skinned guy that did it. That's how we were stereotyped from the 90s onward. Did you hear about that? I mean, did you ever hear any of those jokes coming up in the 90s?
Look, the 90s, I think, was a hard time for, was it the 90s? Whenever Denzel, no, not Denzel, what's the Wesley Snipes came out, it was a hard time for light-skinned people. I'll recognize that. But yes, you're 100% right. A lot of mulattoes went harder than black people for black people. That's why I say I have to see what side of the fence you on. Are you someone that's going to be standing up like, yo, blah, 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 blah? Nah, you know, just being the lightest person in the room, but not really caring, you know, and standing up for black people. That is 100% correct. I've seen that. And there's a couple of reasons for it, because a lot of them don't even really recognize that white admixture, right? Or in their case, it's not even really admixture. It's more, you know, it is admixture, but it's a lot of it. They just see themselves as black. Whereas you have others that will play the fence. You have mulattoes or multiracial that never played defense, and I salute them. But yeah, and this is what I think a lot of it is for those who recognize that they're mulattoes, right? You ever see like now this is going to be a horrible one, but when someone has doubt of who they are, they normally go really hard to prove who they are and why they need to belong in that group. What I was going to use was like a dyke lesbian. She's not a man, but she tries so hard to be a man. Sometimes it's ridiculous how hard, how tough, and all the stereotypical things that they try to do to try to prove that they're men. And in their mind, they know they're not. They could walk around with a man's part in their pants that they purchased, but they're still not men. You understand what I'm saying? But that doesn't stop them from acting like men. So that's why I said, man, this is something very sensitive. It's a very sensitive topic. I took my DNA test not to see what part of Africa I'm from, because I'm a proud Black American. I'm of African descent. I'm not an African. And that's another show. I took it to see how much admixture European I had, because my mother's light skin. My mother's light skin. Her brother's light. I showed you the pictures. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I was like, yo, because they were free people of color on my mom's side, her grandfather in Trinidad. And I'm like, yo, were these free people of color that held slaves? That was my thing. Like, damn, this is where my admixture is coming from. Turns out that wasn't the case. But when you speak to my mother, when you speak to my uncle, like the whole admixture conversation never even comes up, because they are black. They're black. You ask my uncle, matter of fact, my uncle's a 5%er. I don't know if you ever heard of them. Yes. 5%, he goes the hardest. And very dark-skinned black people follow his words, because they know in his heart of hearts, like you're blacker than the blackest black. You see what I'm saying? But then we if we don't have the conversation from an honesty standpoint and say, well, what is Black biologically? You know, we in America have a different social construct, and social and culture definitely play a role. So what we're dealing with, man, is just the fact that due to what happened to both of our ancestors, brother, we've been mixed up, man. And we've been so mixed up that we are mixed up in ourselves, biologically, ideologically, and socially. So at the end of the day, like a brother like you who happen to be light skinned, man, I will ride with you. I'll jump in the trenches with you to the end of days before I would do that with somebody like Clarence Thomas.
Well, you're seeing it as a moral struggle like I am. And that's why you and I share this particular loyalty. And in our understanding, it simply comes down to the fact that whites were wrong for the conflict they started and Black people were right, not because we were saints, but because we did not start this conflict. And it just never occurred to us to pick a people based on the phenotype and then enslave them and then go to all the links between the heavens and the earth to keep them enslaved, even to doing these inhumane things that Europeans did. We were more likely to do it to each other after they finished colonizing and enslaving us than we would have ever been to do this to anybody before such time. So we see this as a moral thing, and that's why you and I would share this particular loyalty. It's very similar to some people, to many people that are not Palestinian, but they say, no, we may not even like Palestinians. We don't know them, but they can't as a mass deserve what Israel's doing to them. It's a question of morality in the struggle. And that's the reason why if someone came to me with a DNA test and they said, hey, look, Black, you're gonna have to change your name. You don't even have any African DNA according to this DNA test. And I know that the DNA test isn't forged. Then while having to accept a different classification, as you say, I still would not shift loyalties, because in the end, when it comes to the racial conflict, Black is right, white is wrong. Everybody else is right or wrong, depending on their ability to recognize that Black is right and white is wrong. Not on the basis of its own color, but on the basis of who did what, who started what. It's as simple as if you're when you were in school, the one that hit you first is the aggressor. He wasn't wrong because he didn't like you. He was wrong because he hit you first. And when you wailed on him, you were right for doing so because you were defending yourself, and vice versa. When you hit someone else first and they turned around and retaliated against you, you were wrong and they were right. And now as adults, we can look back and see that it's just that simple. You're not wrong for not liking someone. The difference is I don't dislike our people. That's the difference. I don't dislike Black people. But I'm just saying that even when someone does not like another ethnic group, they can still say, morally speaking, what's done to them is wrong. And they can be against the oppressor because we know that it's wrong to oppress somebody. But the thing is that in terms of the question of selling out based on one's own phenotype, again, I get Haiti because of what the case was. And the funny thing is that later on, there was an Oje rebellion in Haiti in which the unmixed Africans actually united with the French against the mulattoes. And so I guess it wound up evening itself out because you now have a history in which both sides sided with the French against the other. And so now I guess now you could look at Haiti and we could say, okay, well, now pretty much all of y'all done got even except for the French. Nobody has made the French pay. Matter of fact, they made you pay and kept you poor for generations. But what I'm getting at here is that when it comes to, let's say, North America, and I would say by extension, Latin America, when people look the way I do, where whites know that we're not white, other groups might mistake us for them, but then Black folks have a question mark over our heads when they see us. When we look this way, similar to Matt Barnes or even Vin Diesel, we actually don't think about selling out. It doesn't cross our minds to do so until someone says, are you going to sell out? Because we know the difference between us and Massa. We can tell they're different and they can tell we're different. Even if we shared ancestors with them, we can tell that we're not the same race of people. So it doesn't occur to us to sell out because actually we don't even think they would accept something like that. We understand if if you come to me and you say, Black, look, I'm finna rob Wells Fargo because they now know, they have proof that they owe reparations and they decided not to pay, I'm finna hit them up. Okay, well, I probably couldn't get away with doing it, so I couldn't run in there and help you, but I would not turn you in for that. Because and not only is it because you would be morally right, even though it's illegal, the other reason is also because I don't expect any leniency. I don't expect that I could even walk in and say, listen, I know somebody that's planning on hitting up Wells Fargo for reparations for Black folks, and he's going to distribute whatever he gets amongst Black folks in his particular neighborhood, and we're going to start the process, and it's going to be a chain from there. That's the plan. Here's the information. Go ahead and nab him. Now, what do I get? Because what am I going to get? I'm not going to get anything. And eventually they're going to take the info, use it, and eventually one of them is going to come and walk up behind me and assassinate me or pay a crackhead to do it. I'm not going to get a reward for that anyway, even from them. So it's like it never occurs to most of us that us trying to sell out would even be accepted and get any kind of reward. It doesn't occur to us to think that they would even accept that. The other thing is that when they come to us and offer certain benefits and perks that sometimes we might get, and again, I'm talking in the context of North America, if they do go easy on us, if we come across somebody at a job or something that goes easier on us than they do on someone of no admixture or no known admixture, we don't think that they're doing it because they actually like us more. What goes through our mind, because we have experience with this, we've seen it firsthand. What goes through our mind is they're going easy on us so as to foster the division. They're going to ask me to do something that's not fair to him. So if you and I if you and I were both teachers, let's say, and the students complained about both of us, same complaint. They're always talking about Black history. And then my boss calls you in and you got to work without pay, or you're going to get some salary docked for this, or you get moved to a worse class because of that. And then they call me in and they say, just write an apology. And they go easy on me. And I know that they did something else to you. What's going to go through my head is either there was another complaint about NAC that I was not told about, or they're going easier on me so that they can hold this over my head later and ask me to do something that's not fair to NAC Measy. That's what's going to go through my head. And that's not just me. I'm speaking on behalf of others that have looked like me. We've discussed this before. We don't, especially in recent years, when people have been calling for us to be recategorized, and some have even been calling for us to be like pushed aside and told, don't approach any of us. Don't even try to have kids with us. We don't want you. You're a problem. In the last few years that I've been hearing this, which is it's all been since I left the US. I first heard this call in 2017, I think. No, I'm sorry. I first heard it 2017. Then it was 2020, the next time I heard it from more and more and more and more people. When people started saying to me, no, Black man, you said it yourself. And what you said, you ain't Black, get out of our face, stop talking about our business. Since this has been talked about, I've been in on some of these conversations, and everybody's equally shocked to hear that we're expected to like sell out or have less loyalty, especially within the context of North America, because partially because of Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, and that example, and because of Adam Clayton Powell. So we're sitting up saying, okay, so because we've been around white folks, whether they're relatives or just classmates, and we know how they are, because up close and personal, they really are a problem. When you spy on them, or even just when you sit with them sometimes and you don't even hide your identity, you can see how problematic they are. But then when you do hide it, or when they just don't know and they start talking freely, then you really find out how bad they are. And so we're sitting up saying, okay, now that we know how bad they are, and we're sitting up telling our own people, no, we don't want to integrate. No, we don't want their acceptance. Believe me, you don't want that. They're not who you think they are. Now we're expected to sell out. And we didn't even think of that, because we didn't think it's something that would be rewarded in the first place. And that, as a matter of fact, we're always on guard for Massa to come and try to drive a wedge. we're always on guard against that. We expect to be falsely accused. You know, I expect, actually, for nowadays, especially, I expect for somebody to go and say behind my back, man, look, that dude Black man over there, you can't trust him. It's all talk. Or, you know, I don't know, you can make up an accusation. Not just he can't fight either, but what I'm saying is that I expect Master to come along and put these accusations in the form of a movie, whatever the accusations are. I expect that. But I don't actually think that the person in whose interest it would be for us to be divided is going to necessarily reward me for the role they want me to play in helping to hold you back or helping to hold someone else back. Not only me, I'm saying I don't expect it. My dad doesn't, my mother doesn't, my brother doesn't, my daughters don't, my son does not expect that. The friends of mine with a similar phenotype, we all expect that even if we were to go that route, that we would be betrayed in the end and we would still have to deal with some kind of regret for having done it. That's what goes through our heads. Does that make sense, or does it sound like I'm just blowing smoke?
No, that makes 100%. To me, those are facts. Those are 100% facts. As you were speaking, I'm listening to you intently, and at the same time thinking about my ex that was from Louisiana. Her last name was Age, or she called it Age, because I guess that's what it was in French, right? And back in this was like in the early 90s. It was like I didn't see her. I thought she was Puerto Rican when I first met her. You know, she was my dental assistant, right? And she wasn't Puerto Rican. He said, "Nah, she's Black. She's from Louisiana." And I was intrigued. But after I got over that first intriguing, I didn't see her as a mulatto. I didn't see her as maybe a Puerto Rican, because our interactions were no different from my interactions with someone who shares my phenotype. So, you know, when you say that y'all wouldn't go for the bag, you know, the trick bag from the white man, because there's no rewards in it. I agree with you 100%. She used to get upset when people would call her Puerto Rican. I'm Black, and she said it with her chest. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I think the ultimate clapback for, mulattoes have been historically problematic, and they have been a buffer class, which is true, is, then what's the difference between a mulatto being problematic and someone with a more African phenotype also being problematic, like a Mobutu, like the guy who killed, he was a president, he's a former president of Burkina Faso. There's a warrant for his arrest right now. He had Thomas Sankara killed. You see what I'm saying? These are two Black men, Black people, and people in general. There's always going to be switch-siders amongst you. So, is this just a nothing burger? Is it just a nothing burger? And I'm saying this, and it sounded like a 180 in the same conversation. Is it a nothing burger? If we're going to talk about that, then we have to start taking ownership, right? There has been problematic people with ambiguous phenotypes that, switch side. But do the ones who never switch side need to pay for the actions of people that just share their phenotype? No, I don't agree to that. I'm staying out of these African spaces, so to speak, and trying to focus more on things that affect, Black Americans. So I wanted to have a show, number one, a long time ago about the Fulani, about whether the Fulani were misunderstood, whether Fulanis essentially, or are they like the Black Americans of West and East Africa? Do they get a bad rap? Do they deserve the bad rap? That's what I mean. Are they like the Black Americans? But the thing with Fulani is that a lot of them, they don't like to talk about their business, which is a good thing, actually. But this is a conversation I'd like to have in a forum, on my or your channel. If we could get more people to participate, it would be great. You know what I'm saying? because it's a conversation that needs to be had, man. Because as I'm speaking to you and I listen to your intro, like your intro gets me hype. You know, if I were to put you on the phone with my wife and say, yo, where's this guy from? Oh, he's a Black American. She's gonna say it off the rip without looking at you. So is this a nothing burger? We can't just keep holding people to the past of what some of their people that look like them, and I'm talking about mulattoes, for the current ones, like the Colin Kaepernick, and some said he's racially ambiguous, but he's 100% for us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just starting to think this is a nothing burger, man.
Well, most of us would behave in such a way. It just behooves most Black folks of any phenotype to behave in such a way as to make it a nothing burger. Because one thing that we generally share across the phenotypes and across the spectrum is that we don't want to be, we don't have an interest in being excommunicated. Whether it's somebody with, whether someone looks like Wesley or looks like Vin Diesel, generally speaking, most of us just aren't looking to be excommunicated. And the thing is that, see, when I say that I'm Black and that Matt Barnes is Black with his Black father, the reason I say it is we know that there's a one-drop rule, but the reason that we say it is because we think that the one-drop rule is genetically accurate. It's not for the political reasons that white folks say it. What they're saying is if you're not 100% us, you're something else. And if you have any N-word blood, you're an N-word because you're tainted. We know that there's a difference between why they say it and why we say it. We understand that. Most of us do. You can ask most cats that look like me, and even if they say, yeah, I agree with the one-drop rule, they're not going to agree with it for the same reason that Massa came up with it. We're going to agree with it because, well, people talk about DNA and genes and what happens when you mix dominant and recessive traits. Well, that would probably be us if we're actually mulatto and not just light-skinned African. That would be us. What happens when you mix these recessive and dominant traits together? That's us. We've had to live with this for generations. We've known how it goes. We understand that there's a reason why you don't come across a bunch of white folk that are 10% Black, but you come across Black folk that are in the 20s and 30% European. We understand that's because when you start to put the two together, even though Matt Barnes would be considered Lebanese in parts of Africa, even though that is the case, there are still other parts in which they would not necessarily assume that he was Lebanese. They wouldn't assume it. So, but if he goes, the thing is, let me tell you where Matt Barnes will not fit in as a local, and that's Europe, Eastern or Western, probably not even Southern Europe. He's going to be taken as a non-European. That's what's going to happen. And so all these other groups with whom we even get lumped in or for whom we might get mistaken, all these other groups also have Black admixtures, including the Arabs. And so therefore, it always goes right back to Blackness, which is original to human beings anyway. So we actually live with this debate. We're the living result of the debate others talk about. If you mix this, what do you get? Well, we're it. And we're sitting up and we're saying that we can even recognize Black folk as being more closely related to us, not even just culturally at times. But I mean, you can have Black folks that you could have Black folks from different parts of the continent necessarily. You can go into South Africa and you will find people that are pale and relatively pale compared to West Africans. It's not because of an admixture. It's because they don't live in the tropics. That's all it is. South Africans, the Nguni speaking South Africans, the ones that are not Khoi and San, they actually descend from Bantu people. And the word Bantu and Ubuntu, this is common to their language, which means humanity, because they come from, they descend from Western and Central Africans. So they do look a bit different, largely in complexion, because they live outside of the tropics. South Africa is not a tropical country. Even in Zimbabwe, it kind of gets cold. So if you've been to South Africa, you know, you have to wear a jacket sometimes. And that's why the Khoi and the San people, who were actually the palest, lived on the coast, They lived where it was the coldest for the most part, and therefore they're also they live where you had the shortest days in the winter. I'll put it like that, which leads to cold. But the shortest days in the winter lead also to a low UV exposure. That's where they got their complexion from. The Dutch found them looking like that. That's how the Dutch found them that complexion. 4C hair, beady nappy, talking with the clicks, but yellow skin. The Dutch found them that way. And the West Africans that moved and became today's Nguni speaking South Africans or Bantu, they've begun to get a little bit paler because they just live outside the tropics. They live where there are 4 seasons. That's the thing that's happened with us in North America. It ain't the tropics. I mean, Cuba is in the tropics, but Florida's not. That line, that boundary runs right between the two of them. But we live pretty far from not only the equator, we live pretty far from the tropics. And so a lot of the color change that we have is not necessarily due to European admixture. Some of it is, but then some of it is just as plain and simple as the fact that the further north you go away from the equator, the less UV exposure you get. Naturally speaking, it's an adaptation that you're eventually going to start being born with less melanin. Babies are born pale anyway. It's just a simple question of a gene not turning on or not turning on to a full extent so that they don't produce more sunscreen than what they actually need and deprive themselves of vitamin D. That's all that is. It's the same way that white folks became white, but that's a much longer process than black folks becoming light-skinned. So to really see an admixture, you got to swap the DNA and you got to look for the hair texture. And even that's going to change over time. Eventually, that's going to change. Without white admixture, eventually, you just take black folks and put them away from the tropics, and eventually the hair is going to fall out to protect the neck and the back from cold. That's how white folks got straight hair. That's how Asians got straight hair. So we're living that. We're seeing that in actuality, a lot of how we're being identified really isn't even accurate, because there's some of us who don't have any record of a white ancestor. Maybe we have one, maybe we don't. You just don't know because every record wasn't kept. But then we're just, with big old wide Makumbana Yabange noses and big old lips, we could kiss a classroom with one turn of our head, and 4C hair, somebody just yellow or red. That's not something without a DNA test. We can't prove that that's why he's red or yellow, because even in tropical Africa, you've had not just the Fulani, you also have the Bai, thin lips, yellowish, reddish complexions, but wide noses, 4C hair. That's one group. That's the vibe right there. And they're related to the Gola people, who don't necessarily have that, but they know they come from the same ancestry and the languages are similar. I hung out with one of each of them back in Atlanta when I lived there. They were both Liberian. But if one of them wanted to speak Vai, the Gola could understand him, but he couldn't speak Vai. He was answering Gola, and then the Vai could understand him. So they could plot on me if they wanted to, and I wouldn't really pick up on it. But I'm just saying that even sometimes two peoples that are related look different. Two tribes that are related look different. The Igbo were actually considered very yellow-skinned during slavery. When they began to be snatched up and grabbed, they were known for being paler than other tribes from the very beginning. And they were also known to be more prone to suicide. That's the other thing, which was related to a belief that they had. But they were described as being yellow-skinned from the very beginning. And in the Congo, you had some people that before the Portuguese began getting with the women, you had some people that were just lighter skinned already. They weren't common, it was rare, but they existed. It was a known phenomenon, and they weren't necessarily albinos. So a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of the doubt that people have is actually based on white ancestors that may not even exist. And so, we can tell who's us and who's not. And even when we have an admixture, we can usually tell. It's just as plain and simple as we know that we know white, we can't become white, we ain't trying to be. And so you and I both would not have any interest, even though people will oppress us. It doesn't really serve us to have an interest. It doesn't benefit us to be excommunicated from being considered black, because we understand that genetically speaking, that one drop rule has some merit to it. And people are going to always pick up on it. And it ain't even just white folks. We understand that. Ain't nowhere else we could go. We probably don't want to, but there's nowhere that we even could go. If we were excommunicated, I can't go and join the Arabs. I live in their country, but I can't speak like them. They may treat me well, but I'm not going to be considered an Arab. If my wife walks in right now and says, "Hey, yo, black, look, we're done. You're not one of us, and I want to marry one of us. So get out. Thank you for the good times." And you know, if she did that, and every sister after that was thinking the same way, and I couldn't marry a sister. That doesn't mean I can turn around and start looking at the pale Arabs surrounding me and saying, "Well, look, you know, I'm a pretty good Muslim and I'm looking to get married." They're gonna be like, "Look, you were a good friend, but they wouldn't tell me this to my face." That's the thing. But I know because they've actually said this. Some who did not know me have said this regarding others. And this is one of those things we know exist, even though they wouldn't say it to me. A friend would come and tap me on the shoulder. This is what would happen. Okay, he wants to marry one of our relatives. Okay, but wait a minute. Doesn't he claim that he's black? Yeah, but we don't really believe it. We don't see it. Yeah, but he said he is. So what if there actually is some black blood in him and it comes out in the children and they got nappy hair or a big old nose? No, we're not doing that. He's a good friend. In other words, the tribes would friend zone you, even if the woman does not. The tribes would friend zone you. So there's no interest that we have in being anything else. It wouldn't work. It's not authentic. I guess it is a nothing burger. It behooves us to behave in such a way to make it a nothing burger. Because I mean, for one, even if there was a temptation to do that, we saw what happened in Haiti. We saw that, and we do come up with with treatment like what Christopher Williams' character got in New Jack City. When Wesley Snipes, when Nino Brown stuck his hand through Kareem Akbar's hand. Stuck his sword through Kareem Akbar's hand. In New York, you all were like, okay, that changes everything. And many of you all saw it as like as the beginning of a new pattern. For us in the Southeast, that wasn't the beginning. That was a signal. That was something that we were seeing already beginning to happen. Because that movie came out, I think they filmed it in 1990, but I believe it came out in 1991. For us, where I grew up, 1989 was a turning point. That was a change right there. 1989 was when all of a sudden we were starting to get all these accusations about what kind of people we must be. And it wasn't leveled against the women. That's the funny thing. Not so much. But the dudes, we dudes were hearing, "Oh, you think you better. You think you the boss. You stuck up. You probably can't fight. You probably can't dance." We were hearing all of this stuff. But that was before. So when we saw that show, when we saw that movie and that scene, that to us, that was like, oh, wow, that does happen. They put that in the movie. It was a pre-existing issue that was being covered in that movie. That's what we saw. But
you know what you're talking about is that different sides of the same coin. Like you see, and you talk about the change where people were saying, yeah, you think you're better than us. Sometimes we see, things that we want to see. I remember hearing you speak about like black women not wanting to get with guys, light-skinned guys. Me as a brown-skinned dude would always see the girls going to the light-skinned guys. So it's about perspective. And again, is it a nothing burger? Because some women will prefer light skin and some women will absolutely not deal with anyone that's lighter than a car tire, myself included. I would be included in lighter than a car tire, so they wouldn't want to have anything to do with me. The point is that we can't generalize anyone. I think the thing about the one drop rule is where you and I probably don't share the same idea or the same thought on it. But as I'm listening to you, you're making a lot of sense. I had a Nigerian, he's like my OG. And we speak about, I asked him about the admixture in West Africa, specifically Nigeria. He said, look, there's a couple about the light skin. That's what there's a couple of reasons. He says, one is the Portuguese introduced European admixture amongst our populations. Two is climate, just like you said. And then he said, three is mate selection. A lot of the lighter people chose lighter partners, and therefore they, further that lighter skin phenotype. You mentioned black. You mentioned Nguni. I was on a panel with a guy named Black and Goonie, and his name was Black and Goonie, and I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, yo, this dude is literally my same complexion. And he's like, yo, we're not mixed. And I'm like, looking at him, I'm like, yo, I could bring this dude to my family reunion, and he'd look just like a Black American. He's a South African. So I'm starting to think it's a nothing burger, but it's a nothing burger that still has to be cooked up and served on a menu. And when I get back to Europe, where I have a better setup and I can have a show, I like to do a show with you, brother, because you're knowledgeable, you stand on your square. And one thing that I would ask you to do, brother, is when someone asks you if you're Black, say it with your chest. Don't say, well, you know what I'm saying? Say that with your chest, bro. You've earned that right. The knowledge that you have about what's going on with our people from Africa, what's going on with our people in America, affords you that right to say with your chest. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever like answer that question with no. Absolutely, I'm Black. You know, and I accept you as Black. Not that you need my acceptance, but I'm speaking to my brother on the phone right here. You know, these conversations need to be had, even at the expense of our own feelings. I had to look up and try to find, and I said it, excuse my language. I'll say it in a different way. I had to find the saltine in my family line. I still couldn't find them. So it's a conversation that needs to be had. But let me ask you one last question before I get out of here. Yes, your wife now, if it's not too personal, is she Black or is she Arab?
Oh, no, she's Black. She can speak Arabic fluently, but she does not allow them to call her an Arab.
Okay, so she's Black.
They think she's a Black Arab, and she'll tell them, no, my people have our own language, and we're not. And usually if I hear the conversation, I'll jump in and I'll say, her people are your ancestors. That's how I usually couch it. Which is true. They're the ancestors of the Arabs, but no, her people are not Arab. No.
So you remember, you caught me on a show about the one drop rule, and I have the concept of bringing it back to Black. That's what you're doing, bro. Forget the dark skinned women that don't like light skin. All right, for every one that don't, there's 5 that do, or maybe 2 that do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't just allow other people to define who we are, man. You know, I had this one lady try to shame me as a Black American. Oh, you are mixed because you're of a slave. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm so proud of who I am, and that's weak sauce. That it rolls off my back like water on a duck. You know, but
was she from the continent?
Man, she's from Equatorial Guinea. Yeah, but she lives in Spain. I think she's insane, honestly, but you know, that's a shot that's being thrown at us. That's why I like to have these start having these Black American centric conversations, because we have a unique experience, we have a unique journey, we have unique social constructs. I would say maybe Brazil is similar, South Africa might be similar in certain ways, but you know, we have to have these conversations amongst each other, you know, like a barbershop conversation, so to speak. But thank you, brother. I appreciate your time. As always, you're very respectful. You're open-minded. You should have more subscribers. And I don't think you're doing this for subscribers, but the more subscribers you have, the more people that can hear your message. And the message needs to be heard. So I left my email in the private chat. Get with me behind the scenes, and then we'll schedule a show so that we can get this message out, because it's a conversation that needs to be had, brother.
And I'm saving your email address now. Don't exit the chat. Don't exit just yet, because I don't know if that comment will remain after you've exited. Okay, all right, I got it saved now. I appreciate you coming on. And if you choose to do something on the Fulani, I know of about 2 of them that would not. They have inside knowledge of it. However, understand, they are obligated to invite you back into our faith. That's an obligation that they have, and they're going to extend the invitation to you. Then I'm pretty sure after that point, they will go ahead and answer the questions. As far as me answering the question as to whether I'm Black or not, to be honest with you, my answer usually depends on, the tone of my answer depends on who's asking. Out of and that's out of respect for justice. If one of us asks me, "Am I black?" I say yes, but I understand that you may feel differently. Now, if somebody that's, let's say, if it's somebody that's white or white adjacent politically, and they ask me, then I say that's when I tell them I'm blacker than your insides with no lights on. You know, I'm blacker than outer space with no stars. That's when I tell them these things. I tell them I'm so black, my blood type is pencil up. I'm so black, if I shake your hand, your credit score drops. I'll tell them that because this is not something they're ready to hear. They're not used to hearing someone say proudly, yes, especially when they look like me, say proudly, yes, I am black and I'm proud of it. And I wouldn't let you call me anything else. It's oftentimes not even whites, but white adjacent people that have the biggest, they're the ones that get the biggest shock from it. So if you hear me say yes in an even tone, it's only because I'm showing respect for someone that is black and asking me that may feel differently. So I'm not going to deny it, no, because without a DNA test, I'm already aware of my black ancestry. It's just that I may say it in a way that, I get that you're going to say otherwise, but I'm not allowed to lie to you. And that's what it is. That's usually what you hear in that case. But
brother, that is called internal customer service, and I appreciate you for that. And thank you for clarifying. And that's why I rock with you, bro. That's why I rock with you, man. That answer was perfect. You just provide an internal customer service. Because man, more people need to hear you, brother. More people need to hear you.
Well, I thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And if it is true, then, if people need to hear it, then the credit goes to he who made us, and the mistakes have been mine. And they've been honest mistakes where I've made them. But I do appreciate the vote of confidence, and I'll do what I can to get the message out. But the other thing I was going to say about the subscribers is that I myself have said that the share button is the most important. And so if people forget to subscribe, it's fine. But when they hear it, if they hit share, then the message gets out. And that's why I'm okay if 2,500 subscribe. It's actually more than I ever thought I'd get. I'm okay with it as long as each one of them shares it with someone else, so that this way the message will get out. And it's best for me if a change is effective and nobody knows that it traces back to Black mind. That's the best thing for me in that regard, because the more people that do something good without knowing where it came from, the more good deeds that person's going to get on the end, in the last day. And when it comes down to that, I'm in desperate need of God to look at me and say, well, here's some good you did that you didn't even realize you did, to cancel out the bad. So you were now accepted, you were forgiven. I'm gonna be in desperate need of that, because I've done a lot of bad, actually. So I'm really just trying to cancel out a lot of bad things I did when I was younger. But I do appreciate the vote of confidence. And if you hit share, you've done your part. And on the other end, I will be glad to do the show. I know you're in the States, and I'll be there, and God willing, I'll be there in under a month. So now when I get into the States, I will be pretty busy running around. So before that point, I guess this week or the first week of June will be the best time. You'll be in New York, but that's when I'll have the most free time.
Now, I'll be back in Holland on the 4th of June. So I think our time difference is a little less, Europe to Dubai as opposed to, I'm not sure, but so we'll do it.
It's less. It's
okay.
Less.
So
it's far greater between even between Western Europe and the Eastern U.S. is more of a time difference than it is between Western Europe and the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, so we'll do it, God willing, in the first week of June. All right, brother. So I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go back to sleep. And thank you for having me on your show. Peace.
Gladly, sir. Thanks for coming on, and best of luck. Enjoy the vacation, and I will look for the time, whatever time you selected, and I'll let the two Fulani gentlemen I know about that. Inshallah.
Thank you, brother. All right, peace.
Thank you, sir. Take care. All right, so to those that are listening, it is apparently 27 of you now listening. I appreciate you rocking with me for 6 hours and 10 mother cuss word minutes. That being said, just please hit that share button. I'm glad that YouTube has one thing, which is that 2 times playback, so that at least you can go through this one in 3 hours instead of 6. For those of you that are going to hear the playback, I'm going to retract part of what I said in the beginning for those that didn't hear me say this previously, because the title is still Kwame Brown, Matt Barnes, and Colorism, and it's inspired by Mr. Fantastic. Yes, he's the one that inspired that, because he had a live stream over 6 hours ago, and it made me think, go ahead and just go ahead and do your own live stream. I thought that Mr. Fantastic may come on, but if he had, if he's asleep, I understand. It makes sense. I'm the one doing this at a time convenient for me, regardless as to what time it is over there where you all are. But I thought that because I couldn't find any reports of what Matt Barnes said, but I could find a report of what Gilbert Arenas said on the podcast. I was under the impression that Gilbert may have started this, or Stephen A. Jackson, and that then Kwame Brown started firing shots at everyone. And then when he got to Barnes and DJ Envy, that they didn't even have to do or say anything, and that he would single them out. I still maintain that what he did, and I don't think he did this out of hatred per se, but out of training, out of things that we've been used to hearing. I think that he did single. I still maintain that he singled those two out to make fun of their phenotype. And that's not how we, even though he's not going to hear this message, Matt Barnes ain't going to hear it. DJ Envy ain't going to hear it. Kwame Brown's not going to hear my message. Even though they're not going to hear it, we non-celebrity black men on the ground, if we can avoid taking conflicts to these things that are beyond someone's control, ridiculing anything to do with someone's phenotype, not even just shade, but even things like height or anything else beyond someone's control, like how much money their boss pays them. Because let's be honest, if we all could just write down a salary and get it, inflation would make money worthless. Let's just be honest about that. So even something like that, if we take conflicts and we keep them away from the things that are beyond somebody else's control, we can resolve a lot of the conflicts we have. And then we can actually use that same thing to prevent unnecessary conflicts, especially with each other. Because let's be honest, we don't need conflicts with every other ethnicity. They're not all enemies. Many are, but they're not all enemies. And many of you could understand when I said that we don't need to go around making enemies of every single other ethnic group that's not black. You understood that. If you're in battle, you don't seek out new enemies. Let them choose. Well, now you can certainly understand the same concept being applied internally. If we can avoid unnecessary conflicts with each other and just stick to resolving the ones that are absolutely necessary and inevitable anyway, then we can actually learn from each other. And that's going to be something we're going to have to spend decades doing before we even get ready to start working together and trusting each other with our money. As I said a long time ago, when Nakmeezy was on a panel with Dinus Demir and a man named Black and Goonie, that we can avoid conflict if we can talk one at a time, even when we don't agree. We would be shocked by how much we actually do agree, one. And two, it would make communication easier. And when you can communicate very well and effectively, then you can know who you trust and who you don't, who to trust and who not to trust. Then when that's established, you can start to trust people with your money. And then because you'll know who to trust with your money, then you can trust those same people with even more money. And then we can get certain things done that we think other communities are having so easy a time getting done, when in fact, they're really not. Because you know what? The Black community actually does exist. It does, because everybody else got together and decided to force there to be a Black community. If you're non-natives and you move to the United States, who are your kids likely going to be influenced by and socialized with without being hated? You think that if you put them in a Black neighborhood that they're going to be made fun of. That's going to happen in a white neighborhood. The difference is that they can grow on other black people. And they can make akata jokes if they want, if that's what the word is in your language, or not. But it'll be jokes. Just like a lot of the colorism is between men is actually not even colorism, but just jokes. See, if Kwame Brown and Matt Barnes were just joking and they started going in on each other's looks, that would be a joke I would not have recorded about that. Matter of fact, I probably would have sent the recorder and say, listen, this message is for the little kids. These are grown men and know each other. They're joking, and little kids do not take this to heart. In real life, the way you look does not determine things about your courage and your cowardice. That would be the most recording I would have had to do. But this was something serious in which, for one, partially due to subconscious colorism, Kwame Brown, even though he ain't the darkest. Oh no, I believe you. Believe me, I know some folk blacker than Kwame Brown because some of them are related to me. But even though he ain't the darkest, he's dark enough to where people would look at him and forget that they would forget how young he is. That happens. See, when we get older, even when we don't have high melanin counts, we get older, we age more slowly. That's the blessing. But when we're younger and you have a high melanin count, you are thought to be older, not just by white folks, but even by us. And so here he was 18 and they kept forgetting he's 18. He's out of high school. He doesn't have to be unstoppable on the court. He can't be Kobe Bryant. Not at that time, because we're talking about 2001. Kobe Bryant he got started years before. He had to be a rookie too. And that was a subconscious colorism of which Kwame Brown was a victim, even if he's not aware that that's why they were putting so much athletic pressure on him. You see, I've always said this thing cuts both ways. I've always said that. I'm supposed to be effeminate, can't fight, can't dance. Forget the fact that I hurt my back. My lack of dancing skills are supposed to be due to my phenotype, according to the stereotypes. But on the flip side, because of the other side of the same coin, Kwame Brown was expected to be this basketball phenomena, unstoppable. First day out of high school, even by other black men, to the point that they stayed ranking on him for 2 decades. He was a victim. That's what makes this complicated. And then when he finally did snap and go, I understand apparently he had a right to retaliate against Matt Barnes. So that makes it even worse for Matt to say anything about my name in your mouth. That makes it even worse for him to say that, because if he was up there clowning Kwame Brown from jump, Kwame was supposed to retaliate. But on the flip side, Kwame was supposed to keep it about basketball like Matt Barnes did. See, a lot of people might think, well, we just have fun picking on somebody. We don't hate Kwame Brown. Yeah, but when all of y'all keep on picking on the same one, and this is something we got to learn in our community. If all of you keep picking on the same person, ganging up on someone, choosing someone to single out for something, they're going to think you hate them. And they're going to respond like enemies. It ain't just jokes. It's going to be a personal insult. And Kwame Brown had every reason to think it was, because he'd been singled out. And that is what makes it unacceptable, when they do it to him. And when he turns around and singles out Matt Barnes and DJ Envy for jokes about their phenotype. Black people, we have to stop singling each other out for mistreatment for whatever reasons. That's what I'm trying to get at. Colorism is just really a small part of that overall phenomena, and we need to cut that mess out. Now, my message can reach men, because it does. If you know a sister that can benefit from this message, feel free to share it with her. I just don't know how many of them are going to be receptive to this coming from me. If you think they just don't want to hear my voice say it, then you can just tell them the same thing. But this is addressed to my normal audience and whoever you know individually that might benefit from this. Share it with them. It's addressed to them. It's good for them. Selfishly, what I want isn't necessarily the money, even though I went ahead and monetized the channel. I'm not going to make money from that. Based on my account being outside the States, and I'm not going to be able to do that. or really based on where my bank account is, I won't be able to make money from that. My selfish interest in this is that Black folks stop this because somebody named Black Mind said to cut this out, and they took the advice. And nobody knows who I am individually, personally, in my real life. So when I wake up on Resurrection Day, I've got a chain of good deeds to cancel out the bad ones. And obviously I could not have done it for fame because you don't know Black Mind's real name. If it was known, I'd have to stop. That's my selfish interest in this, y'all. And in order to see a traumatized race of men take steps forward, just in the interest of justice. I think you understand why I did this now, why I recorded it. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for your patience. Black heart, Black mind, blackout, Black heterosexual, non-select male power just because they don't like it, and Black patriarchy until extinction or judgment day.